Nice.
Hello everyone to another day at the Tankmas streams here on the official World of Tanks EU Twitch channel and also all the other channels that we're being broadcasted to. My name is Keyhand and up to my... Yeah, I got it right. There over on the other side of the screen, we have Xenaleon, the OG Mountain Goat here. Both of us, and later also Daki, we're going to go over today over the Your Team on Stream tournament. Basically, what is that? Throughout the whole of December, we have Advent calendar tournaments where you can basically win the daily tank that is in the calendar, and some of them were qualifiers for today's Your Team on Stream tournament, where we're going to see three tournaments, or three endings of tournaments basically. We are going to see a 2v2 on tier 6, then we have a 3v3 at tier 8, and then to crown it all we have a 7v7 at tier 10. So yeah, that is the schedule today. I'm pretty excited about it, mostly on the lower tiers. What tanks we're gonna see, Xana?
We're gonna see some real meta tanks. Do you know the meta? I'm kind of clueless at the lower tiers.
I have to admit, I'm also myself more at home in the higher tiers, so I actually went and asked some experts. There are some, you know, in the clan memes, some low tier paddles, and apparently on city maps and stuff like that for the first tournament, which is tier 6, you have like T150 ARL apparently, which I didn't know was a thing. And yeah, on open maps, it's more like light tanks, obviously. Sometimes T34, 85s, stuff like that. So
right, exactly. Type 64s. Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of tanks. No, actually the same tanks, I think. First map is gonna be Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
as we see the structure of the first tournament for today, so we have two semifinals, which are both going to be best of 3, leading up to a final, which is going to be a best of 5. And yeah, that being said, I believe, as you said, we can go into the maps for the first match here.
Yes, exactly. As we can see, Himmelsdorf. So we're gonna see some ARLs, T150s, battling it out on Banana. The cap is on the 1-2 line, correct?
I believe, yeah, the cap is on the rails here. Also, to keep in mind, this is encounter. However, the cap timer is shorter than it normally would be in the basically in training rooms. So to account for like the long time that it normally takes, we shortened that. We basically it's only going to take 1/3, so 100 cap points, 100 seconds for one tank to be in the cap. That's what you should keep in mind for the tournament, actually for all tournaments on stream today. After Himmelsdorf, we're going to see Prokhorovka, and as this is a best of 3, if both teams take a round, we're heading over to Redshire, should that be required in this first semifinal.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, other than that, I'm pretty excited because obviously 2v2 on tier 6 is not something you normally see on streams, so we're going to see some pretty... ingenious strats probably by the players we see on stream, and yeah, the Polish guys in all of the tournaments, they have been tryharding so far, and some
Is this going to be a first time that the tier 6s are going to be streamed officially on this channel?
I'm not sure there, but the first time in some time, that I can be sure of.
Right, nice. Well, let's see some nice gameplay from the Polish guys. Do you have a favorite team?
For the... Oh, now you're bringing me in trouble. For the tier 6 tournament, I actually don't really. I'm just... But obviously with Stop Cry Kid, that team name alone sort of makes them my favorites. But yeah, that is the, I believe, only... there's 2 Hungarian teams in all of the 2v2 tournaments. But yeah, that name definitely. Also, the sad bear there for the logo.
That's just excellent. That's such a nice pick. Yeah, this is definitely my favorite team. I would love to see these guys go to the finals.
Oof, be careful. Anytime, I know you're new to this, but basically anytime you say, I hope this guy makes it to the finals, or I hope this guy does well, you can rely on them to completely, you know, screw it up. The next opportunity they get. Yeah.
Oh, the cost of jinx, I did it.
Yeah, already, and we haven't even started yet. But yeah, other than that, nice tank behind you, I have to say.
Thank you, thank you.
Why is it, I believe it's stock though, why is that? Historical accuracy or?
Yes, it's historical accuracy. Yeah, it's shooting at a bed shed, as you can see.
Yeah, definitely. Uh,
The painting is not finished though.
oh, so we're gonna need updates on that, definitely.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I believe the games are sort of about to go live. So, yeah,
Right.
round 1 of the Your Team on Stream tournaments, the 2v2 Tier 6, we're about to head into the first game in between the teams here. And it is gonna be, now I have to take a look at my cheat sheet. It is gonna be Stop Cry Kid against Never Give Up. And yeah, for Stop Cry Kid, we have Kukuchin in the VK3001, so definitely a tank we missed. And Mogi loves, I guess, Candy, hopefully, also in the VK. Well, for Never Give Up, Xana?
Maybe cats. Oh, there we go. This is actually one of those. So the German lineups and the other team went for the VK. They are going to have some HP advantage. Other than that, as we can see, the alpha is going to be about the same. Actually, my knowledge about all the tier 6 tanks is so poor. I wouldn't even know what the alpha on these tanks
I think
is.
the alpha for these is like 220, 240, something like that. And for the VK, it actually depends which gun it mounts, probably.
One with the big, one with the small. We gotta see. Oh, this is obviously when you have the cap on the rails, you kind of fight over the rails. They're gonna see if they have enough view range to spot the other side, and apparently, the J2 Kai 007 is spotted.
Definitely the spotting advantage here for the medium tanks, obviously. Those boasting better camera here. So the 00 agent, Mr. Bond there, seems to be spotted in his VK36. And yeah, the other guy, they're all called Never Give Up. I think it's Will or something. He is going on the 1-2 line at the red line here. He's approaching towards the cap. He needs to be careful, though, not to take too many shots should he decide to cross into the cap here. Also, one more rule, which is pretty important to note, as Will get spotted here, is that basically if no team wins, as this is encounter, that's entirely possible. We have a draw, and then the highest XP done in like accumulated over all players count. So basically still, if we have a draw, we're still gonna have a winner for this.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Because now you can see that Will actually stopped when he got spotted. Do you think that is a problem that now he's stuck there? Will he get out of there, or like it feels like the game has stalled to a high degree, and now we're basically watching them fight over a cap that is not being pressured at all.
Yeah, I think it's like a Mexican standoff. The first guy to blink loses.
Yes.
And yeah, it indeed seems to be the 220 or 40 alpha gun, I believe, here for the heavy tanks, for the VK36s, for the Polish team. And yeah, Mogi now making a move, though, in the 30-01. He needs to be super careful because he's basically separating from his body. And indeed, he takes a lot of punishment for that, as far as I can tell.
Yes, that was a dangerous trade. He is in a better position right now, apart from his teammate now making another move. If this gets spotted by Will or Richard, it gets spotted as well. Oh no, that's a bad trade.
Yeah,
he made the gamble, but it didn't pay off.
Yeah, the medium tanks here not really working out against the heavy tanks in the close trades. Also keep in mind the heavy tanks inherently carry more HP. Mogi now able to put one into 007 here as 007 is trying to approach. And Mogi actually with another shot, so the DPM on his side and the HP are even here. Both of them are 3 shots for each other as Mogi bounces one more shot, and now it's yeah, James Bond's time to basically advance. They're trading here left and right. Both are a 2-shot right now. And in the back, we can see Kukuchin dropping down here. Mogi actually with another shot into 007 and can probably finish it off here. But the problem is Kukuchin is super low here. And yeah, Mogi actually dropping.
And he just barely makes it with 2 HP. Oh, that's going to be so big having another gun in the game. And now Richard can just sit on the cap. And Kukuchin is all alone. And, this is not looking good. Yep, that's it.
Yeah, Stop Cry Kid. Yeah, basically you said it. You would like for them to advance, and here we go. Cast a Curse, striking its first time of the day. Never Give Up with the first point on the board, which actually puts them up on a match point here, obviously already. But yeah, the map Himmelsdorf and the team with the mediums losing against the team with the heavy tanks. Not entirely unexpected, I would say, really.
Well, having more HP naturally helps you, but with the trades. But also the move, the flank towards the 1 line from Kukuchin just didn't really pay off. He made a gamble and well,
Yeah, as we can see.
Lost like 2 shots of HP and then was stuck in the corner. Yeah, both teams were just separated, or the Trick team was separated.
Yeah, definitely. I
And then-
don't really like how the Trick team separated. I mean, yeah, I guess you can use your mobility in the medium tanks, but to be honest, didn't really work out here. And yeah, then basically the Polish guys were able to just, trade it down here due to having more HP. So well played to them in the first map.
Yeah.
Himmelsdorf is done. That means for the next one, and I believe the Trick guys will probably be trying to forget that one really fast, as they didn't entirely look good here. But yeah, we'll be heading over to the next map, which was, I believe, Prokhorovka.
I mean, Prokhorovka.
So we're
Yeah.
gonna see something entirely different. Coming from a basically city map, we're switching over to something with almost no houses. It's pretty big map,
Yeah, it is.
and that.
We're gonna see some light in gameplay. Hopefully some 1-2 rushes.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
gonna be completely different indeed.
yep, definitely. But here we can see again the key situation from last game. Yeah, you can
Nice.
see 007 getting spotted there in the back. That is obviously a huge piece of information for Stop Crykid. But they don't see Never Give Up actually, taking that long route through towards J1 here. And then I believe without this information, Mogi goes on to push through the 3 line, and then basically Stop Crykid is separated, whereas the Polish guys, they can support each other, and that's just what broke the Trick guys in the end.
Yeah, what I would love to see was that Kukuchin actually went all the way around and back towards his teammate to help him out with that 1v1. Because they were really trading blow for blow on that corner. And, well, if you bounce one, or Lodo because he really had 2 HP, that was kind of unfortunate.
Kind of unfortunate, but then again, that's,
It's the game.
it's just the game. And if you
what do
if
you
you
do?
always have foreseeable results for everything that you do, it would become boring probably, right?
Kinda.
But yeah, other than that, I guess after Himmelsdorf, yeah, we are going to see Prokhorovka now. And on Prokhorovka, we already talked about the tanks here, probably Type 64s or maybe T-34 85s. What other options would there be? What do you think?
Ooh, catching me off guard. Oh my god. T50-2, is that good enough for 2v2s? It has mobility, but it lacks the firepower.
I mean, it used to be my favorite tank back then, like back
yes.
then TM actually, when it was, I believe, tier 5.
Oh, it's tier 5.
No. Like the tank now is tier 6, but it used to be tier 5, I believe. So back then, when you were just zooming around, it's definitely still one of my very, very fond and memorable memories of the game those days. But yeah, T52 might be an option. However, I believe the Type 64 is probably still better due to having higher view range. I guess it comes down to what modules you mount, right? Because tier 6s,
Yes, exactly.
they have
Yeah.
3 equipment slots, unlike the lower tiers. So you can mount stuff like CVS countering the camo. You can even mount the low noise exhaust. Yeah, well, it's gonna come down to it. Also, in tier 6 at 2VT, obviously, a lot of it is down to timing.
Yeah, yes, exactly. What would be the memeiest setup you can pick? Because I'm thinking like AMX-12T with a KV2. Just have the AMX-12T spot, and then the KV2 shoot from afar. Because Russian accuracy isn't a thing, so you just point and click, and
I mean,
hits,
you can
right?
just, scream Russia really loudly, and then you hit anyway, because you get 100% accuracy. Everyone knows this.
Yeah.
But yeah, on Proco, I don't think we're gonna see a KV2. ENCE is coming later on, so maybe there. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
That might be a thing. But
Right, that's what I see. And then lovely. With the tank picks, I mean, being so out of meta with tier 6, it's really gonna be a surprise what we're gonna see here.
Definitely. Also, a lot of it comes down to basically counter picking, right? If one team has 2 single shooters and then the other team has 2 auto loaders and can focus down one of the enemy single shooters, that is obviously very, very, very good. So basically, maybe last game, that's also the thing we saw with the VK30s getting beaten by the VK38s. Obviously, a higher number is better. Everyone knows that. But yeah, the thing is, like you might be expecting the enemy to pick something, then you pick something entirely else to counter it, and then you get countered blindly because it's basically a mind game there in between in between the teams going on, I guess.
Oh, you're gonna pick the mediums. We're gonna go for the autoloaders, and then because you're picking the autoloader, we're gonna go for the heavy. And
exactly, it just is the meta going round and round, and then after like 3 rotations of the meta, you're back where you started. So yeah,
exactly.
But yeah, we're in for game 2 here. Stop Crikid going against Never Give Up. And yeah, Stop Crikid here down a game, fighting for tournament life on the line. Obviously, going with the VK36s and Never Give Up. They seem to be going with the VK30s again.
Did they swap tanks? Because these are the same tanks. Maybe they put on the Bond equipment.
I think
not even
I
Bond
think the
equipment.
teams sort of switched the tanks around. You know what I mean? Like Stop Crikid was playing the VK30s, I believe, and Never Give Up was playing the VK36s.
See, they're mind gaming already.
And if we get to a game 3, we will be back to the start.
Yeah, they swap again. They're like, nope. The VK, we need those VKs. We need those VK30 or one piece. They're gonna meet in the middle. Oh, nice.
Yep, it's basically gonna be a brawling fiesta here, I guess. And also it is Stop Crikid putting in the first shot here. Mogi immediately down to 1000 HP. And now I believe the heavy tanks, the VK36s, they're again gonna have the better time probably. Yeah, another shot connecting onto Kukuchin.
And also like full APCR setup. You're gonna aim for cupolas. Everybody's moving backwards and forwards. Yeah, you want to have that gun depression here. And now we can see that the 3001s are actually putting in more shots.
Yeah, I believe
they're training.
Yeah, they're trading better here. Never Give Up Will. He's dropping down considerably, actually, to 216 HP. And Mogi and Kukuchin, they now spill blood in the water here. They need to get a Will. James Bond is smartly saving his ally here by basically shielding him. But yeah, he just gets focused out too. And look at the HP difference, Xan. It's already 1350 against 950. That isn't looking good for Stop Crikid.
No, not at all, not at all. He's hiding the entire time recharge. He doesn't know where to go. He's just hiding by his teammate. And now he's... Oh no, the bad trades are coming back and forth. Oh, that was unfortunate for Stop Crikid that Kukuchin bounced those 2 shots. And now Stop Crikid is on both of them are on 1 shot.
Yeah, it was...
And down goes 007.
It was very interesting.
Mogi
Never
picking
Give
up
Up
the
here had both tanks with guns damage, but they are nevertheless able to pick it up. And it hasn't, like, it probably wasn't a tank issue here because Never Give Up just cleanly able to pick up both games. That means they are going to be advancing to the grand final of the tournament, the grand final of the 2v2 tier 6. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Great, dude.
Congrats.
No, amazing. I bet that Never Give Up just shouted Russia the entire time.
Definitely.
Every time you fire, it's Russia.
Definitely.
And then you hit.
As you can see, the damage numbers coming in here. And yeah, on both sides, it is mostly one tank dealing the damage. But yeah, Mogi here, astounding performance. 1811 HP in damage. And also double kill here. You cannot get more kills except if you team kill someone, obviously. And you don't want to do that in a 2v2 tournament. But yeah, pretty convincing stuff here by the Polish team. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to the Hungarians from Stop Crikid, but nevertheless, I do have to give credit for the team name and the logo.
Yeah, the Caster Jinx got them. I'm so sorry, Stop Crikid. I'm so sorry.
Yep.
Right. I wanted to. I would like to see like some because it was Prokhorovka. I thought we were gonna have some vision games or anything that was more long range than just hold down peeking at each other.
Yeah, it was definitely a surprise because you know,
it's the
if you think about it, if you pick 2 Type 64s, for example, then you can just outspot the VKs and be done with it. So
yeah, exactly. Either one goes around and the other one sits in the bush somewhere and try to find that Type 64. And you're gonna get shot from 2 sides.
Yeah, I believe you could also pick like stuff like a Type 64 and then a Hellcat to have the additional pen against the heavy tanks.
Right, and Alpha, that works.
And the Hellcat is also fast enough to just run away if needed. So yeah, I'm really wondering how both of the teams suddenly decided to basically take VKs and brawl it out in the middle.
think they're just memeing.
But yeah, here we go into the replay, and we basically see the VK30s having the upper hand here simply due to being closer to the ridge. They just have control over the peeking game way more. And Stop Crykid, they're basically pinned down here. They can just get focused out by Never Give Up. So yeah, the Polish guys did very nice performance and also very nicely played here. Just, you know, as a unit going up to the ridge and then focusing out peeking. Basically stopping Stop Crykid, there I got it, from getting anything done immediately. So yeah.
Nice.
That was the first match of the 2v2 Tier 6 tournament, and I believe we can take a look at the rundown for the tournament again, so we can see what's coming up soonish, I hope. After obviously now that Never Give Up won, we have one of our finalists, but the question is, who is the other finalist that is going to be playing against them for yeah, the win of the tournament, basically. And yeah, we have the semi-final 2 there, Xana.
We're going so fast through all the games. We have Prepolos versus Trick in the second semi-finals. I'm not going to jinx anybody this time.
Obviously, a very interesting semi-final here, because Prepolos, I think that's how you say them. Like, they are a Czech team, and now I live in Prague by now, so yeah, I'm supposed to know what I'm talking about. But my best guess is you say them Prepolos, and then you have the Trick team, the second Hungarian team here. Also the last remaining Hungarian team in the tournament.
Ooh, exciting. They're fighting for their nationality.
Yep, still trying to hold up the three-colored flag there. But yeah, we'll.
Yeah,
I
nice.
guess we're gonna see about that. But yeah,
It's gonna be Holy Talks.
Holy Talks and Enrico von Matterhorn. That's a nice reference right there. But yeah, both of those guys are in CSA, I believe. So they probably know what they're doing on Tier 6.
They know each other, yeah.
Yeah.
I know Holy Talks from the racing, the EBR racing event from earlier.
How did his placement do? Like, how did he do?
I think it was like 4th or 5th. He did really well.
So,
like, from all the players. Yeah, he's a really good EBR racer. And now he's showing that he can play Tier 6 at the highest level.
very, very good. Do you think both of those things are interconnected?
Yes, yes. I honestly believe that. If you're a good EBR racer, just don't take it from me, but if you're a good EBR racer, you're going to do great at Tier 6.
Yeah.
So get that EBR 105 and practice in training rooms.
Definitely, and then you will know all about Tier 6. Obviously, Trick here coming in with Donny and Zazu, I assume he's pronounced. Zazu, the flying 3K. Obviously, he's not going to do a 3K here because there's just 2Ks to be had. I just had to go for it. I'm sorry.
Nice.
Yeah,
we're gonna see. And we already have a map pick for Ensk.
Yeah, there is the map picks, but I believe we're about ready to go to the game. The maps for this match are gonna be Ensk, Muro, and if we need it, it's gonna be Sand River later as the decider. That is actually Stop Crykid against Never Give Up here on the stream, the battle we just saw.
Oh yeah, that's the wrong... we don't have to look at this.
Wait, is it 1-1? Was I completely, utterly mistaken?
Hog, best casters EU. Wait, Anyway, we're on Red Shear. Did we completely miss that?
Yeah, I guess we're getting treated to one more game here, in between Stop Crykid and Never Give Up.
Oh, cool.
And... we're just getting info. There is an issue with the mod, so it is actually the next... But Redshire is from the first tournament, I believe.
Yeah, but I mean, so they didn't swap tanks, but the mod had the teams reversed. Was that it? That could be it. Anyway, on Red Shear we have the same kind of gameplay on Prokhorovka, both moving towards the cap, having haul down fights against each other. Gonna see some brawling, and basically the same. Hopefully, the trades are gonna be better for Never Give Up this time.
Yeah, definitely trying to cast a curse, never give up here, cheering for his stop Crikey. I see how it is, Xana. I see what you're trying to do there. But yeah, it is basically the VK36s against the VK30s again. And both teams going with a sort of similar approach, basically brawling around the cap, that is. And so far, no damage has been dealt.
I mean, with these tanks, you have decent mobility, decent alpha for 220. You have 194 APCR pen, plenty of HP to play with. So these tanks are actually pretty decent.
Definitely. Also, I would imagine the DPM for tier 8 heavy tanks is not too shabby. By the way, I just see the VK30s. Obviously, they are heavy tanks by now, but the last time I visited that tank, it was a medium. That's why I kept saying that. It still has sort of more of a medium-ish playstyle than the VK36, though. And yeah, that's what we're seeing here. Basically, Stop Crikey trying to take more positions, trying to, you know, just outmind, outvision, I guess, never give up. But yeah, the base capture has been started, and as I said, the encounter map, only 100 points needed, only one tank for 100 seconds, and that puts the timer on to never give up here.
This is actually really smart from Stop Crikey. One in the cap and the other guy just behind it. So whenever someone pushes over to decap, he's gonna get easy shots on the enemy. Now they're trying to decap, but I mean that's got to be really hard. He's just below the ridge line. You're not going to be able to shoot them. Something has to happen from Never Give Up side in order to start that decapping, or at least put pressure on the decap. Might even want to go around, and it looks like it's going to be a stalemate. If nothing happens, then this is got to be a capping game.
Definitely, Never Give Up needs to commit in soon to stop what Stop Crikey is doing. I mean, the last ditch attempt could be just to place one tank in the cap as well, because it is an encounter cap. So basically, if both teams are in it, the cap counter gets stopped. But it is actually the other approach here. 007, Mr. James Bond, he's getting sent through that 5-6 line here to try to get side shots and spots onto the cap, while his other brother on the top of the hill there with the other VK36, he's just waiting and now starting to flank. The problem here for Never Give Up, though, is that James Bond is basically pinned down behind the house, cannot really trade effectively, as we can see Kukujin putting in another nice shot, and now the cap timer is down to 8 seconds.
Ooh, that's going to be really close. There was one blind shot from Vichard. That was really nice on that one bush where Moji was hiding in, or Kukujin was hiding in. Oh, the base capture is on 99 and he blocked it. It's a one-on-one block, both on the same ridge. And we still have 007 on the other side on D5 out of the fight, basically. Whenever Stop Crikey decides to push over, it's going to be a 2 versus 1. We already have the movement of Kukujin going around.
Yeah, definitely now Stop Crikey here being more flexible than the Never Give Up guys. They are sending Kukujin around to basically put free shots into the VK36. They should get spotted anytime soon. And yeah, there we go. One free shot. Actually, it's not for free. The VK36 able to retaliate here. And now we're in the DPM duel in for both of those tanks, but the VK36 just with more HP to start with, so he seems to be winning that one at the moment. And yeah, Mogi has the problem here that he cannot help out his body because he has to face off the other VK36 that he doesn't flank. The DPM duel still going on, but I believe Kukujin might have the upper hand now due to having the reload. And there we go, the smart capping play working out so far. Mogi still with a lot of HP, and yeah, Never Give Up with 007 remaining. They are back to the drawing board because, you know, they have to stop that cap timer somehow.
Yes, exactly. Did you see that Richard actually had a bounce on Kukujin? So he lost that engagement. If he won that engagement, it was a really different game. And now it's going to be a ticking time bomb for 007. He has to go in. Only 25 seconds left. What can he do? Can he prevent this cap from going off? It looked like Stop Crikey is just gonna hide behind the ridge line. They finally spotted 007, but now I think they're just gonna hide it and they're gonna take the cap.
Yeah, the thing is they have 2 guns against 1 right now, so double the DPM. Mogi actually leaving the cap here to get better side shots onto 007. Trading the shots out, he doesn't care, he has enough HP. Also, he is hull down right now. He does get tagged again, but yeah, 007 here down to a 1 shot. If no magic happens, as it doesn't, then they are gonna lose. And yeah, Stop Crikit, the guys we pronounce dead, or I pronounce dead much rather, able to take it home here. So yeah, you didn't cast a curse, Xana. Congrats.
Yeah, that made me feel much better. Yeah, no, there was an excellent engagement from Stop Cry Kid. Kind of lucky that Kukichin was able to win that fight versus Richard, but I mean that's the game, right? DPM racing, and then whatever happens. Aim your shots up close. And you have almost 200 millimeters of pen, and if you don't damage, then
yeah, I guess some unlucky auto bounces going on there. It's not like, you know, you have heat that doesn't really start bouncing up onto extreme angles. But yeah, this basically means that Stop Cry Kid is gonna go to the finals and never give up, actually dropping out of the tournament here after 3 rounds that we just saw. And yeah, it basically was a reverse sweep, right? Never give up, getting the first point, and then Stop Cry Kid just coming back, and, you know, I guess after the first loss, getting the motivation they needed.
Yeah, they really pulled it through here with the coordination in the second game, or in the third game. That was really looked really decent there. Yeah, what can I say? I didn't expect that the VKs were this dominant on tier 6. And basically brawling 1v1 and 2v2 or 1v2. It's all on tier 6 is all about positioning. Whoever gets the first draw, with the insane risk that Never Give Up made in the first game on Ensk. Oh, and here we have the replay.
Yeah, and we can see the smart positioning here by Mogi in the cap, basically forcing one of the both of the Never Give Up guys to commit in. 007, he already took some free shots onto crossing behind the houses there, and then Kukuchin gets the jump onto Will, I believe, here in the VK36, and that's what makes Stop Cry Kid win the game, right? Because they have this small engagement here on the left, which Kukuchin wins, and then they have 2 guns against 1.
And they can still sit in the cap, lure him out, but double capping, it's gonna take half the time, of course, and then he has to commit like full frontal or not make it at all. Well, and that's where you win games.
Indeed. And yeah, that was the first match also, as we can take another look at the tournament tree here, probably, I believe. Never mind, actually. We're in for the next game here, and as we outlined before, it's going to be Przepalos against Trick here for the second semi-finals. The maps are going to be Ensk, Muro, and Sand River, and those VK30s, Xana, they seem to be very, very in meta on tier 6.
It's German heavy tanks all the way down to the top, right? At least that's what it looks like. I think it's the most meta tank just because you can have all the have the HP booster on it, the vent booster, the rammer to have enough DPM, and it basically beats itself as well. It's not like they're having trouble penning each other. They can just straight up shoot through each other's gun mantlet in these, well, even in these long range engagements.
As we already know as the observers here, Przepalos with a nice shot into one of the Trick tanks here. I believe that one was even blind. They don't even know what's going on yet. And yeah, obviously Ensk very interesting because the map in encounter mode slightly differs from the normal mode. Basically, the windows on the DE45 positions are closed off, I believe, so you cannot easily reset spawning on north. But both of the teams not really interested in the city at the moment.
No, they're fighting on the fields, which is interesting, since Trick is actually waiting for Przepalos to commit to a field push, and so is Przepalos waiting for Trick to commit to a field push. now we're just seeing who pulls the trigger first and gets the momentum going. And you also know, like, if you have the movement, you have an accuracy penalty. So moving is a little bit dangerous, and especially moving into an encroached position like this, where the Trick team is in. It's going to be really hard to get a positive trade out of that.
Yeah, it does seem like both teams are of the opinion that movement equals bad here. Holy Tox taking another blind shot, and I believe he's moving back now. Maybe they're going to make a move on towards the cap. I mean, that same logic applies when you're able to get to the cap first, and then basically you can force the enemy to move to reset you. So basically, if you get a tank on the cap and position one tank smartly slightly in front of that, you should be getting some free shots here. And but yeah, both of the teams not really interested in it. The 8 line is where all the, do we even call that action is?
Yeah, I was about to say, do we call that action or... well, we're just waiting. Let's see what the timer... Eventually, someone has to move, and it's probably gonna be it can be anybody, of course. Someone has to move soon, or else you can't really cap, and then you have to fight DPM race. And if you can't kill the enemy team fast enough, you're gonna have a draw.
Yeah. The interesting thing here is if we have a draw, as I outlined before, basically we take the complete combat XP that all tanks got that game, and we add it together, and the team with the higher XP wins. That has the advantage that basically no one, not even the teams themselves, know beforehand what is who is winning at the moment, which basically should force them to be active. And Trig obviously knows that it is probably going to be Przepalos with the more experience right now, because Przepalos already connected one shot onto Danny. I think they just don't know how to, get out of the situation that they brought themselves into.
Yeah. Nice. Well, the stalemate just continues, and slowly but surely the timer is ticking down, and it could be anyone to break. If the game ends right now, as you said, more experience just goes to Przepalos, and they take the draw.
Yeah, also what I do sometimes in ranked game mode is basically at the end of the game, when it's already won, I just shoot in the air 2 or 3 times, because I keep having that notion that, more APM equals more XP. So maybe at the end of this game,
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta get that quad,
Oh, just blindly firing into the field actually helped Przepalos this time. Might be a bit helpful for Trig. See, Danny is just peeking real quickly to see if he gets spotted. And he's even looking behind him. They don't really know where Przepalos is, but if only they knew.
Yeah, if only they knew that basically not a single team has really moved far from their spawn here. And it seems like Trig wants to go onto the offense here in both of their VKs. Obviously, the good thing about such an offense is that basically you can stick together, you can control the engagement, and if you get a lucky timing onto one tank, then you will be very able to focus someone out. And here we can see Enrico, he's alone against 2, he has to reverse, but Przepalos, they also have both guns in the fight now, but it is gonna be easier for Trig to focus out Enrico here. Holytox obviously knowing this, he's coming in to help his buddy Enrico down to a 2-shot, being chased by Dani here. Dani putting in a nice shot, that is on 1 shot for Enrico, but also Sazu going down as well, so it's gonna be Dani against Holytox.
With that last final death shell from Sazu, or from Przepalos, now Holytox has the HP advantage as well. And it was really nice from Enrico to just reverse around the building. And now it's a 1v1 stalemate.
Yeah, I mean...
1 minute 30 on the clock. We're gonna see who's gonna peek first, but neither of them want to take that risk. Holytox is in a safe position. If he draws it out like this, they take the more experience and...
I mean, who knows? Maybe, probably, most likely. Both of them cannot be sure, right?
Yeah, exactly. Do you commit it for this? Because if you're in a position with more HP, you might find yourself winning just because you can take an extra shell.
Definitely. In Holytox's place, I would go for it. However, Dani, obviously, since he has less HP, he wants to avoid that DPM fight. He can just run away, as we see it right now. Holytox is chasing Dani at the building, and that's basically it there at the moment. In Holytox's place, I would actually try to gain distance from the building to get out of proxy range, and then, you can just engage from a different angle. But yeah, the time is probably not going to be good enough for this. And yeah, Dani, obviously, he wants to avoid the engagement here right now because he's down to 552 against the 1k that Holytox still has. And I don't see any kills here coming in soon, Xana.
Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. There's going to be a fight. Holytox is reversing. I would like to see him to just, as you said, get out of proxy spot, gain that momentum, and start pushing. Because if you already have that starting speed before you get spotted, you got to make it around the corner faster than Danny is going to make it around the corner. Then you can catch up to him and kill him.
Yep.
But it looks like, 5 seconds left here. This is going to be a draw.
Definitely a draw. Dani managing to bounce one more shell, and the timer runs out here, so we are all left with the question, who won? Yeah, as soon as we get to cut to the battle result screens, then we will basically take a look at the XP, and then we can do the quick math, and then we will know about the result of this second semi-final. And yeah, there we go. So it's 191 plus 256 on the one side, and since basically both numbers are higher,
both are lower. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Prepolus then takes it with like a 30 XP. 30 XP difference.
Definitely. So well played by the Czech guys who are actually in Enway, I just noticed, and not in CSA. My bad. I hope no one from the Czech Republic is going to get offended here. But yeah, I think they can sort of smear it off saying, well, the team won, so Gucci for that.
yeah, exactly. Oh, he's at CSA, but oh, we'll take it. We'll take a win.
We'll take the win.
It would have been a different story if they lost there. Oh.
Then I'd be in some trouble right now, probably. But yeah, as we haven't shown it before, we can probably cut to the replay, and after that, I would love to see the maps for this game.
For the semi-final.
But yeah, here we see the decisive push by Trig being made. Zazu and Dani both getting the jump onto Enrico von Matterhorn here. They're able to focus him out, and then
you have a lovely Enrico going around the corner. Holytox actually blocking Zazu from going forwards and shooting Enrico another time. This means that Dani has to push in and take another shot from Enrico while also trying to kill him. And then you have the 1v1 left, with Dani being on the lower HP, and the merry-go-round starts from here. Holytox obviously trying to catch that VK, but with the both being the same tank and the same speed, probably the same equipment, it's not really working.
Yes.
And we have to stalemate it until the end almost. We have Dani just bouncing one more shell. Yeah, they tried.
They tried so hard, but in the end, you know how the song goes.
I wanted to make a trick try joke, but it didn't work.
But yeah, we can see the tournament round down here basically for this 2v2 tournament. As we saw already in the semi-final, number one, Stop Cry Kid managed to get the reverse sweep onto Never Give Up. And now we are watching the second semi-final at the moment, Przepalos against Trig here. And so far, Przepalos is ahead.
Winning the first game on Ensk, and the second game is going to be played on Murovanka. Okay, if it's going to be my bet, I'm going to bet that it's going to be some VK 3001 Ps fighting each other.
I am personally not a betting man, but if I was, I probably still wouldn't go up against you with that. Although Murovanka, the cap is situated where it's basically one of the caps in the WGL was, so there is a lot of brawling potential there because you have those ridge lines. But also, Murovanka, the spawns are very far away from the cap, so there might be a possibility of some people picking something else and then maybe farming one of the VKs on the cross.
Right, exactly. Now we once more have the team compositions. Holytox and Enrico for Przepalos. Well, as we said earlier, Holytox the EBR driver.
Yep, definitely. Place number 4, I believe you said. But yeah, I believe we're about ready to hop into the next game. And yeah, here we go. No one seemingly wanting to break with the VK meta at the moment.
Yeah, not even the 36OH, right? Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it did.
Well,
at least I'm getting my money's worth, right?
Definitely. But yeah, basically we saw the VK36s losing, right? In the first game. So basically, maybe both of the teams were watching and we're like, hey, this VK seems to be good. So yeah, but no, I'm just obviously joking. All of those teams went through qualifiers to get here, so they will be aware of the meta at the moment. But yeah, I would really love someone to shake it up by bringing an LT on open maps like Muro. But yeah, both teams actually mirroring themselves here. Holytox and...
I was about to say, put a mirror like on the EF line and you get both teams.
Mm-hmm.
Let's are doing the same. But now we have Dani moving in towards Zazu. But they haven't even spotted each other yet, right? Yeah. I haven't seen a spotting indicator, so they don't really know if there's anybody in front of them. But I mean, as you said, they played the qualifier. They know there's something is here, and if he's there, oh, there we go. First brawling engagement is here.
Yeah, definitely. And Holy Tox needs to be super careful here as both of the Trick Tanks are close to him. I mean, yeah, Enrico is trying to help his buddy from the side, but yeah, Holy Tox getting caught out here. Dunny doesn't even care about his HP, is just in the open, and Holy Tox is going to be the first one to go down. Enrico, however, he's still on full HP on the back on that ridgeline, and he can use that to his advantage very well. As we see here, he can just put in shot after shot for free, as he's just got the higher ground. And yeah, Anakin would probably have some stories to tell on how that went for him. But yeah, Enrico now trying to use the bushes here to spot both of the enemy tanks.
Even though it's a 1 versus 2 engagement, the Prepolos team has more HP. But even having one gun is, of course, a huge disadvantage. So we're gonna have to see what Trick does in order to gain back that, well, the HP advantage, and hopefully try and get Enrico out of position.
Yeah, definitely. Zazu now bounced one onto Enrico here, so that is very good for Enrico because he could basically go out in front of both here and try to take the engagement 1v2 with the HP he has left. Instead, he smartly backs up. There is, I would say, the misplay by Dunny going much too close to Enrico, enabling him to, you know, get both down to a one-shot. And now Enrico, it's just a matter of how cleanly he wraps this up, I believe. Or is there a possibility for two guns to beat one here?
Ooh, that's gonna be really hard. He needs to be tracked in the wrong position to not be able to return fire. Basically, these tanks can pen each other everywhere. So even if he bounces one shot and takes two in return, he can still dish out another one, and then it's a 1v1. Oh, when he gets the kill on Danny! Oh! That's a great catch.
Yeah, definitely. Enrico here with the quick reactions, the quick fingers there, and able to catch Danny off guard. And now it's just Zazu on a one-shot, probably trying to run here from Enrico. And Enrico, you know, he's going into the travel position with the turret, trying to go faster probably. If he shoots, I'm not sure he will break the 40 kilometers per hour. But yeah, he's just trying to find Zazu at this point. And yeah, there we go, both of them spotting each other out. This shot here by Enrico not connecting, but Zazu hitting the ground as well. So the ground dead here, dead as can be. But it is the tanks we are worried about. Enrico taking another shot, but yeah, the last shot doesn't miss its target. Zazu is out here, and Przepolos with a decisive 2-0 win over the Hungarian team.
Enrico just made sure that last shell didn't bounce. It didn't go anywhere but in that tank. He needed that
Definitely.
to hit. And he had all the time in the world. So yeah, that was excellent. I really like the backward turret, like the Naruto running.
Yeah, as we see the post-game stats here, Enrico with a gigantic performance, obviously enabled by Holy Tox because the Holy Tox got rushed and Enrico got to farm. But yeah, still you have to do it if you're in the position. 1800 damage, 2 kills, and a decisive victory here for the Czech team. And I believe that Czech team in the upcoming match is probably going to meet another Hungarian team.
Ooh.
So yeah, let's head over to that, what I just said. Let's head over to the bracket. The updated 2v2 Tier 6 finals here for the Your Team on Stream tournament. A final is going to be Stop Cry Kid against Przepolos. The name, dude. But yeah, I believe the replay from the last match is ready. So let's hope. Is almost ready, so we'll be getting to that soon. And yeah, other than that, I believe we can sort of go over the maps for the final a bit, Xana, as you know, we saw some maps already, but the tournament pool is larger than the 5 maps we already saw.
Yeah, exactly. We're definitely gonna see Sand River, and that's one of those maps where I hope that the VK meta is gonna be broken. For some reason, VK is king in the low tier engagements. Let's hope we're gonna see something else. Red Chair. Well, maybe a team does something different, but it doesn't seem to be like it.
Yeah, I think the problem here with Recha and Muro is that basically the caps are so close to ridges that you want to have heavy tanks to brawl. But I hear the replay has been prepared now, so we are going to be able to jump into that shortly to once again witness Przepolos against Trick and Enrico's amazing performance here in the 1v2. And yeah, I would say he did it perfectly, Xana.
I think Danny went over the edge here just to see where Enrico was, and it just so happened that the timing was in such a way that Enrico was peeking there as well, and he was instantly able to put a shot in there. Because with Danny being on a one shot as well, the engagement is going to be really, really hard. Now Danny can't really take a shot for Zazu and then return two in favor of it.
Yeah, I mean, I like what they were trying to do here, the Hungarians. They were trying to split up to basically create crossfire onto Enrico. But yeah, that guy obviously having none of it, just catching one of them on the cross. Probably a slight driving mistake there because he was too far up. What do you think?
Yeah, could be. Yeah, it could be. I wouldn't think that Danny would be like, well, let's see what's here. But it definitely looked like that. I would have liked them to just disengage altogether and just try to hide in the fog of war and let Enrico cap or something. But they decided to, well, trade up close. And here you can see Enrico just making sure, like, oh, yeah, all right.
Yeah, he probably took the shell out of the chamber there, just, you know, wrote the name of the enemy tank onto it, then put it back in again and, you know, then fired to kill it. Exactly.
Yeah, that's great. I can already see that. Cool.
But yeah, obviously, in this tournament, you want to make sure that you get that kill shot for sure, because there are going to be quite a few people laughing if you don't.
People laugh.
But yeah, that was the two semifinals of the 2v2 tournament, and here we see the first team for the finals, Przepalos, the two guys we just saw, Holytox, and the 1v2 champion, Enrico von Matterhorn. And I believe they're going up against No Krykid. If I could only... Stop Krykid. If I could only remember the names of the people playing there, because, you know, it was such a long time ago, just one series before this.
Kukuchin and Magio, was it? Maybe, did I just remember the wrong names?
No, it is Kukuchin and Mogio. Oh my goodness. Xana, the new Megamind here, just, you know, Fivehead just showing it off. And yeah, that obviously that team logo is so cute. Oh, I want to hug that bear. To just make it...
Is he eating an ice cream or what is he eating?
Yeah, I think it's an ice cream and he's still sad. How can you be sad eating ice cream? How is that possible even?
Impossible. This is a fake. This is a Photoshop.
Do you think? Do you think they would
he
do
has something else
like
in his
this
hand.
to us?
He has something else. It's not an ice cream. That's why he's crying. Maybe his test results and I got a negative. That could be it. Right. We're gonna see the Bulgarians versus the Czechs, right? Yeah. Holytox and Enrico.
The Hungarians against the Czechs, but yeah, they probably...
Just like the semi-finals.
Yes, it is, like the second semi-finals. So basically, if Przepalos wants to win here, they will have to battle their way through yet another Hungarian team. Come to speak of that, are the Hungarians the Tier 6 champions or like Tier 6 tryhards? What do you think?
I didn't see any bond equipment on the tank, so it's not that try hard. It might be like loading full golds, but it's a tournament anyway, so...
I mean, I did see bounty equipment on it, so the red stuff...
but it's not really the same, is it?
Almost.
It's almost the same. Yeah, well, I mean, of course, you want to equip your tank to the best of its capabilities. And then not using the bond equipment means to me that you're not try hard enough. It could be way more. It could be like, let's splurge.
For you, it is the purple additional grousers to be able to get up that hill more reliably.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, the meta jokes here then.
But yeah, as we're about to get into the final, and the maps there once again are going to be first of all, we're going to see Redshire, then we're heading onto Sand River. Remember, guys, this is a best of 5. So yeah, we're definitely also going to see Himmelsdorf again, then Muro, and should we need it, the tiebreaker is Ensk. And yeah, Sand River, the only map we haven't seen so far. Do you think it's also the VK meta? That basically seems to be the tank at the moment.
Yeah. I would like to see something else just for a change of pace, so we don't have slow heavies fighting each other. But it's got to be VKs all the way down, all the way to the tiebreaker. Maybe we're gonna have to see. I'm not betting again. I already won money. Now I'm pulling out, and Keeping that change.
Your pull-out game definitely strong there. And there we go. Stop Cry Kid against Pchepolos in the grand finals of the 2v2 Tier 6 tournament. And it is going to be Kukucin and Mogi for Stop Cry Kid, the Hungarians, against Enrico von Matterhorn and Holy Tox, the Czech guys here. And all of them are playing VK3001.
Just a repeat of the second match. Hopefully, this time Stop Cry Kid can pull through. Oh yeah, last time they already did pull through. Let's see what they can do this time. If they use the same tactics against Pchepolos, or maybe they know, they've watched the stream and they and Pchepolos knows what Stop Cry Kid is going to do and is gonna anticipate. Maybe move into the castle just to have side shots. Yeah. Looks like they're driving with two of them towards the cap, so we're gonna have some close range engagements if this continues.
Yeah, definitely. Also, we can see the same HP on all of them, so all of them are HP boosted, and none of them have actually made the mistake to, put that HP boost in the wrong slot where you don't entirely profit from it as much. But yeah, no one actually touching the cap quite yet, just as I say that, Holy Tox going into it with Enrico covering, so basically what we saw on Muravanka in the game before this one. It's going to be Holy Tox probably taking the brunt of the damage, and then Enrico von Matterhorn farming from the back.
We have Mogi also trying that flank. He's taking the first shot, but he bounces, and, well, Holy Tox is like, well, come at me, bro. Already going for the 1 versus 1 trade. Do we have the other Stop Cry also going in? No, he isn't. We have, wow, the other Pchepolos, Enrico, still in the back. That engagement was actually really well. Enrico could able to shoot Kukucin, and Holy Tox was able to put in 2 on Mogi.
Yeah, just as you say though, Enrico taking one for free, the caster curse striking again. But yeah, Stop Cry Kid still behind slightly in HP. I think that's 1 shot of damage here. Pchepolos still on 2010 HP. And now it's a Mexican standoff sort of in between those two teams. The problem obviously with a ridge like that is that... in German tanks, you don't have the gun depression to really peek it without exposing all of your hull first. And Holy Tox cannot go around and peek from there, because by leaving the cap, basically by the cap timer starting there, then Stop Cry Kid would know what's up exactly. So yeah, I believe it is the 2 Libero tanks that are not in the cap that need to make something happen. And Enrico does so beautifully. He gets one more shot.
Yeah, he does. He gets the shot into Mogi. Well, of course, and then he gets to half HP. This is one of those trades. Enrico going around. He's one of those Libero tanks that actually makes the move. Puts in a shot, and now he's on a 2-shot. Holy Tox also going over the ridge, trying to take down Mogi, but he bounces.
Yeah, definitely. Mogi down to a 1-shot now, and Enrico once again writing the name of his enemy on the shell here, able to take out Mogi, and now it is Kukucin in the 1 versus 2. However, the HP have evened out. Even Kukucin slightly ahead here in his 1 tag. Just as I say that, he takes 1 shell here by Holy Tox, and now the situation is turning from bad to worse for Kukucin.
Ooh, those were 2 peaks. You know, he wanted to shoot Enrico so bad, but Holy Tox was there to stop him, to prevent him from shooting. And it's gonna look like Holy Tox wants to push over and put another one into Enrico. Kukucin is like, nope. We're gonna finish Enrico, hopefully. And Holy Tox get a shot in.
And yeah.
Ay.
Enrico with a tactical double kill here, able to shot this first game out. And we are at 1-0 here. But yeah, I have to say, it is not undeserved right now for the Czech guys, because I believe the rotation around with the tank not in the cap was better and slightly faster.
Yeah, that was actually really good play from them. It could have happened the other way around, but I mean, it didn't. And here we see the post-game stats. We have 1k both for the Holy Tox and Enrico. Enrico taking the kills is like, those are mine. Well, Holy Tox is a very friendly guy, and he's gladly giving Enrico 2 kills.
Yeah, what a nice person to play with, Holy Tox here. Even though he also got 1k damage, so he's not going to be too unhappy. And Trig, they looked convincing in the first in the semifinal, where they managed to qualify in the end. But so far, I see the Enway guys, the Czech guys, slightly ahead on player skill here. What do you think?
I mean, that engagement then from the previous game, the flank around into Mogi was just that was just 5 head plays. That was really good. And if they continue like this, they're gonna be really going towards a. I hope. No, I can't say that. It's gonna be a jinx if I do that. They're looking really good right now.
Definitely. Like, yeah, rather.
Are they mentally far ahead or not?
I don't know, but it would be funny if they would be. Yeah.
Amazing.
But yeah, I believe the replay for the game we just saw is probably yeah, there it is already.
go.
And then this is the situation we talked about, right? The rotation for Pchepelos is simply there before Stop Crykit can do it. Basically, Kukuchin on the outside has had the longer way to go. This way, Enrico just gets the flank, gets the first shot into Mogi, and then it is the 1v2 situation.
Yeah, and that's also really good. Kukuchin, with this first shot that he just did, putting Enrico on 326 HP, made him really confident that he could take him down. But then Holotox comes from the left. Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is where the game's decided now.
Yeah.
It's already a 1 versus 2, and with like magical hands, you might be able to do something, but that's so hard.
Yeah, magical hands might have been the key to winning that game there, but alas, it was not to be. And yeah, also the other interesting thing is you see here no one basically aiming for track wheels because everyone is HP boosted, and it is important to keep in mind that when you have the HP boost mounted, that basically your track HP are also going up, so you very, very rarely track someone with one shot. Like, that's super confusing for me as well when I play random battles, and you know, I get a perfect track shot off, and then you know, the tank just keeps driving, and I'm like, what happened? And then I take a look at the HP and I'm like, oh, right,
he's boosted. Yeah.
Right.
Second map is going to be Sand River. All right, Kian, this one is for you. What tank will they be driving, do you think?
I believe the total numbers of the tanks we're about to see will probably add up to, yeah, 12,000.
Oh, wow. That's a bold move.
Mm-hmm. How can I be so exact? But yeah, I would love to see some light tanks. I would love to see some gun depression tanks getting used on Sand River. But so far, what we've seen, I'm not too convinced that might be the case here.
Stop Crykit might have lost that game, but they're just going to shrug it off like nothing happened. And they're going to start off with a clean slate. Let's see what I can pull off for tactics on Sand River.
I mean, what would you do? I believe the spawns are like on the northern side of the map, and then you basically need to cross out the dried out riverbed to get to the cap. So there is even more time than on Muro to intercept enemy heavy tanks basically crossing to the cap. There is even more opportunity to get shots in on the cross. And also, the thing with Sand River is there's a lot of buildings in the cap, yes, but you can destroy all of them except the mosque.
Yeah. I think I would just have plenty of HC just for the buildings, and I would move K-line like all the way down below, whatever side I would be on. And if the enemy decides to cap, you push over, and hopefully you have destroyed enough buildings so they can't really hide behind them, and then try and trade positively with the VKs, of course. With the VKs, super meta. Yeah.
I wonder what it is though. Like, is it the high HP compared with coupled with high alpha damage and okay DPM? Like, I would imagine if you play well with like a Type 64, you can simply outspot them on the open maps. I wonder why we didn't see this, for example, on Proco.
It might be just because the view range is decent enough that whenever you want to try and outspot them, you are either in a cap circle, or you're behind a ridge line, or you're around the building, something like that. It's also the way that the map is designed that, you know, all right, I can be safe from here, and I can sit in the cap or go for this entire angle. Anyway, I think even if you pick an ARL 44, the tank that has way more frontal armor, then that could help there with an engagement. If you just have one bounce or two bounces, that's going to be huge.
Then again, you run into the problem. I believe the ARL has very, very lowish DPM compared to the VK. So yeah, it might.
It's always a
it might be just that, you know, that combo of having the HP as well as the DPM, as well as some sort of
Yeah.
okayish alpha. But we are ready to hop into game 2 here of the grand finals of the 2v2 tournament. And I believe my calculations were correct.
Wow, 12,000. You did it.
I
See, and
actually
Stop
baited
Cricket
you
is
here.
just,
I didn't. It is 12,004. I just noticed.
Oh,
Oh no.
oh yes. Uh-oh. Yeah. Anyway, the VKs are out and they're looking for trouble on Sand River this time.
Also,
The spawns are actually different than I thought. I thought they would spawn on 2, but of course they would spawn on 1.
I believe heavy tanks
Yeah.
spawning there on 1, and only the arty is something on 2, so it cannot get spotted out and killed immediately for encounter games. But yeah, interesting stuff here by Prepolos. They basically decide to split themselves, and Stop Cricket, they're sticking together here.
Yeah, interesting tactic. But you can already see Enrico already taking that high ground way in the back. So if someone pushes over to spot, Holotox is gonna see him, and Enrico is gonna put a straight up shot into him.
Yep, Holy Tox though, I believe outspotted, or the mod isn't working properly, but yeah, we can for sure determine that Holy Tox is lit at the moment. And yeah, it seems like Tripolos just confident to chill here for the moment to see what Stop Cricket has to do. Obviously, them being down here a game. But yeah, it seems like the mod is at fault as Kukuchin, not like he is spotted. We just heard the 6th sense go off, but maybe he just didn't install the player side thingy. But yeah, they seem to be okay with yeah, chilling here at the moment. But yeah, Enrico is also this game again ahead with doing the rotation. He's already in C1.
He's the rotation guy. He's going on a trip and he's taking his sandbags. He's going all the way around towards the, I think the dry riverbed, just to try and gain an angle on, I think Kukuchin.
Definitely. We just saw one shell here just fly past Mogi. But yeah, Enrico getting the first shot onto Kukuchin, and that is crucial because does Kukuchin have a medkit or is he?
Yeah, I think he does. I think you carry that. Else, without a commander, you're basically done. It's a tank out of the game.
Yeah, especially on Sand River where view range matters.
Ooh, they're blind shotting. Oh my god. if they knew how close they were with hitting those on Enrico. Oi, oi, oi. And Holotox knocking down the tree. That could have been spotted actually, because Mogi is looking this way the entire time. So the rotation might already have been spotted. And we're gonna have to take a look at what the other team is doing. Stop Cricket is still in the same position while Prepolos tries to go around towards the cap.
Definitely. Also, you know, it's super easy to spot falling trees like that if you're zoomed out far enough and you have an HD client. But yeah.
True. Yeah.
Kukuchin and Mogi here, both also deciding it's time to rotate. And so far, Prepolos with the advantage here at the 4-minute mark in the game. And it's super crazy for me that the meta on this in this 2v2 seems to be, you know, so those are two very good teams, right? Obviously, they are in the finals, and their rotation, even though they don't even see each other, are basically simultaneous. They don't know it, but they're doing stuff at the same time. And yeah, Prepolos have stopped their... Actually, just as I say that, they have stopping their rotation.
Nice.
They are advancing down the 1 line here. They will probably be trying to get those holdowns at the K line, and Stop Cricket seems to be opting for the cap.
Ooh, this is interesting. They're gonna put a timer on the Prepolos advance. Gonna see who makes it, if they make it fast enough, and what they will do about the cap. Because it looks like the cap is just shy of reaching over that ridge line, while Stop Cricket is just hugging the cap. And see, with 2 of them, they're immediately jumping in, not wasting any time, hiding behind the buildings. And now the waiting game has begun. This is one of those really tense moments because you don't know where the enemy team is. Luckily, Prepolos has already begun and is almost there with their round the corner, around the entire map on their holiday, and they're going back home.
Yeah,
Ian, what will they do?
yeah, I mean, the good thing with starting to cap with 2 people is obviously that you put a timer on the enemy. So yeah, resets have begun, so cap not really an issue with time here. Also, remember, you can join the cap to stop it for the enemy. But yeah, the good thing for you is you're putting a timer on the enemy. The bad thing for you is the enemy knows where you are, especially when you join the cap with all people available to you. And now basically what Holytox and Enrico are doing here, they are systematically destroying the buildings that the Stop Cry Kid guys are hiding behind. And sooner or later, I believe Stop Cry Kid might run out of houses.
Oh, it doesn't really look good for them. The Prepolos is still on full HP and they're poking Stop Cry Kid down. They're whittling it down shot by shot by shot by shot. Then another one, Enrico, the 1 versus 2 master, taking down Kukuchin with only 1 shot, or almost. He's on a 1 shot. It's not looking good for him. There's only 3 houses in front of him. And I think Daki lives in one of those houses. Oh, there goes his house. Oh.
Yeah, Venus just like his power today in the morning. But yeah, it is only 1 minute and 24 seconds here left in this game. Prepolos has dealt the bulk of the damage so far. However, yeah, it's going to be the same rule again. If there is a draw by time, then we will decide by the most experience earned. But yeah, I think Stop Cry Kid is realizing they cannot keep this up here against the hold down tanks of Prepolos. And yeah, they are thinking of a new plan right now, but yeah, from bad it turns to worse. Mogi just took another shot. This basically means Kukuchin is at 1 shot now. Mogi was a 2 shot, now also down to a 1 shot. Holytox just peeking him with impunity, and there goes the first kill.
That's the first kill. Yeah, they made a decision just to try and cap it out, and hopefully that Prepolos wasn't already rotating, and now it just looked really bad. And here we see Kukuchin trying that desperate last stand. Oh, he's gonna fly over him. Oh, what a kill!
Definitely Enrico here finishing it off in style. And yeah, I believe with this rather long game here, we are on the 2-0 lead for the guys from Enway for the Czech Prepolos team. And I have to say, so far, the positioning, the rotations, also the peaks, the positions they take when peaking and when just, you know, able to hull down farm the enemies, I love them by Prepolos, and the stats reflect that.
Yeah, wow. Only a couple shots made by the other team, and Prepolos is just bulldozing over them. I mean, Enrico is just on top of his game. At the start, he was already going towards the back line, trying to snipe the guy that is trying to peek over the first ridge line, and then made the first rotation all the way back. And towards what is in the random battles, you have there's the base, and then to get that free shot, killing the commander from Mogi, and well, starting to rotate even further, and just great, just great. On top of the game, just the meta and everything. They just know their tier 6s through and through.
Definitely,
really lovely to
yeah.
look.
If you're a Trick fan, obviously not that happy at the moment, being down 0-2, and also match point for the enemy team. And yeah, also I have to, just like you said, you know, that first shot on Kukuchin, just taking out the commander, and then you try to do the cap play, but the enemy team is already in position. It's just like that whole game of Sand River, it just felt like a train wreck from beginning to end here for the Hungarians. But yeah, they do need to mentally reset. As I said, they are with their backs against the wall here. Drop 1 more round, and you lost the finals of the tournament.
Yeah, that would be a real shame. But they've pulled this off before. They've been in this seat. And here we have the replay for the amazing go around for they're coming back from their holidays all the way in the base, and while Stop Cry Kid is capping, completely catching them off guard. Here you see Kukuchin looking completely the wrong way. Oh.
Yeah, definitely. The problem here is on an open map like Sand River, if you start capping and the enemy has not to drive to the cap immediately because they were close enough to it already, then they can just, you know, take those positions, take those crossfire positions and be able to just whittle you down from all directions, because the Stop Cry Kid tanks, they're very, very close together at the moment. This means that the Prepolos tanks, they don't need to re-aim a lot when engaging the enemy, but basically for the view of the Stop Cry Kid tanks, if you look on the minimap, the Pchepolos tanks are basically in a 90-degree angle apart from each other, which means they're going to have to turn the turrets a lot. Then you get the penalty for turret rotation, which would be pretty big on a heavy tank like that, I imagine. And so all in all, very, very smart play by Pchepolos in this round, just taking the positions very well. And I believe we're in for our next map and possibly the final one.
It's gonna be Himmelsdorf if I got it correctly.
Yep. And yeah, the 12,004 yet again here in what might be the last game in between Stop Crikid and Pchepolos. It is the finals of the 2v2 Tier 6 tournament here. Stop Crikid with their backs against the wall. All of them picking VKs. That seems to be just the meta tank here on Tier 6. And both teams not really caring about the hill, it seems. However, there is a slight difference in movement. Pchepolos is taking the back route, while Stop Crikid is going through that G line, I believe.
Ooh, that's interesting. Not completely mirroring. And yeah, well, maybe they just rush. They have a plan to just rush into the cap and hide behind those buildings and draw Pchepolos out. But we're gonna see what happens. It's gonna be probably Holy Tox in the front and Enrico in the back, like they've did all these times. This is just their plan. But now Stop Crikid is going to have to pull through. 0-2 behind, and they're just shaking it off. Fortunately, Holy Tox is not in the window, just as Kukuchin is moving up.
Yeah, but do Mogi and Holy Tox spotting each other out. Also, Enrico spotted in the back, so Stop Crikid has all the information they need, and Pchepolos is now left to think, where is the other guy? Obviously, with the cap siren sounding, the guess is not going to be very difficult for them. Kukuchin here in the cap, hold down behind the piece of rubble. So yeah, that actually spells problems here for Pchepolos, I believe, because all the approaches are basically covered by Stop Crikid tanks.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, oh, that is a decap we didn't really want, right? Yeah, you want to get that cap pressure as high as possible, just so that the other team has to commit to a decap. And that's where you hide behind the buildings and let your other teammate farm the enemy while they close in on your friendly.
Yeah, also I believe it should be basically Stop Crikid behind this house here, and then it should be basically Mogi peeking and getting the info on where the rotations are happening. It's okay though, Enrico was spotted advancing here, so maybe Kukuchin can turn around and punish him for that, or obviously Kukuchin can just keep sitting on the cap here, because I don't think that Enrico at the moment, who's the tank in the back for Pchepolos, can really make any kind of move without losing considerable HP for it. Holy Tox here with a nice reset though onto Kukuchin.
Oy.
Mother of snap.
That was a great snapshot. Just resetting the timer so Enrico has all the time again. There's no rush. If you can decap, there's no rush anymore, and that's exactly what Pchepolos is doing. Well, I mean, that was a really, really great and quick snapshot.
Definitely. Probably also a bit lucky that that one hit. But yeah, we are basically down to 1 minute 13 on the cap timer anymore. And even though they're down on HP, I still like the positions by Stop Crikid a little more at the moment.
Yeah. It's just that one snapshot bought a little bit more time, but it doesn't really look like Holy Tox and Enrico are making use of that time. They just bought that, but they're not using it. And now we are literally in the same position as before. And this time Holy Tox again snaps but misses.
Yeah, now they need to be careful. The cap timer obviously down to 43 seconds. And the other difficulty for them is there is so much open ground to be covered until they are in or near the cap to be able to, prevent it from going down here. And yeah, I mean...
Oh, it looks like Enrico is going for it. He's crossing the open.
Yeah, Enrico seems to be going for it. Also, we saw one shot just bounced off of Kukuchin here in the cap, so Holy Tox not getting the reset here. And Enrico, yeah, he just had to cross so much open ground, and he's forced into that 1v1 against Kukuchin here. But yeah, he entered the cap now, 84%, so in case Enrico dies, it would be 16 more seconds. Just, yeah, as you say, you know how it goes. The reset comes in, and yeah, Enrico now actually caught out here in the 1 versus 2 situation. Holy Tox super far in the back, he cannot really help. And yeah, Enrico dropping down to a 2-shot here. Mogi is still on a 3-shot, and Kukuchin, same thing. But yeah, Holy Tox can cover well from behind.
Oh, this is just amazing. The position that Holy Tox takes grants him the ability to help his teammate out to the greatest extent. Now they can't really commit to it because there's gonna be 2 guns aiming at them, and Holotux is full HP. He can just keep on using that DPM to get him down. And this is what I like to see. Mogi actually going all the way back to not get proxy spotted. Hopefully getting a better angle on Holotux whenever he decides to peek. And it seems like the game is now slowing down. Mogi driving backwards. These are heavy tanks. Their speed. It's funny to see.
Yeah, definitely. Mogi doing the smart thing here by going out of the proxy range, but then again, he might be opening up his teammate to a very unfortunate timing when basically the Prepolos tanks can close up to him and then just engage onto him. Obviously, they are gambling here right now because they don't know where Mogi is exactly. He might be completely somewhere else. But yeah, Kukuchin actually here trading 1 for 2, but he sees his option there to go onto Enrico. As he does, he picks him up in turn, getting killed by Holytox. So yeah, now it is Prepolos against Stop Cricket, Mogi against Holytox. Holytox fighting for tournament victory here, and he does have the advantage in the HP department, but I would say Mogi has the positional advantage.
Yeah, look at the timer, by the way. 122 to cap and 122 on the... It's just a second earlier, and he'll win by capping. So it's not like Holytox can now AFK. He has to either push in, decap once. Was he already loading HE there? Did I see that correctly?
I didn't really pay attention towards the ammo, so I wouldn't know here. But yeah, Mogi, he has the corner. He knows where Holytox is peeking. And yeah, there he puts the shot in. And Holytox eradicating the fence completely with that HE shell. So you were right about that. But it was wrong by Holytox to load that shell because there's just so many fences and everything on Himmelsdorf. So yeah, 44 seconds on the cap here. The cap will go down before the... end timer, and Mogi, he still thinks that Holytox is going to be peeking from the north angle, but he does choose the south here, and that might be a good decision for him to be able to reset, and I'm not entirely sure what he's doing here. Side scraping? No?
I think so, yeah. Oh, timing! Oh my god. Wow, he's in his mind. Mogi is like, well, Holy, I know what you're doing. You're not reading my mind, I'm reading yours. Like Charles Xavier out here.
Yeah, definitely. Mogi at the moment reading Holy's mind like an open book, but I believe the time is so low now that basically both of the tanks don't have the DPM to kill each other. So yeah, there we go. The game has ended. 2 tanks still alive, and just like on the Ents game, I believe we're left with the question: who won? Did Prepolos just make it over the finish line, or
I don't know.
Did Trick get back
over
there?
That was really close. That very last engagement, we have both of the tankers bouncing a shot, basically. So we're gonna have to see what happened with that.
Definitely, as we are probably soon able to get the post-battle results screen to you, and then we can basically determine it. But yeah, in case it was a win for Trig, then we would go into the next map, which... would be Himmels, but yeah, there we go. Here's the battle results screen. And
so,
ooh, I believe that is a convincing victory for Trig here. So we do have a next game on our hands.
Exactly. Look at the difference in experience, by the way. That's 100 between Enrico and Kukuchin.
Yeah, I believe that's
amazing.
that's the kill here. And I guess both of the other tanks getting so much HP because they stayed alive. Although I'm not sure why basically Holytox didn't get more XP because he also had a kill. I don't know.
Could be long range shots. The experience calculator is really difficult.
It is an enigma.
It depends on so many factors. An enigma, yeah, indeed. Who got the code? I don't know. You just have to accept it, I guess. So that's the first for Trig, and well, apparently they shrugged off their losses and they're now working to better themselves.
Yeah, definitely. Like the Trig team here, obviously going down 2-0 is not that good, but yeah, if you can come back like this, it wasn't, you know, entirely crazy good from them, as they might still have lost due to the XP thing, but maybe they got the experience calculation more worked out than we do. And yeah, we are just seeing this last engagement here in between Holytox and Mogi, and I believe, yeah, it was Mogi who was just inside of the head of Holytox at that moment.
Yes, exactly. That's what I thought as well. just the timing in as you say, tier 6, it's all about positioning, timing, and in this game it was just amazing what Mogi did. He knew exactly when Holytux came from. This was the left corner, and then Holytux just literally abolishing that entire fence with that HE shell. And at the right time, Holytux just tried to. He might have been a little bit too late with that with the transfer that he tried to do. If he was a little bit faster, then he would actually got Mogi off guard, and well, that would have changed the entire game. But because he took the time to now side scrape, he lost so much that Mogi was like, well, if you're not being spotted here at D3, you might be coming from F3, and just as he aims for it, oh my god, it's just, he knows.
Yeah.
And it's so good to see.
Definitely Mogi not lacking the critical information there. He even bounces one onto Holytox, but at least he didn't eradicate the fence in the process. And yeah, Holytox, he sees the cap timer, he sees everything, he knows he has to commit to the cap. And then Mogi is just not, yeah, basically by then it is simply too little too late, because both of them cannot kill each other off anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Not enough DPM. Even though you have 5 second reload on it, it's not enough.
Yeah.
It's not enough with only 2 seconds left on the clock, and yeah.
But yeah, I believe we are able to hop into our next game, and obviously the tank choices. This we can rename this as well to the VK3001P tournament at this point. It is Stop Crykid against Przepalos. Yeah, Przepalos up 2-1, but Stop Crykid in the last game able to put one on the board, so we finally do have a game on our hands. But yet again, it still is the match point here for Przepalos, who are spawning in the north of Muravanka, and I believe both teams are sort of orientating to themselves towards the cap, and this time, Przepalos not sending someone towards middle.
Ooh, yes, exactly. Last time we saw a mirror, and this time we see the same mirror, but a different tactic. Instead of rushing straight through the middle, both are going towards the side of the map, towards the cap. And I think this is going to look like a brawling on the cap. At least we're going to see what happens. This time it looks like Enrico is going to take the front line with Holytox in the back. It's going to be a reoccurring theme. One spots for the other, so the other can shoot without being seen.
But I think it was normally Holytox going to the front, but maybe he's got, you know, that C1 position he's heading to just more worked out than Enrico. He just likes to play it more. And yeah, here we see the first educated guesses by Przepalos onto where the enemy tanks might be. We as observers obviously see he's pretty far from the truth. So Mogi is nowhere close, and Kukuchin is actually taking the one line here, whereas Holytox has decided or opted to go with you know, C1 chilling it out and seeing what happens. So yeah, Stop Crykid actually closer to being near the cap, I would say.
It is something. It might be just because Holytox and Enrico are just waiting for the other team to get into the cap. But Enrico gets spotted here. That's some crucial information.
Yes.
Nothing escapes Mogi's vision. He knows.
He knows, definitely.
Yeah. It's quite lovely to see that even though both teams at the start didn't know that one of them didn't go to the middle, both already assumed they were fighting over the 1, 2, 3 lines. Like, not a single look was towards the middle. And is that just because they're mind gaming each other so much that they just know, all right, last game you went middle and this time you're gonna go 1, 2, 3?
Yeah.
And that must, yeah.
Definitely both of those teams inside each other's heads at the moment. Also, you can see how no one is wanting to make a mistake right now. Holytox now with a very interesting rotation. He has left C1, which is a pretty strong position. He's now going around. I wonder what he's gonna do. And meanwhile, yeah, Enrico just taking blind shots here and there, and Mogi and Kukuchin just both very close to the cap and just waiting what's going to happen.
Yeah, they're just... oh, yo, that's a really good shot by Kukuchin, right into Enrico. Oh, that's kind of the trade that you want, right?
Yeah, definitely. But the other, like the problem here then for Stop Crykid is that at the moment, basically Enrico, he saw Mogi and then he got shot by Kukuchin. So Przepalos, they know where everyone is. Whereas Stop Crykid only has the information right now onto Enrico. And so that rotation by Holytox, it's going to get sped up here because Holytox knows there's no one in front of him.
Yes, exactly. But you know, Mogi is just Charles Xavier put into a tank. Suddenly, in 10 seconds, he's like, wait, there's a guy to my right. And then, boom, Holytox is there.
Mm,
This guy, nothing escapes this guy's vision. But that's we're gonna see what the rotation of Holytox brings, how far he takes this, and if anyone is gonna jump onto that cap. We're halfway in the game, and only one shot of damage has been done.
yeah, Holytox sort of one of the religious guys at the moment, it seems, as he's just chilling out near the church. Apparently the sermon has not yet ended by the priest, but yeah, now it has. He's starting to continue his rotation, and this is like a high-risk, high-reward play here by Holytox. He's splitting up from his comrade, but at the same time, they are creating crossfire onto where they think that Stop Crikit may be. And I believe Stop Crikit might be starting the cap here soon, as, you know, they're inching ever closer to it.
That's interesting indeed, because you make the gamble, and Holytox is now, okay, there's someone from Stop Crikit in the cap. He's making the gamble that they're not with the two of them together. Else, if they spot Holytox, they're just going to either push over to Enrico or back to Holytox, and neither of the Prepalos guys can then deal with two tanks.
Yeah.
And now Stop Crikit is just going to put a pressure on the cap. And let's see if Enrico, when he decides to pull that trigger.
Yeah, the problem here for Stop Crikit is actually not Mogi in the cap, but Kukuchin who's behind it. He can just cover and take pot shots and free shots every time one of the Prepalos tanks is trying to reset. However, we see Holytox with the 200 IQ play. He's actually deciding to make the rotation a bit longer. Enrico will probably invest some HP later on to buy him more time, because as soon as Prepalos has a tank in G1, I believe it is, or H1, they have a nice hull down position with soft cover as well. There's a lot of bushes.
Yeah. That's probably when you're going to see the push over towards Enrico from Mogi. Because you can't stay in the cap with someone on G1. You're going to get free farmed. And because then, if you want to stay safe from the guy from G1, you're going to get shot by the guy from E3. So you have both of the flanks covered. Only 18 seconds left. Something has to be done right now. And Mogi just knows. He's like, Holytox must be going around.
Yeah, definitely. Enrico probably needing to peak soon as he... no, there we go. Holytox finally with the crucial reset shot, but Mogi there, nice snapshot onto him. And yeah, Holytox gets yet another hit in. And now Enrico spotting out Kukuchin. That's a nice shot on the cross. No connection back. And yeah, now it is suddenly Prepalos with the higher HP on everyone yet again. So probably the higher XP as well. Enrico is baiting Mogi here to try to peek him. Mogi doesn't have the gun depression, so very well played here by Enrico, getting another shot into Mogi there as we speak. Mogi down to a 2-shot. He needs to be super careful. Enrico at this point, he can just push and just, deal the damage as he does. Mogi going down to a 1-shot, and this might spell defeat here for Stop Crikit, as they're down one tank here and down in HP so far, almost 1k, 30 seconds remaining, Sane. But yeah, I don't think Kukuchin can pull this one back.
Ooh, this is gonna be no, this is not good. No, this is over. Wow, that was a great shot by Enrico. You could really see in that engagement with Enrico and Kukuchin that they or Mogi, that the gun depression from the Germans just isn't enough. And whenever you're the one that's lower, you got the advantage, right? Just like in Star Wars.
Definitely.
I got the high ground now, but I'm gonna cut down your knees, right, or your arm and your legs.
Yeah, definitely. Whatever he tries to attack with. But yeah, that was the finals of the 2v2 tournament, of which we see the stats now here. Enrico yet again with a great performance, basically out-damaging everyone by far here this game, and also getting 2 kills to go with it. He's gonna be pretty happy about that. And also that concludes this best of 5. So from our side here, congratulations and well played to the guys from Prepalos. I didn't really see any big mistakes by them, and we can just take another look at the impeccable gameplay by them here as we're about to see the replay. And yeah, Holytox just with the crucial connection. What can I say?
Yeah, just the timing from Holytox. He just came exactly at that spot, was able to shoot Mogi just before the cap reached the 100. And that basically seals his fate, because he has to push into Enrico to be able, else he gets farmed by Holytox, and Enrico is just waiting for Mogi in the lower ground. And Mogi is trying to find the gun depression, but Enrico is like, oh, haha, I have gun elevation, boy.
Yeah, definitely.
Just putting one after the other into him, and And then whenever you have the HP advantage to push over, make sure your shots count, and then finish the game.
Yeah, I also like how Enrico is microing it in this situation. He's basically turning straight towards the enemy tank to make sure he cannot get double tracked, despite even having the HP module. So even the micro being very well. And in the end, Holy Tox with the hull down peaks on Kukuchin here, and, you know, Enrico with a pretty crazy shot to finish it off in between those wooden planks of the house there. But yeah.
They definitely won with style points, I guess, because that kill on Sand River, that was great. This kill, the snapshot, Holy Tox on Himmelsdorf, snapshotting is really great. Yeah, just a dominant performance from Prepolos. Really well played.
Yep. There was never a point in this tournament where it was like, this is getting dire for them. Like, they always were in the driver's seat. They were comfortable going forward, just, you know, driving over the enemy team. It's like, yeah, the monk is steer there. It's just the enemy teams you keep driving over at this point. But yeah, that wraps up our 2v2 Tier 6 tournament, basically. And we will be heading to a short break. And after that, there is gonna be someone else here there to greet you with Xane, so very excited for that. And yeah, we are heading to a short break. Enjoy the gameplay we have for you in between, and see you soon.
Bye. Ooh, this is something that I'm way more familiar with. The tier 8 meta. The Carnarvals and the 7032s. The meta tanks apparently is all about HP and DPM. What do you see? Should I take over? Right. Yeah, the Progetto is a really interesting pick here on Ensk with all the close range engagements. He's there for all the clipping potential, catching someone off guard, trying to find him around the corner, and hopefully keep him detracked. The two Carnarvals are there just for the DPM machine. They're just gonna bulldoze us through. We're gonna see the rotation from. So here I go, and so there they go. Carnarvals are both taking position north and south of the cap, while the Progetto is just leaning just on the edge to see where the enemy tanks are. Right, and now we see that the Kachon is actually caught a little bit off guard. He's behind the train tracks, getting there. Well, he's basically stuck there. Welcome, Ducky.
Hello, Zana.
Hey,
Hey, what's up, dude?
I thought you were talking before, but
I was a
apparently
ghost.
not.
Zana. I was a ghost. I was just whispering in your ear, apparently.
Oh my god, that was so sexy.
Yeah. Anyway, Sana. The Progetto is the interesting pick here. The cap has started. Obviously, you can see that the Nisa Esports team has more of a heavy lineup. They're wrapping around the south-hand side of the south-hand side of the map. There is a Karn, and the Progetto is actually camping, but double Karn against a singular Karn with all that DPM.
Ooh, that's gonna be rough, but at least I think the spotting mechanic from this side isn't really working, because I for sure know that the Progetto has been spotted and the Carnarvon as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, they know the Karn is. They know one of the Karns is north. They know one of the Karns is south, and then they know the Progetto's on the cap right. Kuba needs to be a little bit careful with those rails, Zana, as that Karn of Bezgran is definitely able to shoot under the rails there, but the cap has now been reset, and they're actually back in the HP lead here by about 500, but Karn trading against Karn. He's down on HP, so that's not really going to be working out for him that well. He's even looking for the track. Smartly does not, so the Progetto now flanking from behind the Karn. He takes one, he takes two, he takes three even, and he's now down towards 129 HP. So here I go using that mobility of the Progetto very well, focusing out renamed user then, and it's now a 2v3, Zana.
Ooh, like so that's a really lovely name, renamed user. I want to rename as well to that.
Original, at least.
So-
Original.
Yeah, it is. Oh, lovely. Now we have a 2 versus 3 engagement, and unfortunately for Nisa Esports, the enemy team just knows exactly where they are. They're shooting down the cover from Kuba. This is not looking good. The Carnarvon is getting whittled down. This is looking really bad.
I mean,
Nisa.
For that Progetto pick, they actually used it very well, Zana. I mean, isolating one of the Karns there for the side of Nisa Eastward, while the other one was driving down the rail, and it shows in the result right now. I mean, it's Kuba and it's 703 Buddy, but in a 2v3 on tier 8, it's almost impossible to recover.
Yeah, especially when you're also low HP. The Progetto can just clip your side. Oh, that's painful. And well,
I mean,
that's a big shot.
that was a big double at least. There's to
Yeah.
go off in style, but I don't think it's gonna last much longer in this. As now, it's gonna be 1-0 for. So here I go on Ensk, and Sana. That Progetto, it looked a little weird in the beginning to me because Progetto on Ensk, it doesn't really feel like it has that much room to work with, but they actually used it very, very well.
Used it a little bit as a bait, and then whenever they Nisa swapped the flank, kept one Carnarvon behind, Progetto came swooping around and just cleaned up, which is basically the game-winning play there. Because having an advantage like that, you can't really get back from there.
Yeah, that's very true, Zana. Karn's not the real surprise, Zana, but people that are not familiar with the tier 8 meta, the Karn obviously is an incredible tank on tier 8. It has turret armor, has some hull armor as well. It's not the slowest tank, and with the HP boost and the combined DPM it has, it's just an absolute god tier tank. Not just in this, but also in randoms.
Feels like more of a tier 9 than with the stats that it has, the DPM, the armor. It's still a little bit of a sluggish tank, like a sluggish mobility. So you have to take real care that if you want to go somewhere, you commit to a flank. You can't really swap around like a Progetto can.
But once it gets to
Yeah.
position Zana, once it gets into that hold down, it is.
It's just go. It just goes.
Anyways, the maps here for this match between these two teams are going to be Ensk first, and then Redshire. Obviously, the meta here is a little bit different than the tier 6. Tier 8 allows a little bit more room for mistakes to be made and recover from them. What do you think, Zana? Like, what do you think Nisa did wrong there? I feel like going rails when the enemy team has a Progetto, maybe you should have taken city control in the beginning.
Yes, I think so as well. Well, I mean, if the enemy team has a Progetto and you're only having slow heavy tanks, you want to force the engagement like frontally and head on, and hopefully be fast enough that the Progetto can't reach around. And if he does, hopefully get his back, or even when he tries to flank you, I'll focus him down first. Because with a Progetto, you're gonna split up either way. That's the plan.
But,
you want to catch something off guard.
You're very true about the head-on engagements on it. I mean, with the Progetto, obviously the 3-shot autoloader, where it can use its DPMs on it. But if you force a fight straight with that double barrel and the double Karn, you can actually take out one of the tier 8s from the side of Here I Go before that Progetto really gets to do much. Because, if you want to keep the DPM, it's one shot, reload, one shot, reload, and that can really cost them if they get stuck in a straight fight.
Looking at the team composition, Kachan and Call Me Kuba and the
Renamed
renamed user.
I mean,
who it is, we'll probably find out after the stream, but we can call him renamed then for the time being. Oh, it's a webcam. Oh,
Sana,
on the next map, yeah.
How you doing?
Okay.
I saw a little bit of fear in your eyes, like I was going to ask you like some super weird question that you weren't ready for.
Yeah, I actually was.
I
was like, oh, but yes, doing fine.
I'm
excited to see Red here.
Ooh, so here I go. We have one Ukrainian player, one Russian player, and what is that flag in the top left again, Zana? Belarus. I was trying to ask Zana a question here to test his geography, and the voice in my ear just ruined it.
Oh no, that's a ghost, man.
But yeah,
I mean, my geography isn't really good. I mean, I know where each country is, but their flags. I had to look up Armenian flag as well.
Zana, what's the capital of Latvia?
Oh, don't do me like that, man. Don't do me like that. I'm not going to Google it.
It's okay, Zana. It's okay. But, okay, so semifinal 1, we have So Here I Go against Nisa. And then on the bottom side, we have Hurricane against Never Fear. So far, it also kind of depends on what the tanks these players have available, right, Zana, to what they bring. Not everybody has every tank that might be most suitable for every map.
I mean, you could say that, but most of the tanks, if you have a Carnival or Progetto, what else what would we expect in these type of engagements on the 3v3? Anything with amazing DPM or either clip potential is going to be here in this.
I mean, Karns are a little slow for Redshire, I guess, but still good enough.
Yeah. I mean, the cap is quite fast, but not that fast enough that the Karn can't like get there in time. So I feel like there's definitely, again, going to be 2 Karns on the team, because it's going to be a beast whenever it gets to the front line.
What do you think of something like a Samoa, Sana, on ends?
Oh man, the poor man's or the heavy armored 5100.
What do you mean a poor man's 5100?
Yeah.
If I have to pick between Samoa or 5100, I'm picking Samoa, Zana.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course. You can actually bounce something.
I'm gonna go for the Fiddy.
Why?
Go for the Fiddy.
Sana, you're so stuck in.
I'm old school.
You're like Keyhand.
What?
I'm not gonna explain what that means. I'm gonna let you figure that one out by yourself, to be honest.
No, I'm gonna pick the 50 just because of that clip potential. How much does the Samoa have?
It has 5 shells.
5 shells. 1500 then.
And it has armor, Sana. At least a little bit. Like, you can sometimes bounce something. Like, you shouldn't rely on it. But anyways, into the next one here. Double Progetto and a Karn. Zana, at least 1 Karn for each team, but they're choosing that double Progetto for mobility.
Right, I see. So you're gonna have the Carnival pushing that ridge line We're holding that ridge line and the Progetto with the flanks. Maybe we're gonna see a complete mirror like all the other games on the tier 6, where you can basically split the map in two and mirror it, and you have the exact same positions.
Well,
We're gonna have to take a look at what happens, how they develop the game, where they decide to go.
so far we can see Nisa Esport here. Sending one tank on the offside. That's one Progetto there. You can see him driving through the 6 line. One Progetto to the 4, but the Karn supporting. And one thing to note, Zana, it may not matter, it may matter at some point, is that the Progetto from So Here I Go does not have HP boost. It may make a difference at some point. You never know.
Maybe he's just trying to be lucky. It's like, I don't need those 120 HP. But then again, that's a lot of HP for like 240 alpha guns, 270 alpha guns. 120 is like half a shot. It might not make a difference, but
It depends.
I think they did the
It
calculations,
depends.
right?
It depends on the role, though, Zana. I mean, if you're going to calculate the rolls for every tank you could possibly face, I mean, you could face an ISU, Zana, you know?
Exactly,
Yeah.
with 750.
With 750, and then you survive on 20 HP if the math is correct. Or you just
Yep.
die because you get rolled for 890 on the first shot.
Yes, but your chances are indeed higher.
I do like the control that So Here I Go has established, Sana. They have one person on the cap on towards D3, they have one person on E1, and they have one person holding the offside. So they have established a pretty good perimeter around the cap.
How would you engage this? Because this looks like every angle seems to be covered.
I don't think I would like let them just take the camp like this without contesting, to be honest, because like now they have F1, which allows them to get flanking shots onto the F line, and they almost have every position to initially punish any move back towards the cap, and then if you can do that, you're always going to be ahead on HP.
Yes, exactly. Maybe even try and get into F3, rotate through the south with the other Progetto covering the E2 where the Carnivon is gonna peak. Hopefully that works out, but it's looking close. Like the timer is there. Kuba is in the position, but I mean, he either has to push through and have a Progetto into his side. It's gonna be a little bit nasty with him losing HP.
Well, he managed to get here without trading against Fondo at least, so that does allow him to move on towards the gap to, in an encounter, obviously, which is something a lot of people actually forget, is that on an encounter you can stop the gap by just driving in it. So he's going to be forcing that here. He does. Oh, no, Katsan actually takes a shot from that Progetto from F1, but the cap is even now. And now we have to see what which one of these two teams actually wants to make the first move. Because we saw in the 6v6 or in the tier 6 already that sometimes teams like to play a little bit more passive, don't want to necessarily make a move that could lose them the game.
Oh yeah. Wow, that was a nice snapshot by Bez. Giving up the cap, but in trading HP, or not even trading, just doing a free shot of damage on Kachan.
Ooh.
Now going around. Oh, this is great. This is a great play from So Here I Go.
Yeah, so here I go. Like Zana, that perimeter they had is now starting to pay dividend for them, as Katsan is already down to 747. In the meantime, Kuba is just trading against the Karn that is on a higher HP, which is not the way to go. He misses his shell in return. Best Grand does not miss whatsoever. Kuba down to 766. Renamed user is now joining in as well, but that Progetto from F1 is just such a hard position to crack, and another great shot coming out from the Karn. He does take one in return, but so far so good for So Here I Go.
It looks really well with the positioning that So Here I Go has. They just have this game almost completely on lockdown. With the Progetto stuck behind the little rock and the Carnivon trying to push over, but there's no... Oh no, there's exactly that Progetto waiting.
Well.
Wow, the timing then. He was just trying to poke and see what the Carnivon... Hey dude, what's up? And then the Progetto's like, oh, slapped.
Well,
Get down there.
well, it's starting to look a little bit like the beginning of the end zone, if you can say so. Now they're trying to make a last-ditch effort here. Renamed user together with Kuba pushing onto that one Karn from Gran. The Karn does take a lot of damage, down towards 499, but the Progetto is now going to be on reload, and that means disaster for this Progetto as he's now trying to run, but there will be no hiding. He tried to pull a key hand, but he's not fast enough for that. As now Katsan is the last Progetto standing in the way of So Here I Go, picking it up 2-0, and that was a good setup from them. It was a very good setup from them.
Did the 1400 HP Progetto now get 3 kills?
Yeah, man. Like, okay, we're like, Zana. It's not because he got
did.
3 kills that changes the initial point. All right, like.
Yeah, okay, that's true.
He never even had to like really trade his HP. He was the one in the far back on the north side. And to be honest, so here I go, just took every position they wanted, started the cap, and just controlled the engagement after.
Yeah, this was one of those tactics that really works well against a team that starts out initially a little bit slow and a little bit careful, and then we have the other team just taking the cap already in position of well, whatever you're gonna do, we're gonna spot what you're doing. And there you see the scores reflect that as well. Almost 2k damage across the board for what is it? So here I go.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I didn't really like the start from Lisa, to be honest. I mean, they were so passive. Yeah, they sent one Progetto on the offside, but they had no real answer for F1 and the cap pressure that was put. I mean, yeah, Kuba got towards the cap, right? But then in return, Katsan was just getting farmed by the F1 Progetto because he just had a way superior position.
Yeah. And then you're stuck behind a rock. What you gonna do then? you have to get out of there either just pushing around or towards the carnival, and someone is gonna pick you up and we're gonna run. So here, yeah, you see with Bez, he's getting out of position, getting shot by the Progetto. But then again, you have the F1 Progetto actually keeping Kachan and renamed user behind this rock.
Yeah, and so you have two Progettos against one, where the enemy Progetto is in a position where you can't kill him. He's training well, and in the meantime, your Karn that's on the cap is getting focused by 2 other tanks, which is less than ideal because this Karn can actually die, unlike the Progetto in F1.
Yeah, but why would you actually peek over as Kuba? There was not really an incentive to peek over because he knew that the other Progetto is somewhere, you don't know where, and like peeking over and losing 400 HP, that was dangerous. I think that was a little bit unnecessary.
I think at that point, Zana, though, like, the positions they have, I mean, yeah, he shouldn't have done it alone. He should have tried to do it with the other Progetto and just make a final play to try something. Because if they stayed in what they were with double Progetto and the Karn, like basically in the same 2 squares, they would get surrounded like super fast.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, that was a lovely game. Nice. So we're still in the first semi-final. So here I go versus Nisha. With oh no, wait.
Zana?
We have the so here I go.
Zana?
Winning 2. I didn't read.
Zana, count with me.
1.
1, yeah. And what comes after 1?
2. And then you have a best out of 3.
And then what happens, Zana?
You go to the final.
I'm so proud of you, Zana. Listen, as my good friend Derp would say, it's a learning experience, Zana.
Yeah.
There are no mistakes, only, learning experiences.
Exactly.
Like when you hit 2 out of 5 shots in your bad shot, for example. Right, Zana?
Ow. But I wanted to say that I was still a little bit stuck in the best of 5. I don't know why. Everything starts with the best of 3.
But they played that really well. They deserve the win. I mean, like straight up on this Ensk, they out-rotated them, outplayed them on this red try. They did exactly the same. They took initial positions. They set up the positions very well. They coordinated well. They got the initial damage. And one of the things that you got to remember about these smaller modes, such as 2v2, 3v3, trading badly. Unlike in 7v7, you can kind of recover from trading badly, and in 50v50, you can definitely recover from trading badly. But in the smaller modes, on lesser tiers, if you trade badly in the beginning, you're just like from behind the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. And for the next teams, we have Hurricane versus It's Never Fair. Hurricane having an international lineup. What's that first flag? That's your geography, Ducky.
I plead the 5th, Sana. My lawyer has advised me not to answer that question, Sana. So I'll be answering it to you off stream if you're so inclined. But Itox and Hacker, Itox there, a pretty well-known player. I guess plays a lot of the weekly tournaments as well. Same with Shinigami. They are very active in those modes, 3v3, 5v5, whatever there is to play. And then it's Never Fair here, another Polish team coming in. Who would you favor, Zana? If I was to make you a betting man, where would you put your money?
I like to bet, just like in the tier 6 ones. We see that it's Never Fair actually renamed everybody the same, right? Everybody's called Never Fair. That's to me that sounds like team. That team spirit, that team
Team
composition,
spirit.
everything's there. I think It's Never Fair is just that little peg above. But I mean, saying that is the Cursus commentator, but it really looks nice that they have the same name. That really connects the entire team together. Better than being being named renamed user. That's a
At
little
least
awkward in
renamed user is also kind of
tournament.
unique, Sana, if you think about it, right? Anyway, Sana, first game here between Never Fair and Hurricane. And lineups-wise, we have a double Karn and an IS-3A for Never Fair. And on the other hand, Sana, we have the 703 Karn and a Progetto.
This is like the almost the same as the Ensk battle, the first Ensk battle in the last match, where they had the double Karn, Progetto, and double Karn.
I mean, Hurricane
with the
definitely
703.
has the extra mobility, and they are trying to use that, right? So you see two guys here from Hurricane are moving towards the campsite, and then on the offside, you have the Shinigami Progetto going towards the hill.
That's just 5-head plays right there, immediately from the start.
Ah, yeah,
He
5
knows he's
ahead,
going to
wine
flank.
glass.
Cackly.
They're just so far ahead mentally, Zana, it's not even fair.
It's Never Fair indeed. I think, like, what would happen if the other team was like super more meta?
They just push straight 3 line,
Yes,
and they
just
would overrun the Karn, Sana. But then again, this is very, very risky move to make.
Yeah, it's game losing if the Progetto is close, and then he just clips, rotates a bit, reloads, clips again, and you're losing all your HP. But at least now they know where the 703 is, which is really good. Like, okay, the 703 is there, the Carnival is there.
Sana, why?
It's Never Fair got spotted as well.
I have a question for you, Zana. Why IS-3A over 703?
Easy clip.
Clip?
Just having that. Oh, I mean, clip auto reloader. I think auto reloader is better than the 703 because like, the main point for the 703 is having that double boost around the corner possibility and just that decent DPM with the single shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can have. I think you have a better time in the IS-3A on this map in medium engagements where you can just have your auto reloader work the entire time. Was that a good answer? I don't know.
I don't know, Sana. We can let the audience decide. There are no wrong answers, Sana.
Only learning opportunities.
Only less optimal answers.
My teacher would say that's wrong.
I don't believe in wrong or right, Sana. As long as you learn from it, it's okay. But it's Shinigami here on the flank. He needs to be super careful with this. I mean, there could
like
be an
this.
IS-3. There could be an IS-3A staring at him.
I mean, this is like you going out at night. You're going butt first. Is it not?
That's very funny from a guy profiling himself as a goat. To be, you know. I'll take it anyway. Shinigami though coming out, makes a good peek, puts 2 onto the side of that IS-3A. That projectile mobility there working out in the favor of Hurricane. You can see them just trying to slowly but surely chip away, and they've now made another additional moves on it. It's the 703 actually pushing on towards the cap, and we can see there that building with that hold on. That's why the 703 is really strong, because that turret's on a. They're not really going to go through that.
Yeah, maybe HE splashing or something to have some module damage and to reset the cap. But it was that exact moment where the projectile was peaking on the Carnival in the IS-3A when the 703 was like, okay, you're aiming for the projectile, now I can push into the cap and start that timer.
You gotta say it as it is though, Zana. Shinigami there in that projectile made his 2 shots from behind and is now smartly adjusting. Knowing that there could be the potential for Never Fair to rotate a tank towards him, he is smartly backing off and now taking over a different angle here. He needs to be a little careful. He's going to spot out the IS-3A, but now at least that turns into a 1v1. which is not the worst thing for the Progetto. He can kind of kite around with the area over there, and he might even get support from his current buddy.
Yeah, through the window. Yeah, that would be an option. It's nice that the Progetto is actually a little bit faster than the IS-3A, so he can indeed run away if he decides to chase you. Oh, nice, that's a lovely shot through the window. And if he decides to give chase, then just run away a little bit more.
Well, in the meantime, we have another 1v1 though. It's Itox on the cap against the Karn there from It's Never Fair. So Hurricane here has to make a move as well. Itox there goes completely surprised by Savage and he puts him on fire. Itox did not see that one coming. He's not going to be happy about that one, as Never Fair looked to be in trouble, but recovered beautifully by sending that Karn to 1v1 Itox, and now they are forced to make a reaction Hurricane. It's Shinigami trying to make those peaks against an IS-3A, Zana, but like you said, an IS-3A with those nasty shells, there's a lot of damage in return, and there comes the Karn from the side. Shinigami now in the Progetto, only one shot left. Hacker is even ammo-racked, and it went all from really good to really bad in just a matter of 20 seconds.
That Carnarvon push onto the 703, that was just legendary. We didn't really catch that entire thing, but my god.
He wasn't spotted until he ran over Itox.
Oh my god.
At one moment, Itox turned his turret to the, he looked to the left and he saw a 1700 HP Karn.
Hi. And then,
and he had no friends left to support him.
Don't you hate that when you have no friends left to support you?
I mean, sometimes I play advanced with Keyhand and I expect support, but I just know I'm not gonna get it. It's like Keyhand, he's like, yeah? Yeah?
Oh, he's off smoking on the balcony. Oh.
Or just like, it's like, you know, how to say it? It's like the lights on, but nobody's home. You know what I mean?
But this time I think it's even worse because Itox was actually expecting some Carnarvon or some Progetto backup. But it didn't go through. He went back to the IS-3A to have a lovely date with him and with
he wanted to help. He wanted to help Shinigami. Like Hacker left, and the reason why Itox actually got surprised is because before that, Hacker was on the corner, right on the 3-line corner from the south hand side. He would spot this crossing. He would see it. He would even get one or two free shots. But once Shinigami got pressured by the IS-3A, Hacker and the Karn decided to move back towards the window. Now that left Itox completely exposed.
And well, that opportunity they used that to its fullest, coming up to the 703 with a full HP Carnarvon and then just slamming that DPM right down the throat of the 703. That's.
I don't think Itox had a lot of fun there, to be honest. Trying to run away from a Karn. Yeah, but you know, I think it was dead anyways, Sana. To be honest.
Yeah, I mean, even if he was full HP, right?
You don't win the 1v1 in the Karn against the 703.
No. Do we have a replay of that coming?
Well, that was I honestly thought the Hurricane was in control, Zana, at some point. But we'll see again during the replays where exactly it went all so wrong for the side of Hurricane and went so right for the side of Never Fair.
Yeah. Right, that looks lovely. So, I mean, there's the IS-3A, there we have the replay. Yeah, this is the exact moment where Shinigami now pokes and sees the IS-3A and puts
this was good though. This was good because this allowed Itox to actually get towards the cap, and the HP is even at this point, so this is still okay.
Now with the 703 on the cap, cool, that's good. And the problem is when the IS-3A moves with the Progetto towards the D5 area, right? And that's where I have that the Carnarvon is gonna support the Progetto.
I can see here Hacker is still at G3, right, where he still sees the D1 crossing from there. Yeah. But it's the moment where the IS-3, which is now starting to make his approach towards the 5 line, which in essence wasn't such a threat to Shinigami, because if it comes down to it, Shinigami can kill him. Even if he takes the whole clip, he can still kill him. But this is the moment. You see now the Karn's on it. E1, not spotted. He gets spotted basically last second when Itox has no more time to react. He just gets straight pressured, and it leaves Shinigami and Hacker here in a hopeless scenario because Hacker, he has a lot of HP, but Itox is reloading and getting flanked while Shinigami cannot really do anything.
Right, exactly. Yep, and there you see that full HP Karn in the back is slowly crawling forwards. Yeah, dude, you're a little bit slow, almost full HP. Okay. Yeah. This engagement is then really in favor of the IS-3A. You can really see that the
because
potential is there.
Shinigami is like forced to clip here because he has no more choice So he's like wasting his DPM where normally he would, give one trade and then give his full clip. But at this point, once you lose that one tank, it's the snowball effect.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, as you say, in the smaller modes, trading badly or just being in a worse position or leaving your friend open, and then immediately the timing gets the upper hand. Then suddenly there's a carnival in your ass, and well, now you can't do anything. You're dead.
I mean, if you're key, you might enjoy that, but most people don't enjoy a Karn coming from behind, surprising them. But now Zana, you gotta say, I thought Hurricane was making the better rotations. Why? As they were methodical about it, but then Never Fair
Yeah.
came out with a strong one by himself. Obviously, for the sake of the match, let's hope Hurricane wins this.
So we have a real match, and we have a tiebreaker on Muro.
I'm kind of curious to see what these teams would bring on Proco, because I'm guessing Karn maybe double Progetto still.
I have a feeling they would, yes. A real meme would be to have Karn, Progetto, and an Artie. Have the M40 Artie.
Sana, big dreams, but I somehow do not feel like an M40 would survive very long. I think they might just press W, drive over the middle, perhaps.
Yeah, but they get stunned. You know how
They
annoying
get-
that can be.
Yes, but it's not. M40 that doesn't reload fast enough, Sana, for that. Double
Right,
stun.
yeah, it's more of a 7v7 strat.
If even,
Um,
yeah, with
if
limited tier points, yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. Now moving on, Sana. Never fares up. Wait. Triple
This is
Progetto.
amazing. I'm looking at this. This is fun. I'm seeing the Emil, the 1951 one. Wow.
Yeah, Sana. What does the Emil 1951 do better than the Emil 1?
You're coming in with these questions. I'm not ready for these. Oy.
I'm just trying to put you on the spot, Sana. Forgive me.
Is that an APCR for premium shells? Or...
You know what, Sana? After the stream, we'll just look it up together, right? I will make it like
Can you hold my hands and then be like my encyclopedia?
And I'll whisper it into your ear very softly.
I'll just like to start. Like,
But
I like that.
yeah, Never Fair
Well, I
here.
don't know. It seems like Emil is almost the same, but with the added mobility, they know, like the Hurricane knows that they have to go around. Because else they get spotted from the mid, right?
They can't hold 1-2, or if they would get pushed from it, they can't really trade mid too well either because they get surrounded. Never Fair went fully middle in the beginning, but Hurricane had no business there. They said, no, we're going to go towards the hill.
They
We're going to
wanted-
establish that.
Never Fair just wanted Hurricane to make a mistake of sending a tank or all of the tanks middle and maybe left. That's the only thing I would say. Like, if you go middle, you want to spot something. And if you don't spot something, you know exactly where the enemy is. You know that they're going to take the hill, right?
Yeah, try and
Maybe
catch
even-
one tank with your Progettos,
Yeah.
That's a 3-marked Emil. Oh my god, amazing. Itox really showing his skill there. Shinigami takes one to the gun. It's a little annoying because you have to use your repair kit for this. So it's
True.
it's a little annoying because
The match just started.
Emil does get spotted out though. How much damage did he take? No, I think he gets tracked there. Takes one. Does he take another? He does take two. So 522 done on towards that Emil. Not bad whatsoever.
I mean, he is taking a very aggressive position now, and hopefully he can do some hold down damage. But you have the opportunity from Never Fair. They're on the cap and they have side shots. So, I mean, you're taking 500 damage just in order to get a position that, yeah, is not superb.
Tarks, though, getting spotted out there, Zana, in the cap, takes a decent amount of damage. Shinigami and Itox actually wanted to push over this one projectile on the 0 line, which might have actually been the better play if you think about it, because now they know that Shinigami is actually there as well, and all the guns are going to be trained on that position.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's not like you're gonna put 3 tanks on the hill, right? So the Carnival must be on the railroad. I bet he already fired some and got spotted or something, or at least they should know that he's around the J line.
Well, they're sending up the car now, though, through the 6 line by himself. It's always a little nervy when you do something like this because you really don't know anymore where two of the Progettos. You don't even know where the third Progetto is at this moment. So it's like, yeah, send the card
This is
on
a
the 6th
gamble.
line. It's always a gamble, especially against such a high mobility lineup as the one that It's Never Fair is providing here. Because the cards, I mean, the Progettos could just leave, Zana. You know, you could just back their backs, run away, readjust.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, packing your bags and going to the other flank to catch a tank off guard is always gonna be a gamble. But if you're doing it with the 3 Progettos as they're doing right now, because it looks like they're gonna push over really hard, right? This looks like the engagement where they're gonna take out the Emil and hopefully take the Progetto, but he's already gone.
It's important here that the Emil actually gets his full clip out. If he doesn't, it's going to be disaster. Itox now in the engagement here does one. He's getting focused out about the Progettos. He's down towards a one shot already. Can he get one more or not? He's about to load his last shot. No, he can't. But in the return, though, they pick up one of the Progettos here for the side of It's Never Fair. Savage now stuck a little bit inside that hole. And their engagement is going to readjust here as both these teams are going to get their reloads on their Progettos. And then what? The Karn is very far away.
Yeah, the Karn is indeed very far away, but it was just in time in the middle just to fire upon the 3 Progettos pushing over and oh, he actually gets another one in.
That's nice.
It's a really juicy shot. Yeah, that's nice. They need that because whenever the
HP
other
load those on a HP leads.
True, like it's not like Tarks is gonna push over, right? With 600 HP, that's 2 shots, 3 shots, 3 shots. Quick math. That's dangerous, especially when you're fighting a Progetto that can just put all 3 of them in the other one.
That was even close from Hacker. Tana, what would you do now? What would you advise both of these teams if you were their spiritual coach? What would you do?
Get that Karn in the cap. Get that Karn in the cap.
I think you're correct, Zana, actually. If I think about it. Yes, Zana. Just amazing, Zana. Amazing. I'm so proud of you, you know?
Redeeming myself from this Emil question.
Back in the days, you were only boosting up hills, and now you're boosting everybody's IQ. I mean...
Wow. Oh, this is actually really nice that he goes around to check where the other Progetto is. Because I think he's gonna get spotted before he sees the Progetto.
I
But
don't
at least
I don't know if I fully like that, Sana.
you don't.
Because like if he gets spotted and they just double push the Shinigami,
Shinigami is gonna kill Tarks, right?
the other Predator has too much HP though for this. Shinigami is
Wait.
-2 now. I mean,
He's gonna drop down.
yeah, but he's gonna drop down where?
And then climb back up whenever
And
they
then climb back up.
No, that's
Shinigami isn't Papa Pavian.
That's true.
I mean, he actually did well though, Zana. Like he readjusted. He didn't get too greedy. You were right, Zana.
This is good with the Progetto movement as well. Even though he's down there, that's fine. Is the
I mean,
Karn? Oh, the Karn is even. You see where the Karn is going? Going for that backup. Whenever they dive on Shinigami, the Karn would be there on the edge of the lake. He's gonna be like, "What are you guys doing there?"
If Never Fair wants to win this though, they need to kill Shinigami, no? For the experience they get from getting a kill.
Oh yeah, but they can't. It's
Well,
not
they
like they really can without losing a tank.
It's very true. Oh. They're just trying to do as many shots as they can now, I guess, to get a higher experience, but they're still down HP, so I'm not sure. I mean, all of Hacker's shots were long-range shots though as well, so
That's not. Yeah. I mean,
Well, he's
long
going
range
for
shots are
Savage
less
is-
XP. Right?
Savage is going. You're sharing the XP though with your other teammate that is spotting.
True.
Oh.
Ooh, that was a lovely shot.
Alright, we'll have to see now, Zana. You got your calculator ready?
Oh, almost. No.
I like how he's actually pulling out his calculator.
Of course, man. Every engineer has a calculator
Oh.
just by his side. Just in arm's reach.
Within arm's reach. Yes, I also have a calculator within arm's reach. That was an interesting round, Sana. I do think that the cap play was a potential there, though. Sana,
What
Sana, you
does
tell
this look
me.
like? This looks like
This looks like
678
Hurricane.
yeah.
Well, I mean, Hacker has 200 and Tarks has 94. So, like all of them have above 150. So it's like,
So it's
Like-
678 versus 542 experience.
Man, you needed the calculator for that, Sonic? Come on, man.
Dude. Oh yeah, okay. I mean, it's way easier, so I don't have to focus on the calculations, and I can actually focus on the talking more.
But you don't have to focus on the calculations. You just compare one by one, and you see Turks has like 90.
but you said your calculator, so I was like,
Yes,
oh, let's
Anna,
get
but
the-
I didn't even mean that. How am I supposed to know you're actually going to pull out a calculator?
you know I'm an engineer, right? So why wouldn't I?
I don't know, Sana. You tell me, man.
Dude, I have so much around me. I can grab anything you like. It's a book, the Bible.
All right, Sana. I don't know.
Everything's there.
Honestly, Sana, you know what you do in your room? It's all up to you. That's no man's business. Sana, why you have a Bible within arm's reach? God may know. He's also the only one that knows the answer. But Sana, that will make it 1-1 though, which is important because that means we're going to a
Tiebreaker.
well done, Sana.
Right.
Sana,
That tiebreaker is going to be on Muravanka, aka Carnival map.
mhm. Here's the replay, though, Sana. This was the repush here on towards Itox, and he got 2 out of 3. You would like him to get 3, but when you get pushed by 3 Progetto, there's not much you can do. The focus fire as well, though. They do pick off 1 Progetto in return.
Yeah, that's really nice. Focusing on T-Sec. Look at his HP drop like a rock. Oh my god. And down he goes. And there goes Itox as well. I mean, and then the Progetto is kind of stuck there, isn't he? Because you have the Carnival. If he wants to drive out, the Carnival shoots him, and the other Progetto, Shinigami.
You can't
spots him.
you can't really get spotted there if he plays more towards the west side of the dip where he's in. You cannot really get spotted actually. But like, what I didn't like from Hurricane is that they didn't close out the game. I think if they put one guy on the cap on like F6, F7, where they can still shoot the hill, and they could have won it without gambling on the XP. But maybe they were so confident, Zana, that they would be ahead, that they would
I
win the
think
game
so as
anyways.
well. Especially if you have 1 kill extra, like over the other team, then the odds that you have less XP than the other team is going to be really low, especially in the 3 versus 3, right? 1 kill versus 2. Again, kills are worth a lot of XP, and so is damage, I guess, in close range.
As a wise man once said, Zana, damage
Great.
is
Damage.
damage. Yes, exactly, Zana. I'm glad you remember some lessons, though.
Yay.
May not have been the hardest one to remember, though, but it is important nonetheless.
Yeah.
But yeah, so far so good. No real deserving winner yet in this match. I mean, both teams picking up their round, both teams deserving the win on their round, and that brings us to what we Zana,
This is the best! An EBR!
an EBR.
Oh my god, he's my favorite now.
He's your favorite.
I'm biased towards EBRs, man.
You heard it here first. Zana is a wheelie supporter. Cast them out, boys.
All right. Help in the chat, please.
Uh,
EBR is going to be really, really annoying.
They
But
follow it up
then
with
again-
to compensate for the fact that they have an EBR, Zana, they do follow it up with the double Karn though for the HP.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a decent aim and it's not shaky, then dealing with an EBR 75 is going to be really easy.
Zana, what were you trying to say there? Were you like projecting when you were talking about shaky aim, all of those
Yeah,
things? It felt like it was like it was hitting close to home, you know?
Yeah, it was.
Ooh, Hacker though takes 1, takes 2, down to 417. Ooh, that might have
Exactly
been a
what I
little
said.
bit. That might have been a little bit too much of an aggressive spotting run, no? Like he went so deep.
Yeah, that was way too aggressive. And then he wanted to get out, and well, he got the ticket. And the ticket was 500 HP. Just down, what is it? 4 something, 5 something. Down the
Sana, I
drain.
thought you were an engineer. 533, Sana, you know?
Yes.
I'll do it for you. Sana, listen, we're in this together, right? We're a team. Okay, I got you. Don't worry. You know, the good thing about the Ibarra is, though, even if he's still alive, he can start wrapping around through the K line, though, and be a pesky nuisance in the side.
Yeah, and in order to negate that pesky nuisance in the side, you put a guy on the cap to get the timer on. And so whenever he tries to go around, he has to make it either fast or just precise. And where do you want to be if you want to flank around? You want to go through the 1 line. first the K and then the one line going up to G1, but there's a Progetto waiting for him. So how do you do this?
I think you send one of those Karns through the 4 line, and then you slowly creep over the EBR through the K line. You try and spot out who's capping, where they're capping from, figure out a reset angle if you need to, but you can definitely go with like when the EBR clears the 3 line and there's nothing left up there, you go with one of the Karns, 4 line to the corner, or even pass through the corner, which is super risky, and then you try and get the resets. But they have to do it fast though, and they're actually going with double Karn, not singular Karn, but double Karn.
So whenever they see something, they'll just kind of DPM it down in the hopes, but it's gonna be around the corner regardless.
Well, look at this
Oi.
move from Tarks though. He's
Oh my god,
surrounding.
this is five head. That's really good.
This is 5-head Wineglass. In the meantime, Hacker gets spotted out by the EBR of Savage as well. And now Shinigami and Itox here looking towards the cap, looking towards the get reset. 22 seconds left. Tarks is on the flank though. That is going to be the pressure here from Shinigami and Itox. They're almost forced now with 15 seconds left. They're starting to make their move. They're going forward. They spot out the Karn there. They take a lot of damage on towards Itox already though. Tarks is down on towards one shot left in his chamber. Savage is now pushing in as well. He's getting harassed from the side by the little EBR. No track there. Actually, they did manage to get a track, but so far it's looking really good for Never Fair.
They're in an absolutely dominating position. Coming from above, the projectile clipping from the side, killing Itox. That's a shame. And the Hacker is in the back line on 1 shot HP. This is not looking really good.
It's not looking good. You do have to remember though that Tarks currently on that Progetto is on reload, but that is disaster for Shinigami as he gets ammo rack there for a second, and Tarks now comes back in and picks up Shinigami. And Hurricane here looking more like a calm weather storm at this point, to be honest, because it's Never Fair. Obviously cheating, Zana, you know, it's in their nickname, yeah? They just knew, Zana, they just knew.
The team that has actually renamed properly to a team wins.
Wow, Zana, wow. Calm down, dude. I mean, Hacker could do this. There is a potential here. He needs like 1 million shots to kill the Progetto, but
he can just kill the Carnival and then outplay the Progetto so hard
that he quits the game after, because that's the only way he wins this.
Exactly. Look at the bounty equipment, the vert stabs, the vents, the optics. He's gonna spot with 350 view range.
Well,
right,
might spot out Tarks though. Tarks is more of a high grounder right now. He is cosplaying. Oh no.
Right.
When you go through the bush and you see a Progetto, and you know it was at that moment he knew.
Yeah.
He done. He done.
You know, he was like, am I going to break in this bush? No, I can't. I need to go. And then the Progetto gets spotted and he's like, he's already aiming here.
Great movement there from Never Fair though. Especially hitting the bar in the beginning. You may think like, you know, he survives, but it's a lot different if you're an EBR that is 900 HP. That can take a full clip from a Progetto, or you're an EBR that's 400 HP. That dies to one clip from the Progetto.
Yeah.
I like the Tarks flank though, Zana. Like when he went through the 2 line.
Oh, that was great. And there you see actually the mistake, kind of the mistake that the other team made with a double Carnival push through the 4 line. If you kept one in the back, then you would see the Progetto moving in, and then you can shoot him while he's going for that high ground that you still have, right? Because now you had the double Carnival in the same position, and then you have the Progetto right in your side. And well,
I mean, the thing is that Never Fair and Zana, they didn't even fall for the EBR. At one point, Savage was like, you know what, Hacker, you want to shoot me in the side, you do what you want to do. I'm just going to go towards the cap. There's a double Karn there. My teammates are there. We're going to be picking it up from there.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, lovely.
Well, Zana, that does mean we have our finalists.
Yeah. Who's gonna be the next guys that or the next map, I mean?
Well,
let's see. We're gonna first ride.
So here I go against It's Never Fair.
Yeah. I can't call favorites, but are you?
No. You're going to be calling your team here, Zana. You need to make a pick. You need to make a decision. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. But I'll
Right.
start. I'll say, so here I go.
I'll say it's never fair.
Sana, come on, man. Like, are you really? Really believe in them, or do you just want to go against me? Which one is it? Which one of the two is it?
I'm just gonna go ahead and be your antagonist.
So you have
That's,
no reason why you picked it's never fair. You just want to go against the current.
Well, I mean, I would have picked it's never fair before, but you wanted to go first, and I accept that. I could have shouted in between and say it's
Sana,
not fair, but I didn't.
Sana, are you forgetting to lie?
No.
No, so you're not forgetting to lie. So you're lying.
Shh. Don't say, man. Don't spoil it.
But this was the moment, though. You can see Tarks there, Sana, on the
Oh, yeah,
offside,
yeah.
flanking around. Shinigami and Itox, then they get caught in an impossible situation. You can see Savage. He's in G1. He doesn't care about EBR.
Yeah, he's pushing in indeed. He's like, oh, the double cards are there. Well, I have to be there, even though the 400 HP EBR is in his side. But then you see, well, if Itox would have been a little bit further behind, dealing with the Progetto, meanwhile Shinigami can push into T-Sec, that would have changed the game completely. Having the Progetto, the Tarks on lockdown, and now he just clips the side, takes a little reload, and he's like, all right.
And
Where do we
Hacker
go
with
from
a
here?
with a safer initial run, perhaps as well, so he doesn't get punished as hard. Would have been
Yeah.
a real asset to have, because then he can go and just harass a Progetto. You know, when he has that HP, he can harass a Progetto. He can even shoot HE Zana if he finds an unaware Progetto.
Yeah, right in his behind, just to do that full HE damage, like 500 something. That's you can get him down in 3 clips. Well, that's obviously magical dreamland that's ever gonna happen, but you know, you can dream.
Dreams are important, Zana. What did
Yeah.
you dream of last night?
That was really weird. That's
Okay,
not
I hope it had nothing to do with that Bible that you have.
God reached out to me.
Okay, Zana. Okay. Anyways, here we have the lineup from So Here I Go again. We've already figured out Zana knows Belarusia, Ukraine, and Russia itself. So they have a very scary lineup, Zana. Playing against Russians is always so like at least one Russian player is always scary, isn't it?
Well, you didn't invite me to the Fame versus RU, so I wouldn't know.
There's no more hills left to be climbed, though, Zana. You've already
that's-
conquered all, Zana. I blame you personally
Oh,
that I
uh-oh.
can't get on the black part of the map anymore.
Yeah, I missed that meme though. Famous on the black part of the map. Oh yeah.
Yes,
What can you-
Zana.
I was thinking this is gonna be an exciting match.
Did
Just I hope so.
you hope so?
Yeah.
I feel like this might be kind of slow, actually. Because So Here I Go was taking everything kind of slow in their games, except for the Ensk. I mean, the Ensk. I mean, they were started off slow as well. They found an opportunity and they took it, and it's never fair.
Didn't
We're kind of slow as well, Sana. To be honest.
I mean, So Here I Go was pretty fast on Red Shear, right? They got the initial position, started the cap in the carnival, and the 2 Progettos covering the flanks. I mean, I really enjoy their okay speed gameplay. It's not really fast and push straight through the middle, focus the 50Bs or something, but it's decently well thought out.
Well, these are our maps: Zana, Lakeville, Ensk, Morrow, Himmels, and then if we get there, Prokhorovka tiebreaker. What do you
Let's
think
hope
of
we get
Lakeville?
there. I miss being able to get up that big mountain, but apart from that, it's gonna be. Do you think they're gonna go into the valley, because that's boring? I mean, every tank is gonna be clocked down,
Zana?
slow, hold down, fighting. I
Zana,
want some action. Yeah,
Zana, and the cap on encounter on Lakeville.
is in the city.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you're never gonna go with a heavy or anything slow into the valley, because that's the.
You know,
that's the
Zana, we
waiting.
got there again, the end again. You know, I gave you the pass and you scored the goal. It's just
Am I the-
teamwork.
Am I the horse and you're leading me to water, or how does that work again?
I mean, Zana, if you want to, I could lead you anywhere. You know, hand in hand across the mountains. If you want, actually, no mountains, more like flat
Oh.
terrain. To be honest, I was thinking about climbing a
Oh.
mountain, and I changed my mind rather quickly. Maybe
No
I'm
hiking.
more of a beach kind of guy. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
really?
Yeah,
Oh, that's
where
kind
it's
of that's
flat,
romantic.
romantic.
Yeah, I mean, holding hands, walking over the beach. That sounds romantic in my. In
And
my
then we have
in my
Kian
Bible.
behind us carrying our bags.
Like, thank you, Key.
Thank you, Kian. And once every while, you give him like a cookie or something. Hickey.
Oh no!
I'm just taking payback from Kian for all the times that I wasn't here, and he just he felt the undesirable
Oh.
need to just like let go Schlussel jokes, dude, which is yeah, not okay, not okay.
But I mean, soon we will have Keyhand right along your side, and we're gonna see that rivalry really amp up, isn't it?
I was
You're
busy all
gonna-
last night writing jokes for Kian. I'm ready. He doesn't know what's coming for him.
Oh, he's just slowly eating his dinner. He's like, oh, I'm gonna get it.
Anyway, Sana, between these two, obviously we're now, Sana, not in a best of 3 anymore. We
Best of
are
5.
best of 5, which
Yeah.
means,
What?
Sana,
Oh, you have to lead me to water again. Oh, no.
which means the team that gets how many points wins, Sana?
3.
Yes, correct, Sana.
Oh.
Very, very, very proud.
You get a point for winning. This is actually getting familiar now. I'm actually getting the hang of this.
We're almost there, Sana. We're almost there. But yeah,
Although,
I'm kind of curious on like Phil. I know in 7v7 it plays kind of weird, but in 3v3 it will be different, I guess. Because in 7v7 people just rush to the church and they're like, "Hello, what's up? It's fine."
we'll have a Progetto around the corner, or heck, even a 703 too, getting that double barrel bonus.
I'm
damage
guessing
in there.
I'm guessing Karn might be too slow to get towards the cap. Like if they brought something like triple Progetto and put the cap straight, and would Karn make it? Because it's really not that fast.
I mean, I think it would, but it would have to go straight through the cap, or through the cap, and then, well, hopefully not get detracked or just clipped down by all the Progettos. So, I'm hoping to see a 703 again. Having that one.
I thought you were more of a fan of the IS3A.
Also, yeah. I mean, but in this one, I'm envisioning that kill on Ensk. That was really lovely to see, right? That 700 kill. That was really nice.
Hmm.
We're not gonna see EBR. It's not one of those maps, unfortunately.
Imagine if they did pick an EBR, Zana. Imagine if they did. What are you gonna do? You're lucky. Yeah, all I'm gonna say is you're lucky they didn't pick EBR. But Zana, compare the lineups. Neverfair is very, very heavy, and so here I go with pretty light.
Oh. But clipping in a way that if you can catch a heavy off like from the side or something, that might prove to be just enough to have the Carnarvon DPM him down. And already having that pot shots around the map just to see like...
Yeah, you kind of know where they spawn, so you just blind fire a bit. If you hit it, free damage. If you don't, well, just some extra repair cost for the ammunition.
Yeah. Oh no, not the credits. What are they gonna do?
Look at this, here I go already. They are taking the rock, which is usually taken in 7v7 by the Northside team, at D7. This rock is actually kind of powerful.
Because it shoots the Carnarvon in the side.
Yeah. Oh,
There we go. It's on the IS3A actually.
it gets 1, gets 2. Very important.
Yeah, that's 3 damage. But now he's behind the rock, and if the Carnarvon decides to just look at him, he can't really leave there.
He has a bush to
Can
Sana
he?
to play with.
Oh yeah, that's his toy. Oi. Okay, and there you see the downside of having a Progetto right on the cap in the middle.
Yeah.
Whenever he shows itself, it's just 3 damage pinata.
But, you know, they made maybe not the greatest of trades on the Progetto, but the other 2 players are making successful trades. You could see there another shot from the Karn onto Savage from Bez here. And the cap has started for them, Zana, which
Yeah.
means as well that down on HP, it's never fair, will be one way or another forced to get onto this cap. As I say that though, the cap gets halted.
Actually retreating a little bit. They're hoping. I think they hope that that Never was going to contest that cap a little bit more. And now that they've retreated, they wanted to reset the entire engagement and perhaps catch a heavy tank off guard.
There's the question though, what is so here I go actually like afraid of?
I don't know. I have no clue. I would. I mean, putting the Carnival on the cap and just having that timer tick down really puts pressure on Never to make a play. And since they're slow, you're gonna see them coming. It's just the nature of the game. So, would that be the better thing to do here instead of waiting? I mean, time will tell. But there's the trade-off for going back. You have a Progetto just going around.
Oof. That's a nice blind there. At least they know that this Progetto is peeking in and out of the bush, and they do blind fire with Savage on towards him, which is nice. Obviously, the Kern has such a nice DPM that it can just put shell after shell after shell after, you get the point.
Yeah, but sometimes, like, if you keep firing at the same rate, like, as soon as you reload it, you're gonna know, okay, he's gonna shoot, right? He's gonna shoot then, and he's gonna shoot then. So
Yeah, that's why your blind shots should always be like you reload, you maybe wait 1 or 2 seconds, you shoot, and the next time you fire immediately on reload, and you confuse your opponent a lot. But Progetto in the middle road, Sana, flanking all the way around. It's curious to see that they decide not to play off of the cap and put that pressure and force them to come back in, but they're actually choosing to go for the very, very, very wide flank with Progetto going through the A line.
Whoa. And the downside is whenever they right now pick the timing for the engagement, you'll have the Progetto still traveling. He's going as fast as he can, running. Wait for me.
If Never Fair actually pressured the church now and kept one guy behind, this Progetto would be in trouble because it could actually get crossfired from the side of the church and the north side. They didn't do that though.
Yeah, they're not on the cap either. It's a capless fight. It's nice. 4 minutes in, and I mean, Never Fair. They have their HP disadvantage, right? So whenever they get caught off guard, a Progetto can almost clip that entire HP of the heavy tank. Well, I have a feeling that will happen if they're not careful enough. But Tarks is he's behind the building. You have Tsek going back into almost behind the same building. He gets spotted there. Yeah. So now he knows that something is spotting him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that would be this guy.
I mean, this surround is nuts, Susanna. Like, if you look at it, there's one on their side, there's one from behind, and there is one in front of them. Wherever they go, an opponent will face you. And the damage is starting to be done. Savage here is in trouble. I mean, the Progetto does take some in return, but Savage is in the meantime down towards a one-shot. He did not expect this Progetto to be on the flank whatsoever. And now they're standing there, full HP Karn. Well, not full HP, 1.3k HP Karn actually back towards that Progetto. Ooh, he bounces the first one though. Bounces the second one even quicker. And Never shot there from the Karn on towards that Progetto. Beautiful connection actually coming out.
That was a crazy shot.
Never Fair wins this right now, by the way, Zana, if they go for the draw, because they have the kill.
They have the kill.
The kill. The Garoshu.
Amazing, yeah. That was a great shot, actually. Well, now you have, Savage is gonna be taken by Bez. Yeah.
As I say that, it's all even yet again. Oh, the Karn again. I mean, this Karn is on a mission. He's on a rampage now. He's trying to go for everybody. It will be 2 1v1s. We'll have a Karn against the Progetto. It will be ring around the rosy over there between the Progetto and the Karn. And in the meantime, we have the Ice-3A versus the Karn. The Ice-3A just loaded the second shot, actually. He gives one. The Karn comes out with a nice shot in retaliation. He's going to give the second one now. Looks to get the track. He does get it, but in return, the Karn also gets the track on toward Tark, and Tark will be going down here against his 1v1 opponent. You can see Zana. In the meantime, the Progetto has simply said, no, I don't want to dance with you. I'm not interested.
There's a rock in between, man. Oh, that's unfortunate. The tracking is really lovely to see. Just Oh, just over and over getting the track in the track in the
I
track.
mean, this was greedy from the Progetto, Zana. You gotta say it as it is. Like the Progetto getting kind of greedy there. There's 38 seconds left, so it will be fine, I guess. Because now Bez picks it up, but he had no need to even risk there. He could definitely wait for his current friend to show up, but sometimes some people just want all the glory for themselves.
They're like, I need that damage. That is mine.
I need it. It's mine.
And that is wait. I mean,
Yeah,
you're
but
dancing with him, but
there was
wait.
no real need for that there. Like it was a little greedy. Like a bit less time on the clock. That would have been risky because then the kills could be even.
Yes, exactly. And then you're fighting for experience. But then again, look at the difference.
Yeah, Savage not having a fun time in this.
No, not really. No, getting clipped from behind by the Progetto was really a mistakey. Wow. What do you think of the double Karn?
I think
I mean, the DPM is
the
amazing.
DPM
right?
is nice, but I think with that lineup you have to force the fight, right? When you bring a lineup like that, you're facing a double Progetto and a Karn. You want to force the fight because you have the IS-3A, and you have the double Karn for DPM flowing up. You want your IS-3A to be the battering ram. Basically, you
Yes,
get
exactly.
you get him to do his shots. After which, if he hits his shots, he can die. Who cares?
Yeah.
That's just the way it is, though. If you want him to do his shots, he dies. Whatever. The Karns are there for DPM. If he hits his shots, the game is most of the time decided after that, anyways. But they just like sat there. They got surrounded. What did Here I Go very well though is they initially took that walk. They punished from there. They stopped Never Fair from ever going aggressive. They made a big flank rotation as well. And Never Fair just was kind of like confused. What do we do? And then they tried to progress into the car, but by the time they did that, the Progetto drove all the way through mid behind them.
And that was way too late. Right, we're gonna check the replay of the almost the last engagement, the second to last engagement, the determining one where the Progetto finds the backside of Savage. Savage is like, oh no, and then he actually Baz puts in as well another one. And then the Progetto is saying hi as well. Oh. Then they send their highest HP Carnarvon to deal with the Progetto threat.
What is Savage supposed to do here though? Like, to be honest, like what could he have done? Because he just got clipped from two sides. This was a nutty shot though. Like this flick bomb that was nutty. But
that was a really great shot. And then the double track onto the IS-3A at the end to win that 1v1 decisively. And you can just see that the DPM of the Carnarvon. Also with the Alpha, right? Because it's still detracting with one shot. That is enough.
It has nice alpha. It has more alpha than the. I mean, it has more alpha than the Carniacs. I'm not wrong. This is what I call the greedy play. What the Progetto did here, because there was no real need to do it. There was no real need to do it, and if the time was lower, it could have been a tense situation. I mean, Here I Go would probably still win, but sometimes you don't need to take those risks.
Yeah, exactly. You would rather just wait for your opponent just a little longer, because you would see at the end of his clip, your friendly Carnarvon was already next to you, saying hi.
Indeed, right. Zana. Very, very true. Now,
let's look at the maps.
Ensk, Zana. We already saw what they did last time, which was Progetto and the Karns.
They really like the Progetto and Carnarvons. Yeah. And I mean, they might just be doing a different play this time, right? Because they already used one of those tactics already, the double Carnarvon and the Progetto. They might just switch it up this time, just to throw their opponents off. Maybe they go for the 703, or the enemy they had Nisha. Maybe they take that tactic and they're like, oh, maybe that works. Or they're like the 5 heads that know everything and already have everything planned out. Like, whenever we go there, we use this tactic. And
it's like the Twitch strat FC, Zana, like Dandeli, you know? The Lakeville Balakimon Dandeli's like, no AMX 50 or 100s on Lakeville. Lol. So maybe... Maybe we should ask Dudley, for example, about the mastery of tier 3, 3v3, tier 8. Seems very knowledgeable.
No
I love you,
1500s.
Dan. Please don't vault. But yeah, on Ensk Center, I don't think that Here I Go will switch from the double Karn and Progetto. If it worked for them last time, I would it not? And we could see that it's never fair. They brought that lineup with double Karn and Ice 3A on Himmels against
Yeah.
Hurricane, and now again on Lakefield. So maybe they just like playing a lineup, and it's worked for them throughout every time they've used it. So why would they not continue with it?
That is actually, yeah, true. You're already familiar with the tactic. The execution is already there. You're already get used to it.
Oh.
Here we see it's
No,
different.
they've upgraded though. It's not just one, it's two. 703 and Ice 3A.
Oh, right. They're going for that clip slash boomstick. Trying to get a Carnarvon out of the game as fast as possible. Interesting.
You can see Savage coming towards the rails, supported by the Karn, supported by the Ice 3A. Double Karn and Progetto in the south. This is a very similar start for So Here I Go. They do get the initial information, but they do spot out a Karn of themselves. 301 damage given so far. Not bad for Never Fair. They have a natural HP lead by a little bit as well, because of that slightly heavier setup. Trying to trade here, Karn against Karn in the side scrape. Not likely we see a real winner come out of a 1v1 on the rails.
Interesting that the Progetto decides to creep into the bush to try and spot any rotation, but most of the rotations are already going through the B or A line. There we go. That's it must be a juicy blind stop to the Progetto. Right from Savage, he just knows he gets spotted.
It's a
and
fairly,
he's like,
it's a
yeah,
fairly,
he's there.
it's a fairly standard position though, Zana. If you think about it, like that position there with the bush. Most players at this level will know about it. They will know that it's likely that there is a tank there, so putting one shot in it, just for good measure, is never a bad thing.
You have plenty of shells, so why just not use it? If you think someone's there, if you suspect an enemy in a certain bush or position, blind fire it. See if the shell hits the floor or there's dirt flying up. Oh, well, you missed. And if it's not, you're like, oh, okay, great. Put another one in, right? Why not? It's a vision game after all, and if you don't see someone and you're not an autoloader, then well.
Oof. But look at this though, Sana. So here I go. Realize the fact that the Progetto in the city has been revealed. That he took a blind shot and he's now going towards the field. Now, does Never Fair expect this rotation? Because it's another big one.
And the tanks on Never Fair side are all still on full HP, while So Here I Go was bleeding already. And it seems like if the Progetto is continuing this path, then he'll face a 703 and a Carnarvon. Just looking at him, he's gonna turn the turrets and that maybe you're gonna see So Here I Go's Carnarvon pushing in, right? Also, you're gonna have the Never Fair tanks just diving upon the Progetto and then getting a kill for free.
It depends if this Progetto can get some free shots here from the sides. I mean, he's looking.
Yeah.
He's being careful about. Oh, he gets spotted. He's bailing. He's bailing. So he takes one from that Karn in between the rails. A nice shot. And this sparks Never Fair to make a move through the city because the Progetto is no longer a threat that could be peeking from F1, D2, or whatever, because they now know he's on the field.
Yep, exactly. And they keep the Carnarvon in the back. Because if they didn't, you know that the Progetto is just going to be right on their behinds, peeking there still on the A line. And now we have the close range confrontation.
Can Savage make that double shot? It's the one Zana wants to see. Those two barrels absolutely pounding that Karn from the sides, preferably.
And here we see the Carnarvon has moved up and the Progetto comes from behind. Wow.
Well, that's what spark Never Fair to push though. I guess I guess it should spark them to push now because the Progetto is coming from behind. He's starting to clip out on towards the Karn, and then you can see the Ice 3A and the 703 pushing forward. That Karn, he actually bounces one. He's now aiming towards the weak shot. Can he get the penetration with the double barrel? He does get it. The first Karn goes down here for the side of So Here I Go. And Zana, the HP difference, it's massive at this point. And this Progetto from the back line is not really coming in anymore.
No, No, he is. Well, he still has 2 clips, so his reload is fairly decent. He didn't like blow his entire clip into the backside of a tank, but actually kept his DPM. So he kept firing the entire time, but it's not going to be enough since the carnivores are going to clean up.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, though, oh, Sana, whoa, hold up here. The Karn actually picking up one and the Progetto picking up another and bringing it down against the 1v1. It's not a great 1v1 you want to have, though. Well, I mean, obviously the Karn here should be going down in a second against Tarks. Can Tarks get it? Yes, he can. He picks up Bez before he can do one more shot of damage. And now it's the 1v1, Sana. It's an IS-3A versus a Progetto. Normally the IS-3A has the advantage.
Just having that enormous 390 gun singing, that makes the 240 alpha of the Progetto stand bleak in comparison.
Well, the first move for the Progetto has to be make the IS-3A.
He needs to fire his shell.
He needs to make, well, more than one. He needs them to miss 2. But basically what the Progetto wants is for the IS-3A to go down towards a 1-clip potential, which he is not right now. Right? So you want to get 1 or 2 free shots so you can make him in a 1-clip. It's very important.
Actually backing off. Oh. Interesting that Progetto is going for the big field surround while the IS-3A goes through the city. I mean, that's obviously the right choice because IS-3A has way less view range than the Progetto has, right? So IS-3s are naturally considered blind, so to say, in the meta.
The time is an issue, though.
Yeah, not like we're gonna see a cap, if at all.
No, I doubt it, Sana.
1 minute left, 60 seconds. You need 100 seconds to cap. Oh no!
Oh no, the math doesn't check out.
No, indeed.
But the Progetto is actually hiding now. This is a big gamble here, Sana. I mean, who's going to get more experience here? Is a real question.
I wouldn't guess.
Sana, get your calculator, buddy. Get it ready. It's round 2. Mans with Zana, a project organized by Zana, directed by Zana, for Zana.
Production value high. With 15 seconds on the clock, we're just gonna see a nice countdown to 0.
I don't think either of these 2 opponents will be fighting each other anymore, although the IS-3A blind firing here a little bit now realizes that it's going to be the end of this one, stretching the whole time, and now the decision will be made based upon the experience. And yeah, Sana, what do you think?
It looked way more close than I initially thought. The Carnarvon dying at the end against the Progetto, he was 146 HP, and he decided to reverse sidescrape against the Progetto at the end. Yeah, that was kind of...
That was a greedy play. That was a greedy play. You just have to live at that point.
Yeah.
Progetto did well, though. He hit his shots. Yeah. He hit the 703 to the point where he was 1 shot. The Karn picked him up, and then afterwards the Progetto killed the Karn. So, okay. 1 guy with 8 damage. I think I know who wins, Sana.
I don't need my calculator for this one.
You want to say it, or should I do it, Sana?
Who
do you think won?
That's gonna be...
Just say it, Sana. You're 100% correct. Never fair won. Hello?
Right.
It's not even close, I think. It's not even close.
No, he has 300 and versus
I mean,
150.
they all have above 300 like a minimum, and they even have a guy with 558, which Here I Go doesn't have, and then one has 146. So Never Fair will be picking up this one. They did the right reaction, though. You know, Progetto coming from behind again, pushing forward immediately.
Let's see if how Never Fair performs on Mudavanka on the 3rd map. Hopefully they can use the same strat.
The double Progetto and the Karn.
Yeah. Gonna be exciting, I think, if there's another EBR on the field.
Well, we saw a very passive approach from Hurricane on their Muro North. It only depends on how there's the team that plays from North actually decide to go aggressive while we're in the replay here. The Karn was actually doing very, very well at this point, and then the Progetto peeking out, coming back, realizes he's on the wrong side, going in between the buildings, and this is it, right? He hits the first shot. I think he misses the first one even on the 703, but doesn't matter. Hits the second one though, makes him a one shot, and this side scrape is
Exactly.
it's a bad side scrape, by the way, because you cannot angle that much with a British tank and expect to bounce.
Right. Yeah. And then it looked.
Not against
like,
ABCR at least.
It looked like a sure win, and then the 703 got clipped in the side in the behind. Carnarvon finishes him off, and the Progetto kills then the Carnarvon that's sidescaping in the middle, and then all of a sudden it's a 1 versus 1. And then it's well,
A hard one
running
versus
away.
one though.
mm,
I think the Progetto almost had to go for it at that point. Just try. I mean, should gamble that you're probably gonna lose the round anyway, so might as well try.
yeah, exactly.
Well,
Oh,
Muro.
third map. Muro.
won't be our decider, no matter what. We'll have our Muro game. Himmels will be the decider if it's gonna go one way or the other. Are you sticking to your guts, Sana? You're still going with Never Fair?
Yeah, I'm gonna go for Never Fair, just to have the two sides in the
Two
casting.
sides.
Yeah, I enjoy that more than having both agree to go for Team A or Team B. You know, we can be friends off stream.
Wait, why can't we be friends on stream? You're
I don't know.
Wait, what?
I mean,
you're afraid. You're afraid to be public about our friendship. All right,
No,
that's
I
it,
mean,
Sana. No, I don't want to
I
hear
thought
it.
I was already
You hurt
divorced.
my. You hurt my. Wait. You can be friends with animals as well, Sana. Are you saying that's not possible now, or what?
I don't know.
Anyways, Muro, Sana.
Yes,
Mirror lineups. Karn, Progettos on both sides.
you'll love to see it, because it's all gonna depend on on having the right flank timing. Well, whenever you try and make a flanking maneuver, hopefully there's not two Progettos waiting for you, right? It's gonna be the Carnarvons fighting over the ridge lines. You'll see double Progetto moving towards the 3 line and 1 to the 1 line. One going, that's Arta securing that bush. That's an obvious boost though. That's going to be blind fired a lot in these modes. Well, and the other Progetto is going to go safely secure into G1.
They're so
we have
close
one-
to one another, yet they don't know about them. Oh, Sana, the prediction master here. He's definitely been on point. You know, Zana said the blush is obvious. We'll get blind fired. What do they Never Fair do? They blind fired. Zana, plus points for you. We'll write it down.
I'm now disconnecting from my mind. Just
You're disconnecting from your mind.
yeah, I've done enough. It's
I lived my whole life like that, Zana.
Bez actually got spotted in a Carnarvon in this ridge line. He's just slowly peeking to see if he can see the other Carnarvon go over too. Yeah, go over
swear.
too far.
I swear, whenever So Here I Go has like an opening to do something, like for example, take E1 and crossfire the Progetto at the church, for example, they're like, nah, we go big rotation. Let's
Yeah, we
go.
go all the way around.
All the way around.
He's packing his bags, going on a holiday.
Against this team, Sana, you just go to position, you wait 30 seconds, and then you just drive at them. Because another guy is going to be driving
Like,
around the other side of the map.
how did you know? Well, it's your go-to plan to go for the big flank. Oh, did you just call that? Because now the Progettos are pushing in.
Dude, I swear, maybe it's never fair to say. They're so aware. They're so aware. I mean, they are wrapping under. They would have to push those, Zana, because right now they're doing it. It looks like they're doing it, Zana.
Push now or never.
Yeah, well, it does look like they are also aware there could be a rotation coming out from the side of. So here I go. Darks
Whoa.
they don't find him though. They're so close. The longer the wait, the worse this gets, Sana, because the Progetto is gonna start coming
yeah.
from behind.
Yeah, this is bad. Now the Progetto got spotted and Arta is in the back. Ay. If only they knew
Oh, but
Of
this
course.
overpeak though from the Progetto gets double track, gets help, gets immediately obliterated. That is greed, pure greed, and nothing else. The Progetto in the meantime in the forest has been spotted out as well for the side of So Here I Go. So it doesn't. I don't think that Never Fair here is really gonna let this Karn live. They're gonna let him go. They're getting their reloads on their Progettos to get back into the fight. Bez is here trying to do what he can. The Progetto's now coming in closer as well, but they already lost one. Nice staying hold on there though. Now Tarks is looking to get his clip out. Can he get it though? Connects on the first. Needs all three here. Connects on the second, which is good shooting. Can he get the third? Yes, he can. And
Ui,
Bez even gets
Amorak.
Amorak. And now the rest of the clip coming out. But Zana, you gotta say it as it is though. In the current moment, the Karn from Never Fair is very far away.
It is. It's not even in the fight. And while Best tried to fight Tarks, so can it actually kill him? It was Savage putting him down before he could shoot him, and Tarks was just safe. And now we have a 3 clip from the Progetto from Arta. It's not enough. He needs 4.
It's not enough. He needs 3 shots here to kill these 2 tanks. But in the meantime, finally, the Karn has joined the fight to come and relieve the pressure that is put on these Progettos for Never Fair. Let's see here, he's trying his best. Ooh, that was a cheeky little shot there, tried to get it. Quick flicks, quick movement, but now he realizes that it's all over. As he puts his barrel in the air, it's going to be Never Fair that takes this round with a decent amount of flair, Sana.
Wow, nice rhyming. Oh, that was lovely. Just seeing that Carnarvon peek over the ridge line, and okay, yep, we're done.
Yeah, it was at that moment he really knew that he was like,
uh-oh.
well, I tried my best. It's not my fault. This guy peeks the lower corner and just throws the game.
Yeah, that was a little
That
bit
peak,
greedy,
that peak. I mean, to be honest, like I don't think he knew about both of them. Does that make sense? Like he knew about one.
He knew one.
I don't think he knew about the other. So he peeked expecting him to be alone, and then instantly got double tracked, which was good shooting. And then just dead.
Nice, yeah. So Never Fair takes map 3.
The Karn was very far away though. Like when you're gonna, like when the Progettos made their initial play, the Karn should be almost pressing W at that point. Just
all the
W.
way. Just go. Even if you're taking shots from the other Karn.
It doesn't matter because the Progettos reload, then will clip the Karn if he's shooting the Karn, so it's always a win. If the Progetto goes for the Karn, it's still a win because you kill their Karn, kill the Karn, it's 2v1. So
Exactly.
could have turned into a risky situation if that one Progetto there actually died.
Well, yeah. What if he died and then you have a 1v1 with the Progetto?
Yeah, and the Karn is far away, and the Progetto that was coming from the forest actually 1v1s the other Progetto and gets to live, gets to counter around the building or something. The Karn will never catch him. So
yeah, indeed. And then, well, it didn't happen, unfortunately. For So Here I Go. It's Never Fair picking up Muravanka, and our 4th map is going to be Himmelsdorf. We're gonna see some lovely replay action for now.
this was it. This was the
Oh, yeah.
moment. This was the moment where he peeked out and
Yeah.
immediately got got double tracked and just died, and it was the beginning of the end, which was a good play for Never Fair, to be fair.
I think so. I mean, they didn't know where the Progetto was, right? So pushing in would have been really nice because the other Progetto was way in the forest. But with the peak that the other Progetto made, it was basically game from there.
Well, Sana, as said, Himmels will be our decider. For now, it will decide whether Never Fair wins this match, as it is, or
Finals. Ooh.
Never Fair,
Never wins.
goes to tiebreaker. Who knows? Nobody knows. Unless Sana, because he's apparently able to predict the future.
Maybe, no, I'm not gonna make that joke. I won't know. I can speculate all I want, but I just want a nice fight between the 2 teams. Yes, this is that amazing. That's clear.
And then you look at the Karn. He's still kind of far away. He's not immediately like pressing W. He's like kind of watching. He stops there for a little bit as well. Kind of
Goes
driving
left.
around. Like he's so slow on this. You see how long it takes him to actually start like. He should just be straight lining it.
And
but-
now he's like, oh wait, I need to go. Yeah, we know.
I mean, this was good shooting here though.
The ammo are coming in as well. You see Tarks, and he's getting... Tarks like, uh-oh, the Carnivore is aiming for me. I'm a 2-shot, and now he's a 1-shot. Get behind that hill! That's a lovely damaging shot, by the way, from Tarks. Running
If he
away
doesn't-
and doing
if
damage.
I think if he doesn't get that, they don't kill this card, and it becomes. Well, they would probably still win, but it becomes harder, of course.
Yeah, way harder. Now we have the single Progetto well, versus 3 tanks. That's if they're not all on the 1-shot, that's gonna be a really hard fight.
Yes, indeed. Now, Zana, we already saw Never Fair play once on Himmelsdorf. Do you think they would be going for something similar? It did work, but
With the IS-3A,
it was kind of risky.
yeah. They might. It depends on where they spawn, I think.
Well, they have
They
their
still
IS-3.
go for it. We have the. This is almost a similar one that we had earlier, right? With the double Karn Progetto. Well, then last time that was a 703. But still, 2 heavies in the Progetto for the flanks.
I
Let's see if the
honestly
Progetto takes the hill.
I honestly feel like the guy does. Oh, you has Progetto Sana. I feel like it's like automatically picking Progetto because maybe he really doesn't have.
Different tank.
Yeah, it's possible though. It really is possible.
Oh, right. Like, oh yeah, you buy just a tier 8 Progetto for the tournament, and well, I mean, it's a versatile tank. But it's not going instantly to the hill.
You know, you can actually get some shots on the crossing from there, Zana, because he's there before the heavies arrive. So when he arrives at J3, he can maybe do 1, 2, 3 shots if he's lucky on towards the tanks that are crossing. If he pens those, of course. One. Yeah, well.
Oh,
That was
that's
it?
one.
That was it, Zana. That was it.
I almost thought I was going to fail that counting lesson, but yes, easy.
Today, Zana, we keep it limited. Right?
Yeah,
Tomorrow we
already
go
been-
for advanced math. Yeah.
it's already been a hard day. Right, so we see that the Carnivore is pushing up on the in the 1 line, which is a common tactic on this map. Where you see a lot of tanks just crawling up the 1 line, and then from the south, and then going into the cap as soon as a flanking maneuver from a Progetto happens. But this time, it's just gonna be Bez. He's just going for it, just straight beelining it towards the cap.
He's beelining it indeed. So he does only take 1 though, Zana. Never. I didn't say anything. I would like to take back my previous comment. I never said that.
I understand. Taking 2, but it does start the cap, and there is a little timer. Meanwhile, just the Carnivore and the Progetto, they are moving in. We'll see that the IS-3A is just moving back while the Carnivore is almost crossing that corner, and he won't see the maneuver from the IS-3A moving backwards.
There's the Progetto here,
This
though.
could be crucial because it will find the Progetto, right?
Oh.
This
We're
is
about to have a
exactly-
1v1. It's an IS-3A versus a Progetto. And it's not the 1v1 you like to see if you're in the Progetto. Because he takes 1, he takes 2, he takes 3. And the IS-3 is very happy with himself at this moment in time. As Tarks has 5 seconds left, the Progetto does not have an engine. 2, 1, can Tarks pick it up before our answer on the corner? No, it does not look like that. But already the damage has been dealt on towards the side of So Here I Go, not looking good.
Now we see that the Progetto is really crippled. Fortunately, there's a Carnivore helping in this side right next to him, so that could prove a little bit of a band-aid for him, because now he knows that the IS-3A is a 950 HP, right? A 4-shot basically.
Nice shot there though from Tarks. He has only 1 shell remaining. Can he get it? In the meantime, you can see another Karn pushing in on towards the Progetto. He's going to pick up the Progetto here. He's just about to come up reload. That's going to be the first one down for So Here I Go. And now in the meantime, Tarks packed himself into a corner. He gets supported from behind. He's holding. He did his shells. He did everything that mattered in this round. The Progetto called with his pans down in the 5 line, and that was the beginning of the end for the side of So Here I Go. It's obviously not done just yet, but it's 3v1, and it's 1 Karn left. And Zana, can you believe it? You're gonna be correct, Zana.
Meanwhile, yeah, I won versus you. I mean, Savage was just penning Bez over and over and over. Well, the 2v2 happened, or actually
Yeah,
the
well,
1v2
Zana,
happened.
think about it a little bit. By the way, if Best peeks towards the right, his cupola is actually exposing, and it's the only way he can really peek it. You know,
Yeah.
like you see
Yeah.
now, if he like, it's probably how he got damaged. Like you see the cupola's on the right hand side, and yeah, I mean you have to hit the cupola, but with the DPM the Karn has, if you fire shell, you're gonna hit it at some point, especially if you're
Yeah.
in the superior position where you can kind of hide.
Yeah. And that really also did a number on Baz. Just that trade was.
You gotta
wasn't
say though, it
forcing
does look like So Here I Go did not watch the other semifinal, because if they
No.
did, they would have known that the IS-38 likes to do that flank, which
Yeah.
shows maybe underestimating your opponent a little bit.
Also, the post game stats, we have a Carnivan picking up 3 kills, and the other side has 0. Clean game from Never Fair.
Yeah, we
Winning,
just yes, Sana.
winning the finals.
Winning the finals. Yeah, indeed, Sana. Which is something that you and me won't be doing today. You can be winning in my heart, Sana. But
I would love that. I would love that. I want to be your winning horse.
yes, Sana. Yes, that's just great. A winning horse that has a Bible within arm's reach. It's just really
And a
it's-
calculator.
and a calculator. It's just getting better and better. I love it. And
It's
calls
just a
himself
developing story.
calls himself a goat. It's just
I'm a man of everything. right?
yeah. It seems so. You're a little bit of everything. Like Zana's the kind of guy when he gets a DNA check, it's like 1% of every country that ever existed. The list just goes on. They're like, the list is too long. Sorry, we can't check.
Yeah, and then it has an overflow buffer error in the program, and that's when I got born.
A very happy day, apparently.
Yeah.
This is the replay. At this point, it was almost kind of over, though, Zana, if you think about it. Like, the HP lead is significant. And Tark's here, you could say it's a little greedy, but he has 2 shells in the chamber, and he immediately gets supported by the Karn, though,
I want to
who
see. Look at Tarks, by the way. His trade versus the Carnivan.
he just
Just
won.
puts 2 in.
He puts 2 in, and then just like, at that point, the IS-3A becomes... Oh, so he did hit it. At that point, the IS-3A becomes kind of irrelevant, almost, because he already did his damage. He did 5 shells. Like,
Yeah. It's like, okay, I did what I had to do. And then
Yeah.
he still comes and gets him. He's like, hello. And while he is having some fun in the garage with Tarks, his backside and side is actually sticking out, unfortunately.
unfortunately, just a little bit...
In the back
maybe
you see Savage picking up Bez, shot after shot, doing
maybe you
damage.
should do some crunches and sit-ups. I also
Wait.
do those often. I crunch a burger.
Maybe he needed to lift more, bro.
He just needs to lift more.
He just needs to lift more.
Can always give him the contact of Jan Maresh, dude, while we're at it. For some bodybuilding tips, dude. But yeah, deserved winners there, Never Fair. They looked a little bit wonky at times, so you gotta be honest. And Here I Go, I actually had some good rotations as well. But at the end of the day, as Mojo would like to say, you get what you deserve. That's the way. That's the way it is.
I think Here I Go were the rotational champions. So we're gonna that's one mental victory, I guess.
Well, Zana, they're not playing again. But Zana, that was our 3v3 tier 8 done and dusted. We are going to go into a break with some of the replays. Zana, I love you. We all love you. And we'll see each other very, very soon.
Thank you so much for having me.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Your Team on Stream event here during the Tankmas streams of 2020. And yeah, we have arrived at that part of the evening which I'm, most happy about to do. It is obviously the 7 versus 7. And I'm being joined by Ducky for this one. And
Hello, Kihan.
Hello.
It's so nice to be here with you. You can see the sparkles behind you. And you look so wonderful tonight.
Oh,
It's just
they don't
absolutely-
compare to the sparkles in my eyes when seeing you though.
Yes, but they don't compare to the happiness that I feel when I see you
Aw.
first, right? So let's not dwindle there. Let's go to the bracket: Never Fair versus Rumble and Rude versus Invil. Key, there's something that a lot of these teams have in common.
Yeah, basically we have 3 Polish teams, which is Never Fair, Rude, and Invil, and yeah, holding up a sole German flag here in those semifinals is Team Rumble, who managed to qualify pretty I would say surprisingly for most of the people involved or fighting against them during the qualifications. But yeah, I think we're going to be in for some spicy stuff here. I believe the format is 770, so basically 7 tanks, all of them tier 10.
All of them allowed.
All of them allowed, that too. So basically EBRs, rewards, all of that is going to be available. And other than that, we're going to have the same format as the ones we just saw. So basically encounter on the maps. And yeah, the Never Fair lineup here.
We literally saw them play not so long ago, and they're going into their next one now.
So basically not only doing well on tier 8, but also now looking to do it on tier 10. It is the Polish, it's Never Fair team with the Belarusian Legionnaire Hakir.
DJ there, known for his EBR plays, mainly Vampire as well. Either of those two could really play EBR for that team. It's unlikely to have 2 EBRs in 7v7 as it just drags your team HP down too much and your fighting capabilities. But you can see either of those two appear on those tank, zooming around past you. I mean, I know for Kihan it's usually a struggle to hit those EBRs. You know, coming off a slightly older age now. You know, he's not what he used to be anymore.
But then again, coming to not what we used to be anymore, we have Rumble that are now all in the Beyond clan, and I'm very happy for them that they made it. I know a lot of them personally, but I am not sure how people like Eki, Jack, Panzerkiller, Shorty, that would have liked to play for Penta, I believe, how they're gonna stack up to just the motivated Polish lineups. I mean, you would know all about that, right?
About the Polish lineups or the Rumble team?
Their
Which one of the
motivation,
two?
the motivation of the Polish lineups.
Yeah, definitely for sure. They are very try-hardy at almost anything they do, which is not a bad thing. Wanting to win, competitive spirit is something that is a good thing for the teams. This Rumble team, though, here coming out, key lineup-wise, we have 4 Chieftains, a 907, an STB, and an EBR for the side of Rumble. For Never Fair, key?
For Never Fair, it's triple Chieftain, double CS tank, a 907, and an EBR. And the map, as we should see shortly, is going to be Prokhorovka.
Prokhorovka here, a team which we can see Never Fair is doing what a lot of teams do here, which is driving straight towards the middle to take that middle ridge engagement. But from the south hand side, Rumble is doing exactly the same thing. Jack Reacher though coming over, already taking 2 shots. That's not what you like to see.
Yeah, Jack dropping down to a 2-shot there basically, and Vampire just taking 1 shot just outlines how different those teams are. But yeah, Shorty now coming in here, sees the opening on a CS, and nicht mehr Timmy there in the STB1, able to support him, helping him get the DPM advantage, and that is Tarks immediately down and out of the game, Ducky.
That's a very good counterplay there for the side of Rumble. Coming on towards that pocket position. They're now leading in HP. They're getting repushed though in towards the dip. That Hakir is going to be coming in. He wants to pick up Shorty on a 2-shot 907. Hakir comes over. Shorty does not connect his shot. The STB from the backline does. And Shorty now down towards the 1-shot. Hakir is going to not pick it up. That's very important because now you can see the damage is really starting to stack up. Another non-penetration coming out there from Shorty. But in the meantime, Kihan, it's the middle push coming out from Rumble. They're going all over the place.
Definitely Rumble here up in getting guns up in HP. They're looking to shut this one out. As we were so focused on the mediums, we didn't even see that the heavy tanks were trading so well here for the Germans. You can see DJ Weed in front of 3 enemy tanks, simply not able to survive for much longer here. He's a one-shot. He's getting picked up. And now it's only the CS and the EBR for the Polish side here against the German onslaught. That is all the chieftains there. And yeah, the CS already taking one. He's not going to be able to run away. And after that, it's only Vampire left in his EBR.
That is indeed correct, as Marcus now is isolated, surrounded. Panda is going to be burning down, perhaps. He does. Vampire picks it up from the back lines, but that is not going to make a difference here, as it's 2 chieftains and an STB here for the side of Rumble still alive. I mean, Vampire has 3.5k damage, though. You got to say that EBR is stacking up on the damage department. There has to be some obvious gameplay failures in the rest of the team if he did 3.5 and they're still so far on the downside.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know how much the fire did on Panzerkiller or International. I don't know which chieftain got set on fire, but that might have padded his damage a bit. But yeah, obviously in the cap here, you have so many buildings that basically the EBR passing by is not going to do it. Vampire trying to basically get the resets here. As he does, he's in the base now. So the cap is stopped, but everyone knows where he is. And if they don't have an aim like me, they should be able to take him out shortly.
Wow, Kihan is yoinking the jokes here before I even make them myself. That's the next level, as Rumble is going to be picking it up. The cap actually gets finished. Kihan, I like it. The self-roast. I can see the barbecue was turned on early, well prepared. But yeah, Rumble, they're coming out strong. And what they did extremely well is the initial play with the 907 and the STB, counterplaying the dip play for the side of Never Fair, because once they did that, Never Fair was then forced to repush back in it, which allowed the STB to farm 2.5k damage, Eki farming 4k damage even. But there on the side of Never Fair, we can see the 907 that had to come into repush, especially Tark and Tisek there, not really stacking up.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised to see how many shots the 907s actually bounced on each other. But the thing is, for the side of Rumble, what really enabled them to get ahead on the medium side of the map was basically that STB putting in shot after shot after shot and profiting from the 907 being there and taking so long to go down. I think that was really crucial.
There's almost no other tank you would want in that position that he was playing, because the STB, obviously, it's quick, it's nimble, it has that amazing gun depression and the DPM to absolutely shred through a tank that gets thrown in front of him. So, but you know, Rumble wasn't just winning that, they were also winning the middle. So they won on multiple sides of the map. It's not like they just won the dip, because they also just won the middle. Because once the 907 was repushing, they just said, whatever, we're going to go over the middle, we're going to go kill them.
Definitely, and apparently the angles and the crossfire by the heavy tanks was just there. We saw Eki with 4k damage. That is only achievable in a chieftain if you get to continuously penetrate the enemies throughout a game.
Especially in a game that is this fast, he's basically just shooting, never stopping.
Yep. But yeah, I believe we didn't have a chance to look at the maps so far for this semi-final, which obviously also is best of 3. I'd love to have that come up shortly. But yeah, Prokhorovka down and out. Rumble taking a very, very convincing victory here. And here we actually have pick and bans.
Lakeville.
Yep. Next map up is Lakeville. And you probably have a lot of insights as to how to play this map. I have to admit, I'm sort of out in the meta for 7v7 encounter.
Northside is favorite. People will disagree. People will not say it. IMO Northside is favorite because the holdowns around the church are more sloped in a way that the north side can play them more effectively against the south side. From the south, it's more like you have to play high up, which then ends you not being in a... Okay, so there's 2 things to it. If you play in the holedown from the south hand side, you can get there before the north side gets there. You get a free shot of damage. But if you're playing low and they go high, they get the superior holedown and they kill you after, right? Now, you may think, okay, why don't we just play high then instead? Now, there's the rock at D7 that exists on Lakeville, which we saw in the 3v3 also be played, which gets continuous side shots if you are fighting against their chieftains. So he's just basically free farming. And all of that combined in together with 50B clipping and the allowed focus fire that comes out from that play, it means I am on north side in general as favorite.
Oh yeah, as we just see here, the last moments of the match on Prokhorovka between Never Fair and Rumble. And yeah, Rumble just with the convincing overpush after getting the basically the better trades on the medium line as well. Maybe it was just Neverfair had too many tanks out of the battle with the CSs trying to flank with the EBRs, and Rumble just had all of them in the middle, but they didn't wait to get encircled, and then they just overpushed, and the timing was just right.
Yeah, everything worked out here for Rumble. I mean, they killed the CS going into the dip, which then allowed them to farm the repush. And then once Neverfair started repushing, they just were like, okay, well, we have more tanks than you in the middle. We're just going to go over the mid, ignore the CS that's at the rails, and focus fire better.
Yeah. Also, props to Vampire for the jump he's about to do. That's very nice. I only recently found out that you can basically jump over the trains, and that's basically how you can get out of trouble in an EBR. Then again, I don't play that tank that often.
Yes, but you got to remember, if you want to do this from the north-hand side key, that this... I'm giving you free driving advice. I know you need it. So if you do it from this side over the rails, you shouldn't do it as fast, because if you do it at a lot of speed, you're going to die.
Yeah, don't worry there. I am a German, so I'm a law-abiding citizen, obviously not going over the speeding limit, not even on Proco.
I didn't know we had any speeding limits yet on Proco Key, but you know, you look like a little bit like my German teacher that I had in school, so I
Cool
believe
guy,
you,
I can
you know?
already tell just by hearing that.
Yeah, I was mainly sleeping though, but the times I was awake, he seemed like a decent guy, to be honest. Never had really any issues with him.
That's about the nicest thing I'm probably going to hear about myself from you today.
Anyways, next one, Key. No surprise on the lineups here. Actually, double 279 is interesting on Lakeville, and I'll tell you why. It's slow. Compared to the Chiefs, it's slow.
So, yeah, basically, Neverfair with their 50Bs and Chieftains, they're going to try to cross immediately here. Obviously, the shots across the water, pot shots, if they hit, good. If not, well, no matter.
Yeah, if they hit, all good. If they don't hit, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, you don't count on it, but it's a nice thing. And you can see on the outside you have Tarkski, and he's going to be driving towards the rock, which is a common play. Ooh, but he immediately gets tracked, though.
Yeah, I guess he had to pull his rep kit there just to be able to take the position
But he's
immediately.
double-tracked.
Never mind, he's double-tracked there. And now you can see the Rumble tanks, like a swarm of piranhas, coming to prey onto the track 907, down to 1100 HP. But he does make it across in the end. 700 HP left only, though, here. And Neverfair, this is the reaction. They're pushing down this road here with the Chieftains. They're pushing into Crossfire, but they do have a lot of tanks.
Well, they are committed at this point. They have to go. Maria there, the international, is going to be the first one to get focused. He gets tracked, he gets held, he gets shut down, and now they're all stuck in one lane. They got to get out of this lane. Vampire's on fire, and not in a good way. The 50Bs are on the flank now. Panzer's getting clipped from two sides. And this play here for Neverfair, it looks scruffy, but it is working out for them, especially that double 50B just slaying the Chieftain from behind. And now Bark is pushing through, and it was looking good there from Rumble. But so far, I would put my money on Neverfair, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, the thing is, the 50B that was basically taking the 279s from behind has run out of steam at the moment. They are reloading now. DJ Wheat comes off the reload, I believe, in 10 seconds. But yeah, he does ram Shorty there away to keep his brother a little more alive. But yeah, still the HP are very, very even. And now finally the 50Bs are off reload. And now nicht mehr Timmy and Jack Reacher here. They're going to have a hard time against two clipping 50Bs. They cannot repush this. And at the same time, the Neverfair tanks on the outside are probably winning the engagement.
You can see there Jack is now pushing back in, but I think he overestimated how much HP the 279 really has. It's Hakir. He just gives them the remaining 3 shots and is going to be picking them up. And now Eki and Timmy are going to be chasing Hakir. He's running. He's trying to hide, but Darks on the move shuts down Pink Fluffy. And that is very important. At 907, there could have been a nuisance in the side. Tark's now down towards the one shot, trying to use the Rex there. Can Eki hit this shot? It's important he does. If not, it's a 3v2. And there comes DJ. He's off of reload once more. Can he pick it up? He gets Timmy. And that's going to leave Eki in a situation that he cannot win. Yes, Hakir bounces the first, picks it up on the second. And this was a game that went everywhere and nowhere at the same time. They were driving. Like, it looked chaotic. But even in chaos, there is order.
I mean,
I-
it looked like all over the place, but at the same time, it went really well for the Polish guys in the sense that basically the 50B was at the church, both the 50Bs were at the church,
exactly.
able to clip out, and then they basically were faced with the choice, well, do we commit in? Do we bring in our HP into the fight to make our people
Look at the
survive
beast.
longer?
Look,
Yeah, or
look at the beast, Key.
they could just go on reload and then come in with the second clip of the game and just finish it off easily, which is exactly what happened.
I mean, the bees there, like you could see that Rumble does not have 50 bees available to them, and the bees for the side of Never Fair, one has 3.6, one has 2.8, but importantly as well, they have 5 kills together, which they picked up over half of the enemy team. And yeah, they pushed with all their chieftains inside the lane, but they actually got something really important, which was the international. He got tracked on the corner. They were actually able to kill him. And also the fact that Dark survived there in the beginning, Key, even though he got double tracked, is a little weird, I guess. You would usually have one guy shooting for the track again to retrack him, but he survived and he did 2.5k damage still.
Yeah, definitely. Like, he did get there to the stone, and I thought he paid a hefty price for it, but in the end, he's one of the 3 people remaining alive on his team, so it did pay off for him. But yeah, in the end, what you also mentioned there, the international getting double-tracked on that corner with the hull down available to him in the Chieftain. Player mistake?
I mean, he would maybe do one more shot of damage to Key, because I don't think they would really stop in that lane. Like, they got it more for free now, but even if he's there, I think Darks just free farm him. Like, because Darks still has the rock, right? So international can't watch both sides. But I think really was an issue for Rumble is that, first of all, the 279s were kind of slow still. Even to this fight, they felt like a little slow. Would have almost rather see them do this with chieftains instead of 279. And the fact that they actually were so focused on this one lane of tanks that Hakir and DJ just had free reign over everything. They could just do whatever they wanted because nobody was putting pressure on them. I mean, now is the first time Hakir gets put under pressure, but the game's over.
Yeah, definitely. At this point, like the 50Bs, they could even come in and basically say, hello, shoot me, please, and not, you know, the single shooter tanks that are low HP on my team, because I can take the punishment and survive regardless. But yeah, well played by the 50Bs, but then again, you have to keep in mind it's a team game, so basically the other guys on the Never Fair team,
Enabling them.
yeah, did a very good job in setting them up to do it. So
I would say this was very close IMO for a north-sided Lakeville. Because, like I said, I think North has the advantage. But at the end of the day, the scoreline is now 1-1. So Never Fair recovering well, which is important for the overall match itself. And now, Key.
it's on to the decider. It's on to Ensk. And Ensk is a pretty spicy map, I would say. Is there a big advantage for one of the sides?
Maybe slightly for North. Maybe slightly for North, to be honest, because the spawns work out so from North that you could actually spot some tanks crossing easier than you can from South, just because of the way that the spawns work, where they are, what location can get to the spot. And it's important on Ensk to have the info, because obviously, you know, the cap timer, if there's 3 people on it, it goes down by a lot really, really fast. So North IMO. But we'll at least see some variety here. A lot of teams like to play with an E100, even some TDs from time to time. So
yeah, definitely. Obviously, since the last rework, the E100 with the small gun definitely an option in the tier 10 meta at the moment, simply due to, you know, you're putting that HP booster on it and you're almost at 3k, and then you have that really nice reload on the 530 alpha gun. You can track people with the APCR. It's wonderful.
I thought you only fired fully shady or you were 100k.
No, that's another guy from Germany, and he does use the big gun doing it, I believe.
Thought it was you. You have so much in common.
Ah. I don't lift those, so there we go.
Well, I mean, you left glasses. I mean, I guess it counts as well for something. There's some weight to those, Key. I bet you have great wrists, just amazing wrists.
I I mean, you know, for my flick shotting abilities, it helps.
Flick shotting ability. Yeah.
Um,
I mean, I've seen you flick a lot of shots.
Mm.
Then again, I've also seen you miss a lot of shots. Maybe
Oh.
one has something to do with the other. You know, there's maybe like a one-to-one relationship there, Key.
I mean, yeah, basically that has a lot to do with training. And, you know, I've been training in the casting department more lately. But yeah, we are very lucky for you to join me there yet again. And I don't know, what's your opinion about casters in general when they, you know, go to cast and not play anymore?
Oh, coaches don't play, Key. Coaches don't play. But the difference is, I already told you. I chose to cast, and well. You want to finish the sentence, or we're just gonna move on?
I was just gonna ask if you who you coached this tournament.
You know, I would say it was a learning experience for me and the people that I played with. You know, we did our best in every single qualifier, and really, Key, you got to think about it as content. Yeah? So I got 4 qualifiers worth of content, and now I get to be here, which is even more content.
Definitely.
And from a streamer POV, I'm really just reaching new heights.
It was planned all along. And talking about the content on our hands, it is going to be the decider in between Never Fair and Rumble, the only remaining German team in this 7v7 on tier 10. And Never Fair on ends coming in with a 60 TP, a 50 B, double E100, double Chieftain, and an E3.
Not a big fan of the E3 because of its mobility, to be honest. I like the E4 more, personally. Maybe they have something secret with it. But I personally prefer E4 for the third key. But on the other hand, we have Rumble with just a super fast setup, though. Like 5 Chieftains and a 279. You gotta remember, like, the Chief is an amazing tank. But playing against tanks like you and Henner with the big alpha they have... Ooh.
Oh, yeah. DJ getting tracked here in the E3, and if the Chieftains basically move further on the 0 line, they can maybe put side shots into him, so he needs to be careful. On the other hand, Rumble should be careful because there's actually a tank by Never Fair here parked in A0, which they don't know about.
Yeah, that is true. There is a tank at A0. DJ here, just about getting safe. You can obviously still get shot by HE, which is a common thing to do in Ensk, actually, to shoot HE from 1 and B. Takes another one there. DJ is getting outplayed now by D279. All I'm going to say, Key, if he was in an E4, he would never have been called there. But he chose to pick the E3, and now we can see Eki and his Chieftain coming down, and I think he's going to be coming to close the game here on DJ as he looks, he shoots, he doesn't score. But we'll give him another try. Otherwise, he's going to die to HE, one of the two.
Well, I believe Eki also was shooting HE here. Yeah, the next shot connects, and DJ Wade down to 48, down to 0, down and out of this game here. First pickup for Rumble, and they didn't really pay for doing it.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Just a little bit of HP on the International. But just because of the lineup from Never Fair, they still have a lot of HP left. They're only 400 down, so it is possible. But it's hard. It's going to be really hard.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Rumble here with the big rotation. I believe they saw some of the shots of the guy in A0 hitting the ground in front of them, so they're not going to commit into a crossfire in, like, say, A8 or something. So big rotation now, and yeah, Jack Reacher with the 279 getting spotted out back there on the J line, basically giving it away. What's happening? Other than that, Shorty now taking a shot, not dealing anything in return. That's not what he likes to do. But yeah, the game sort of calm at the moment. I believe both of the sides are sort of like consolidating their positions at the moment.
Yeah, Key, but you also got to remember that there's still one tank down, so... I'm just looking at this. There's Panzer and Eki driving down the rails. They could surprise Tarks here, actually. Tarks is in a world of pain as Panzer peeks around first, and Eki comes second. He takes 1. He takes 2, though, from the Chieftain. No, that one not connecting. You can see that he would 100 third there, actually being a lot more bouncy than what it used to be. But now Tarks forced to back off. When he backs off, he takes another shot. He takes one more from the side, and Never Fair. They're slowly but surely starting to lose every single rail.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, the more guns by Rumble here enabling them to simply cover more angles. And Tux here in the E100 needs to be super careful. He's down to a 2-shot. Shorty, I believe, is peeking on him, hitting one of the cars, though. But yeah, now the tanks that were pushed up through the rails by Rumble are starting to engage here against the Never Fair tanks. But Eki needs to be super careful because the Chieftain from the field is actually getting pulled back. And in the meantime, Tux has gone down in his E100.
I mean, Eki there making a major misplay as well, to be honest. Like, he even goes down for this Kihan. You gotta be honest, that was not what Rumble needed here. That actually gives a freebie the way to Never Fair. And they're actually up on HP, by the way. Kihan, like, Rumble was in the driving seat, and now the International's gonna get chased down by Savage. And what looked to be a good situation for Rumble could quickly spiral into something less optimal here. If the International goes down towards the field, Never Fair, they're gonna be fine again.
Yeah, definitely. Never Fair has managed to stabilize again, and what do I say? Stabilize. They even have more HP right now, and by a pretty big margin of 1k. Yeah, Rumble is now trying to engage onto Hakir here in his E100, but that tank does have higher alpha, however, nicht mehr Timmy. He's getting in one shot for free, so that's nice. The HP gap closing a little, but Rumble has the problem that a lot of their tanks are at the moment caught on those EF5 position, and they cannot really leave there. Savage can now side scrape here onto the rails here, onto the Chieftain, and just basically free farm, I believe.
Yeah, if he side scrapes well, he'll be winning that trade. Normally, Vampire, even this is okay here for him. He decides not to re-peek. He trades 1-for-1. It's not really what you want to do in a 50B, but it's like, okay, at the very least, it's okay. And now Vampire's going to be running away. They take a shot from the 100 on the crossing. Timmy does give one in return, but in the same time, Panzer is slowly but surely whittling down. But then, again, you can see Tissig there in that Chieftain getting farmed a little bit. But here comes Barkis, though, Kihan. Here comes Barkis. 750 alpha.
Yup, humpity dumpity, says the 60 TP as he tries to put in one into the... no, that was the 50B, but yeah, he will get to connect probably, though. The 279 getting caught out here by Vampire, and the 60 TP also. Snap, bang, boom, he's out of the game. The E100, he's trying to fight for survival at the moment against Nicht mehr Timmy. But yeah, Nicht mehr Timmy, he knows there is the 50B and the 60 TP coming from the back. Nice track shot here onto the Chieftain, so he gets stopped. But yeah, can Never Fair actually peek here? Barkis says yes. Easy pickup onto Nicht mehr Timmy, and now it's Rumble, who have more guns, but less HP here against Never Fair, still up 1k.
Yeah, the question is, does Rumble go for it? It looks like Panzer wants to actually take that hold-down window there, which he has to cross for, though. Hakir is just going to be holding the angle. He knows that it's a potential. He knows that he might want to go for this, but Pink Fluffy here is the playmaker for the side of Rumble, because he has all of his HP almost remaining, and now smartly the 100 is readjusting back inside. And Kihan, do these teams go for a draw? You think they're feeling it?
Possibly. Although I would.
If Shorty dies here against Barkis.
Oh my goodness! Why would you try to go in there? Yeah, the 60 TP does have low heat pan, but why would you ever commit into it? And Barkis.
If they get another kill here, Key. If Barkis just takes.
Yeah.
Vampire picks it up.
Oh my
29
goodness!
seconds
29
now.
seconds. I mean,
Rumble has to make a play.
Rumble, I'm not sure if they have to, because Never Fair started with so much more HP, so Rumble probably did more shots. But yeah, in the National
Vampire
getting caught
Rumble.
out here, 17 seconds on the clock, and Vampire still has one shot in his clip, so he would be able to kill in the National.
If they pick up the skill here, it's going to be all over International here in the 1v1. Vampire is aiming. Vampire picks it up. 5 seconds now, and what looked to be a great situation for Rumble has been thrown into the pit of despair rather quickly as the clock runs down. And I don't think we need to discuss who won this one.
There is a slight possibility by some magic.
But 3 tanks surviving, I think surviving gives more experience, right?
Surviving does get more experience also.
But they have more kills?
Also they have more kills, and also they had the kills on the tanks that survived, I believe. So you don't get the penalty for dying applied onto, basically... onto the kill. And
okay, let's go over it quickly. Barkis beats Shorty in the 101. Jack loses to Vampire in the 101. International loses against Tarks. Pink loses against Hakir. Panzer wins against Tissig. Vampire beats Nicht, and Eki barely beats. It's never fair.
Never Fair.
It's never fair. Yes, it is. Because like the first guy alone is like 170 experience, and then it's 100 plus experience again. And the only 2 times I lost is once on 100 experience, and then once on like 20 experience. So Barkis alone has enough experience more to make up for everything else. So.
Definitely. Yeah, I feel like, obviously, congratulations to the Never Fair guys for advancing to the finals of this.
I gotta say it, Oki. I gotta say it.
Say
that
what?
was a throw.
It was a big throw. I was about to go to that. It all looked good until Shorty went in there with a 279 and got picked up by Barkis. Like, what was that?
I feel like it started even earlier than that. First of all, International somehow got traded to 700 HP. How? I think he was on the field. How? I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know. But then
also Eki, him pushing up there in the rails.
Eki pushed down the rails and died for free, which already brought it back to Never Fair. And then Shorty in the 279, I don't know what he's doing there. At that point, they might still be ahead of an experience, and he just dies to Barkis for free.
Yep.
And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it feels like everything looked good, and then it just started falling apart piece by piece until the whole house came crashing down onto the Rumble team. But yeah, this basically means we have to say goodbye to the last German team in this tournament, and we are left with 3 Polish teams. One of them already qualified for the final. But yeah, I believe we have a replay ready where we can probably go over all of this yet again, how exactly this spiraled out of control.
This here was okay still for Rumble because, you know, they're taking rails. So Tarks is getting owned. International is in the meantime on the field. He was 1.1 and then went down towards 700. He overplayed a little bit there. But this play here from Eki, this is what he does now. What is this? What does he do? Why?
I don't know. Like, the Chieftain by Never Fair on the field, obviously doing exactly the right thing, going back to crossfire Eki there on the rails. And then also this same Chieftain, I believe Savage, he will be able to side scrape onto Panzerkiller after killing Eki there. I mean, yeah, the International, he's coming to flank the Chieftain flanking, but yeah, Eki already down here. It just feels like, you know, individually the
and
Never
even
Fair
at this
guys,
point,
yeah.
Even at this point, Rumble could have won.
Yeah, even at this point they could have won, but it was the individual quality, I guess, of the Never Fair players compared to the Rumble players at that point in time, just, you know, doing the job. Because all those little engagements, they keep working out in favor for Never Fair time and time and time again. And yeah, like here.
This is also like Jack and Timmy chasing a 50B. Then they're turning around. They're going for the E100. They don't kill the C100, by the way. He doesn't die. Like Jack and Timmy here both die when they were basically full HP. Like,
yeah, that basically was the only piece of miscommunication for Never Fair here. The 60 TP picking up the 279 and then the
this is a beautiful track, though.
Yeah, that is a beautiful track. Haki there. Basically enabling his 60 TP body to pick up the kill because Nicht mehr Timmy cannot go around the corner anymore.
And even at this point, Rumble has more tanks. And then we get to this. What is this? I mean, the E100 does very well here. He realizes that he could get flanked and he backs off. But then comes the, I don't know, what is this? 279.
That basically could be me in an advance in an E3, basically just dying for free and not knowing what he's doing because he misunderstood something. And yeah, Barkis, beautiful shot. He waits for the wiggle of the 279 to have more penetration respective to the armor, or basically to have a better chance of penning. And yeah, now it is Never Fair on the offense here. They have Barkis with a lot of HP. Still, the Chieftain getting cleaned up in the window by the 50B in the meantime. Barkis just has to reload, and then he has to go in and try to enable his bodies to do more damage, as he does. And
yeah, and well, I mean, at the end of the day, Never Fair didn't start off well, but if Rumble is gonna hand them the win, it takes one team to throw and another to actually take it, you know?
Definitely.
Because Rumble was throwing, but Never Fair played well off of Rumble's mistakes. So you got to give them credit for actually punishing those mistakes, which they did very well, even though they made a very big one themselves in the beginning with that E3.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure like how good the E3 is on ends because you can just sidetrack and damage it with HE all the time in 7v7. But yeah, the updated tournament bracket, never fair, as we just saw, qualifying for the finals. And basically now they can lean back and have a look at who qualifies in the second semifinal, which is going to be 2 Polish teams, Rude against Invil, and I'm also looking forward to that one. There's some excellent players in there, and I know some of them have been tryharding tactics night after night after qualifying. So yeah, this is the Rude team. A lot of known names, I would say, and the Invil team here, I love the logo.
It's it's very, very, very nice, except for the part where Seagun's in it.
Oh, wow.
Never mind. I couldn't see him past the helmet at first, but then I realized. But yeah, Ketsai, Sokar, Monster, Orange, Simon, David. No Piotr in that team though, which you would probably expect, I guess, to be in there as well. But yeah, they played very well during the qualifier. Had some interesting things. I'm gonna bet on them, by the way.
I was also gonna go with them, but now I'm taking.
Unlucky, I was first.
Oh, so basically you want Xana to, do the same thing as you, and with me, I'm not allowed. Okay, I see how it is.
Xana was the new one, and still mold him a little bit. You know what I mean? But with you like no, you're not.
Are you implying I'm old? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not implying anything. I'm saying it's a big difference. I don't have to imply something, all right? But yeah, we have Redshire Band, Broco Band, Moro Band, and then we have Himmels Insk with Lakeville Decider. Not a bad map pool.
No, I like it actually. Also, after, the qualifiers happened, the map pool was reviewed and it was decided not to go with maps like Siegfried and Mainz, for example.
Wonder why.
Yeah, to improve the experience for everyone, I guess. But yeah, Himmelsdorf, the first map, and probably also one of the most played maps of all time in competitive. And yeah, here we go. Invil against Rude. Invil bringing an E100, 2279, 3 Chieftains, and an EBR on Himmelsdorf.
EBR on Himmelsdorf, it's interesting. It can do some nice things, like it can go hill and spot whatever is coming up there. It can go 2-1-2 and outspot them as well. But it's just really not a good fighting tank. So you're really relying on your other 6 tanks to make the difference, to be honest, because you can't count on the EBR doing a lot.
Yep. Monsteo trying to do now what he can with the spotting side of things, going through that D-line, just zooming, cruising, taking window, I believe. And the rest of his tanks are just going over the A-B line, orientating themselves towards the cap, while Rude is actually sending the Batchat and the 50B
Monster!
to the hill.
Monster's in trouble there. Oh, he's just about to run out on time because the 907 was crossing. I feared for Monster's life there for a second.
Yep, definitely. I think he took one shot even by the 907 itself. Or maybe it was the Chieftain from the window. But yeah, Sokol and now establishing courtyard control due to also his people on the hill giving him the safety to do it. Invil has other plans though. Invil went into the cap with 3 people. Or no, actually, sorry, only 1 and 2 behind the house there to profit.
Well, there will be 3 soon, Key.
Yep.
You're correct. I mean, we'll say that you're correct. Never is joining with Simon, so that's going to be the triple cap, and they can angle off of each other here a little bit because you're never angling up even a little bit as well. So that puts a lot of cap pressure. That's 20 seconds. I mean, they have an E100, but he's going to get punished for every single one of those peaks. The 50B is finally rotating in. He was on the hill at first. The bot is now coming off the hill. Monster is going to spot that out, so you know about that. At least 10 seconds left now. They need to start getting the resets, Keyhand.
Definitely, but it doesn't seem like they do, as the E100 and the Chieftain both bouncing, and the 279 in the front has already been reset. But there, Sokol coming in, giving the nice reset onto Orzech with the Chieftain in the hull down here. So cap not an issue really at the moment, but maybe it will become again as the 907 just died.
The sheer pressure that the cap put on here from Invil forced the 907 to make a play to try and get the reset, but in return, Miku and Sokar double teaming the C100 to make it even again. But now the bot and the 50B on reload, and Monster actually getting to farm a little bit. Orteg is going to come in with his Chieftain and pick it up. Miku now still on reload, and Invil is firmly ahead in this one.
Yeah, Invil firmly ahead with guns, with HP. You can see here over 1k, and also the 50B just free food at the moment, trying to run away while reloading. It is not to be. Never picks up Miku here, and now yeah, Rude is basically being pressured into a push on the 1-2 line because they don't have an overmatch available anywhere else. The other guy here alive, Goha on Belvedere, he's just getting bullied by 1, 2, 3 tanks, it seems. And yeah, he's about to go down. And I believe Root is not going to make magic happen here, as the guys on the 1-2 line are also getting pressured now.
Yeah, it's not going to be anything to do here for the side of Rude, as they have 2 tanks remaining. It's just Keepa and his E100 now, and there is 6 Invil tanks left standing. Just the sheer amount of cap pressure that was put there, and the lack of resets to begin with, forced the 907 out of his little hiding place in D4 way before he had any support, and then you could see he just died for free. There was even some HE bouncing going on, capping down to 8 seconds. The 907 figured, we got a reset, and then he died.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice to see how Invil was setting up the cap, right? You had the Chieftain in the hold down behind the house, just aiming across the 1-2 line to basically prevent the 279s from being poked from anywhere close, and the 279s just had to weather the storm from the E100 and the Chieftain there, and the E100 has super low APCR pen, and the Chieftain was firing HE. But yeah, very, very well played here by Invil, convincing 7-1 scoreline for the first game. And even Monster able to do some damage.
Yeah, he actually got to shoot the bat. Like, he did more than expected. He even got to shoot the bat a little bit in the side, and probably even the 907. So Monster doing a good amount of damage there for an EBR, and just a solid start from Invil. And that's what you want to see from them. The aggression, taking the initiative, and they did all of that.
Yep. Invil probably one of the favorites here in this tournament for the title, even though I'm still going to go with the other guys just for the sake of it. But yeah, that was Himmelsdorf, and I believe upcoming is it is actually Ensk. At least it says so in the sheet. Am I entirely correct here? I hope so. But yeah, on any map, basically, that is a city map. Invil so far not really sticking with a lot of the E100s. Instead, oh yeah, there we go. It is actually going to be Ensk. If we think back to the other game on Ensk that we just saw in between Rumble and Never Fair, we did see one team with just 279 Chieftain almost winning, but then the individual class of the Never Fair guys with, sprinkled tanks all over winning. How do you think this one's going to go?
I don't know. Ensk is it's kind of a hard map in a way as well, but I'm gonna go with Invil again, man. They just, unlike your prediction, Key, yeah, they seem to be well prepared, know what they want to do, and they're putting, at least it looks like they're trying to just put so much pressure onto the enemy team that they're forced to make a reaction, and they don't make the perfect reaction at that point, you get in trouble.
I mean, beautifully thought out here. As I said, the Chieftain in the cap, basically denying the other 2 Chieftains below the cap bar here. Then you have the 279s, one of them shielding the other. So they are really trying to apply cap pressure here. The 907 gets eliminated immediately. And then you even have Ketsai and David behind the cap, behind the house there, sort of as liberos, doing wherever the reaction, wherever it is needed. And then, yeah, I mean, the E100 goes down here by the 50B and the Batcher, but if Invil can pick one tank that gets clipped basically by 50B and Batcher, it is probably going to be the E100, because it's going to be slow for the rest of the game and, not able to create overmatches.
Well, and in this, it comes to see can Rude recover onto Endsdome. That's the most important part. I mean, this setup here for Invil, it was very well thought on. Even the EBR forcing Rude to bring maybe more tanks to the hill than they would like to, because you can't just let the EBR have free reign from above either. So, I mean, Monster obviously didn't go there, but he did possibly force 2 of the Root tanks to go on the hill initially, which means the 50B was later than he would normally be. Maybe made some timings for Root kind of awkward.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, Monster obviously with a very, very nice job here. You don't usually expect the EBR to do this much on Himmelsdorf, but yeah, the simple fact that you can pick a tank like this on Himmelsdorf, it's like a constant presence. It's a constant threat to all the tanks, especially the autoloaders, because you have to keep in mind, if you're like 1 or 2 shot and you press reload now, then that EBR might be just around the corner to pick you up.
I personally prefer CS over an EBR, because if you do get straight pressured by a team, let's say that Rude also just went 1-2, and they didn't care. And they
Mm.
just pushed with all 7 tanks 1-2 as well. EBR might not always be as useful as you may think, because like he's nice to have one way, but he's also annoying to have in the other, because he doesn't share HP ever, because it's too easy for him to die. So you always have that one tank that is just kind of farming from the side, which is a lot different when 7 people are actually brawling against 6, because they're able to focus fire well, shield a little bit, make the guns one by one. So there's always a risk, KMO, bringing the EBR.
Mm. Yeah, I guess where I can see where you're coming from with the CS, because it just has that much more DPM and HP. I guess the EBR still has the slight mobility advantage, but yeah. Other than that, we're about to hop into Ensk, I believe, and yeah, we saw one game here, the E3 not really working out. I don't think Invil is gonna pick an E3, because like they seem to be willing to put the aggression, like take it and just push it onto the enemy.
It's unlikely to see Invil playing with an E3. I mean, they might bust out an E100 or two, but overall they should be bringing a pretty fast setup. No, it's a bot for Chiefs and double 279 key.
Oh, sort of fast for Invil. Meanwhile, Root with double 50B, an E100, 279 double Chief, and a 907. I'm actually not sure like which setup is faster here. Like I think Invil is like better suited for rotations, because basically the chieftains all sort of have the same speed, so they can, you know, pack up and like all go together, whereas there is a lot of tanks with different speeds on Root's team. But yeah, Invil managing to cross over into the city without losing any kind of HP towards the 907, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, indeed. And they're also flanking there with Invil with the bot and the chieftain. Sokar does take one from the E100, and now Root is starting to put the pressure on from the field side. This is something Invil has to keep into account, because you can see double 279 and a chieftain over there starting to rush down the 0 line.
Yup, that is definitely something to take into account here. The triple chieftain, I believe it is, even in the city for Invil, plus the Badger, they will be able to get a lot done, considering how little Root has right now there to receive it. They have the double 50B in the trap. However, what you also need to keep in mind is look at that southeastern part of the map. There's a chieftain and a 279 about to flank the Invil tanks on the rails.
Yeah, those Invil tanks on the rails, they might get stuck in a scenario that they don't really enjoy, as Sokar is still unaware of what's happening behind him. Now the second rail is starting to be taken here by the side of Root, and you can actually get the resets from there. You'll see it in a second there. Goha is now actually in the perfect position to get the reset. Immediately Invil reacts. They are like, we can no longer stay there. Sokar is now realizing that the flank is coming on, and now Invil has to push something. They have 4 tanks in the north, because in the south, they're getting sandwiched.
Yup, definitely the south not looking good for Invil. Meanwhile, the push is rolling here for them, but they will be meeting double 50B. Actually, it seems like the 50Bs are already clipped out and running away here, taking some damage while they're doing it. But yeah, Invil at the moment, I think they have stabilized even in the south here. Just as I say it, Soka finally goes down here. The Batchat clipping out on the E100 will not be able to finish. I think he was hoping for the fire, but now the Invil tanks are finally pouring out of the city, trying to help their buddies here in the south.
Ketsa just trying to get past everything and anybody here as he's on the run, on the move in the bot, trying to dodge Reeve. He does go down towards the one shot, but so far so good here for Invil. They are down a Gando, but never mind it as the 100 goes down. Miku now coming off reload himself. He's coming on towards Monster there. He has one shot left. He gives it to Monster. Monster's fuel tanks get damaged, but no fire in the meantime. Invil struggling here to try and kill this 279. They will lose Monster. They should lose Monster though, and Monster does give one parting shot to Miku on its way out as now Goha comes in. Gives one to Monster, gives one to Simon in return. The first 50B shot not connecting. Good usage there of the level truck here for the Simon. It gets a beautiful track as well on towards Goha, and now Invil looks to stabilize. They're ahead slightly in HP, and Simon making the correct decision here to finish off the 50B, but he might die for this.
Yeah, definitely. Quasar now clipping out 1-2 shots done, but I believe Quasar might be tracked here, as Never is coming from behind, and yeah, it is only Quasar here left in the 50B, and it is gonna be Simon and Never just easily able to pick up that 50B in his reload. Yeah, there we go, down to a 2-shot. In the backlines, we see Ketsai, who successfully managed to run away in 21 HP, and then in the end able to pick up that juicy efficiency by joining the cap at the last second possible.
Yeah, Invil there reacting well. You could see once Root was taking the second rail, there is a reaction that needs to be done because he would get reset for days. He would honestly just get reset after reset after reset. So they reacted by pushing the city. The 907 got a little caught. Then Ketsai actually did a full clip in his path. Someone the 907, someone the 100. And then just like you can point out a lot of things here and there, but just basically Invil brawled better than Nomi did. And it's something also like if you got to go down to like the player skill level where the Invil players are better than the Nomi players one by one. So they miss less shots, they trade better, and that can really make the difference in 7v7 because it was all just fights all over the place with tanks getting caught left, right, and center for both teams.
Definitely, all in all, it was a pretty messy game, but yeah, I have to agree with you here. The individual class of the Invil players just carrying them through here. In the first one, it was down to positioning and basically to the laid out plan that made it work for Invil very well. But here it was just about raw skill, raw like penetration values, penetration rates, and just getting it over the line here. In the end, they still had some HP to spare, but yeah, it was pretty close. I think as a collective, the other team had a lot of like good reactions and good answers, but individually they just couldn't compete.
Well, we'll have Envil against the Never Fair Kihan, a Polish final.
I mean, we talked a bit before this, and I said a Polish final was to be as expected here, as we have the updated tournament bracket. As we saw before this, Never Fair managing to get back at Rumble after losing the first round, getting the 2-1 victory, putting themselves up in the final against Invil, who we just saw drive over Rude, to be honest.
Yep, indeed. And you gotta say it, Invil probably looking a little bit stronger than the Never Fair team that they are going up against, because the Never Fair team actually had mistakes that the Rumble team was able to exploit on the Proco on Ensk. So one gotta say, you might favor Invil going into this one.
I have to go with your assumption here. Definitely, just what we saw from Invil already was very strong. I love the fast cap tactic on Himmelsdorf especially. In the end, on Ensk, this also was a fast cap tactic, right? They sent the tanks immediately to the city, and then they aimed, like they tried to look for any guys repushing. As soon as that didn't happen, and Rude had the reset angle, then they started going off the cap, and start clearing out the city. This is already past the situation I talked about, basically the tanks by Invil that were sent from the cap to clear the city. They're already coming out of the city again, trying to help their brethren here on the 5 line who are desperately trying to hold on. And in the end, the better shooting, the better focus fire, the better decision making by the Invil players, saving the day here for Team Purple. And they managed to, I would say, make anyone else look bad so far.
Those little fights here all over the place, and it's just like 1-for-1. Even Miko could have made a game-winning play here. I mean, this is good from Simon what he does here. Like, he uses the truck as a little bit of a shield, and then Miko gets baited. Miko gets baited into something which he shouldn't do, which is come forward. And Simon is like, oh, Miko wants to expose, well, I'm going to kill Miko.
Yep. Also, Quasar at this point, I believe, out of shells. And yeah, Miku was actually the 50B that was coming off reload. And that was the last possibility here for Rude, because that's 1600 damage that can be spread amongst the enemy team. But if he dies for just giving one shot, obviously that possibility just gets eliminated.
Yeah. So, I mean, all in all, Invil deserving the win, coming out 2-0 and getting the lineup here, all Polish. A lot of familiar players from 15v15. Other modes even, they basically play almost anything they can play, I guess. Outside of maybe like 1v1 tier 1, but that's Ski's specialty, so...
Definitely, but yeah, Ketsai, Soka, Monster, Simon, David, Never. Orzech I haven't seen yet, but maybe my eyesight was poor and I missed him. And here we have the other team, the Never Fair team that managed to qualify against Rumble for the finals. We see T-Sex, Savage, Hakir, DJ Wheat, Tarks, Vampires, and Bakis, also obviously well-known name. But individually, I too would give the edge to the Invil team at this point.
Yeah, me too. I think that's a very fair assumption to make. in this one. So now, Mapulki.
Yup, it is Ensk yet again. Invil probably gonna whip out a different tactic. I don't think they're gonna play the same thing twice. Yeah, never fair. In my opinion, they didn't look good on Ensk so far. Then map up next Lakeville. It was also pretty shaky what Never Fair did there, right? It was just won by the 50Bs in the end. Murrow we haven't seen so far. And then, do we even get to Himmelsdorf is the question.
Will we get to Himmelsdorf?
I mean,
Maybe.
I'd love to. Because the first strategy that I saw by Invil on Himmelsdorf was pretty convincing. But yeah,
Well,
tiebreaker, proc. Or was it? Yeah, it was proc.
Yeah, I feel like your memory is failing you a little bit here. Are you okay? You need a breather.
I
a few
mean,
minutes,
young boy, once you get to my age, you know.
Oh boy. Yes, okay, Kihan. Okay. But yeah, I mean it's not really fair that we're putting all our eggs on Invil. Obviously, Never Fair also has chances in this one. It's just we're taking the more likely route to what is going to happen here.
I mean, yeah. Ensk here and Invil coming out with an E100, a 279 4 Chieftains, and yeah, 1 bad shot, and Never Fair, I would say, with a heavier setup.
Indeed, the heavier setup coming out from them at the W100. No E3 anymore. It seems like they have learned from their mistakes from last time and have decided against E3. The Bat getting some information though. Ketsai there making a spotting run. They had 2 Chieftains going A0 in the beginning to try and secure the field. I don't mind this. I think this is pretty good actually because we could already see from the Never Fair team last time that once you control second rail, you're actually able to pretty much just decap with ease, to be honest. So.
Yeah, the 60 TP obviously with an HE connection onto the E100 and T-Sec getting tagged in return here. It seems like the Never Fair team wants to sort of push out the 5 line, I guess, with the E100s and then, or 3 and 5 line simultaneously and then have all, like, apparently they're waiting for an over-rotation by Invil and having the 50B and the 60 TP behind the house where normally the cap would be in normal mode.
Never's pushing down rail number 2 right now. That's rail number 2 where he is, and he's going to push DJ further towards the building, even spots out another chieftain. This chief takes 1 on the retreat, and DJ is still kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place here. Yeah, there are decent amount of tanks here for the side of Never Fair holding the south side, but it almost looks like they're defending.
Yep, indeed. And now Invil has decided it's not yet time to push in the south. They're rotating 2 chiefs again over towards that northern side of the rail. Yeah, which basically so far only is being held by the E100 and the Batshot. One of the Never Fair tanks here getting tracked immediately, pulling the rep kit, and now the HE spam on the rails seems to start.
The HE spam, Ensk, known for those angles where penning it's kind of hard, but HE, as the wise man once said, HE always does damage.
Yep.
Except for when it does. And
yes, indeed. A very minimalistic approach from you there, but it is one of those basic wisdoms that we all have to abide to. And
by the way, what Never did there, it may look a little silly on one hand, but it has a reason, Key.
Yeah, he destroyed the train
you know
so
it?
you can spot through it, I believe.
Exactly, because when the train is not destroyed, it counts as an object, which you cannot spot through. But once it is destroyed, it's not there anymore, technicality, so you can spot through it.
Yeah, I mean, I believe some of it still has hitboxes, so you cannot technically
It's like that.
shoot through it.
Yeah, you can't shoot through it, but you can spot through it.
But yeah, the game, definitely for both teams, it's a finals. You can see that none of the teams actually wanting to make mistakes here. For Never Fair, pretty interesting. The only tank to have lost HP so far is T-Sec, who is down to 1600, so basically 800 damage taken, whereas Invil so far has spread out the taken damage. But then again, compared to the overall HP numbers, I would say the HP traded is sort of negligible.
What stops Invil from taking all tanks back and pushing the city?
That's a good question. I think the problem here is that they don't get enough for free if they do that. Because basically when you do a straight push like this, you always want to get like 2 maybe tanks with their pants down and then snowball it down, but they would only get Savage, and Savage like being there up there in the window.
Well, 3 minutes, Toki.
Yeah,
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
They can force Never Fair to then make a play, no?
They should be able to. I mean, I don't know how the HE trades have been going. Obviously, those give XP as well. But yeah, it seems like Invil wants to do exactly what you proposed, take a few tanks and push the city, but Savage sort of smelling it, he's already running away. It seems like all the It's Never Fair tanks are bunched up compared to the Invil tanks that are, you know, sort of spread out. And I'm not sure if I like this here for Invil, because if It's Never Fair decides to, you know, just give it a go somewhere, they might be able to catch a lot of people off guard if the Invil crossfire isn't there.
Never gets a nice shot there on towards stand E100, though. DJ now peeking out. He wants to get Sokar. Sokar doesn't really have a decent coverage right now. I mean, he has Never on the side, though. That's a 1k, but now Barkis and Vampire have realized that Never here is isolated. Never does take big bounces, though. The 60 TP not connecting, which is really bad for them. But in the meantime, it looks like DJ was even perma-attracted for a while. Never might be even able to pick it up when he peeks out. Can he get it? No, he bounces, but barely. Invil now starting the cap pressure, though, as well, and they're coming with a full push almost. Are they going to play off the cap? Are they going to reinforce? They have Darks on the side, though. They lose Sokar, but they get DJ in return.
Yeah, definitely here the Invil tanks, they can control the pace of this engagement right now. I would love for them to turn around and just pick up the E100 in the 3-line right now. But yeah, that one's already backing off, and now the Invil tanks on the rails are giving it a go here. They're trying to close up against the Chieftain and I believe the 60 TP there. And yeah, the problem is that Never needs to basically take the shots, and then the Batchat clips out, but it seems like the Batchat is taking the shots and Invil not able to retaliate at the moment. And that 3-line play I was talking about, it seems like It's Never Fair is going to do that with a double E100 and Chieftain.
Well, Invil realizing that those D100s and Sidescrape are very annoying to deal with. Instead, they're going to go for the straight push on towards them. They do the focus fire, they pick up Darks, and now Haki looks to be the next one. He gets his shot on towards David, but in return, he's going to take 1, 2, 3. Actually, they switch it on towards the Chieftain. Oh, a non-connection there coming out, so Orja can't finish it. Drops him down towards the one shot, but in the meantime, Ketsai and the boys are coming from behind. Bark is now pushing back in, and Yeski, it looks a little bit close, but Invil seems to be in full control here as they get one more. Yes, Simon goes down, but that's going to be all she wrote, as Barkis is the last man standing here for Never Fair and Invil. They took their time, but at the end of the day, the result is going to be 2-0 for Invil so far. And match point.
2-0? Are you sure? Are you sure it's my memory that's failing?
It's 1-0. 1-0. Man, oh, dude, I'm going back to sleep. It's fine. You can have this small victory key. You can have this small. I was just cosplaying that. I was just cosplaying that. Unlike you, I can actually count to 2.
3.
But I just skipped 1.
Oh, okay. Maybe your 2 is my 1. Who knows?
Okay.
But yeah,
it's like saying like you're the apple to my pie key, the straw to my berry.
Oh, I like
Okay,
berry.
I
Wait,
mean-
what?
Wait,
but yeah,
hold up.
there we go. Obviously convincing performance here by the Invil guys, only dropping 2 tanks overall, and I believe they had very, very convincing 4.5 KHP still left at the end, so that was pretty good.
It was. They took their time. They figured out the weaknesses and decided to then surround the boys from Never Fair very effectively.
Yep. It just seemed like they were, you know, feeling it out where Never Fair was, and then creating the correct over matches. And yeah, I believe in the end they still had like 2 minutes left, so that was yeah, just convincing stuff here. Putting themselves up 1-0. Obviously, this is a finals, so it is going to be best of 5, so first of 3 victories. And yeah, going forward, I mean, yeah, we are going to see the replay now, and after that, I can't wait to hear your thoughts in between both of those teams on Lakeville. But yeah, let's hop into the replay first.
It really depends which team's going to play north from Lakeville. We'll see. This is Sokar here pushing up, and like this initial play, it's not really working out for Invil. Like Sokar takes a lot, doesn't do much in return, and they react pretty well after that, I would say. I mean, Sokar here is really not having a good time by immediately pressuring the 3 line after and getting that cap pressure as well. I mean, Simon and Monster are covering first. Getsa is also going to cover the rail, so Never here gets to play a little bit. But this is an important moment here as well. So there's the peak from the CCTP Barkis and from Vampire. And watch Never now.
Yep.
He takes not one, but like 3 bounces. Like, here comes the 60p, he peeks.
He does it super smart though, with the logs on the ground. He goes
Yeah.
to the edge and then he angles basically the front part of his tank up. So a tank with low heat panel like the 60 TP is never gonna pen, and even the 50B with the APCR is gonna struggle considerably. After that, you know, it just felt like Invil, who had not done so before, just putting the foot on the metal, just, you know, going with that gas approach. Suddenly, the Never Fair tanks stopped being able to deal with what the Invil tanks were doing to them, it felt like.
Yeah, indeed. And then here, I mean, E100 is all nice and well, but the Chiefs have so much HP that as soon as they side scrape, they're like, okay, the E100 fire, let's go. We just go. Like, nice side scraping potential, it doesn't matter. We're just going to peek around. We're going to immediately delete you in a 1-2-3 combination. One goes down, and then Bark is trying to reinforce, but in return for Bark is reinforcing, they lose Savage, and they lose Vampire, and it just starts, it's like, you know, domino pieces falling one by one.
Definitely. And in the meantime, while we were watching this, obviously, on the rails, there was also this repush with the 279 and the Batcheck coming in that won it. But yeah, moving on to Lakeville, both teams with double 50B. The only difference being that the Invil Chieftains are being supported by a Batcheck.
Well, it looks like Invil has the north side of the map, which is by a lot of people the preferred side. They do not bring the 907 though, like we've seen before, but more of a full combat lineup.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to bring it to the enemy. Obviously, due to not having a medium Never Fair here ahead. 400 HP immediately. And the double 50B, Tarks and DJ Weed, they are immediately going there, getting mirrored by the double 50B by Invil.
Yeah, double 50B getting mirrored. There's 2 50Bs and a chieftain in there for the side of Never Fair. But look at the focus fire. T-Sec gets deleted immediately, and it doesn't look like Invil's about to stop as they realize not all the guns are there. You want to go focus out these double chieftains that are left in front of him. Hakir now trying to shield, trying to block, but that doesn't really mean much when you're the next one on the chopping block. As now Barkis is going to go down, and then Hakir will be soon to follow. And yes, HP is in favor of Never Fair, but gun in the game is a very, very important thing as well, Key. But now the 50Bs are coming back in though for the side of Never Fair.
Yeah, the 50B starting to clip out here. Counting the 4 and putting on the damage onto the Chieftains by Invil. Invil by now trailing in HP, but once the 50Bs are out of steam, that might change again. And now the 50Bs by Invil come back in against Savage, dropping to that onslaught. Sokar also reloaded here with the 50B, starting to clip out on DJ Weed, who was also burning. Tarks waiting to get off reload. Sokar pre-aiming that corner, but Sokar on 466 needs to be super careful. Finally makes it out of there. But yeah, it is 2 full HP tanks for It's Never Fair with 4.5k HP against 5 tanks by Invil. So many guns there.
So many guns indeed. Tarks now picks up 1. There is still an HP lead though for the side of Never Fair, but the issue is that could crumble so fast once Vampire makes his play here. If he comes around the corner, it's not going to be looking good for him. Ketsa is waiting behind the church as well. He does look towards the 50B, gets a nice connection there. That's a big reset on towards him, and now they're going to push Tarks. They want to try and get the overmatch. Tarks gets caught into a bad position as he drops the majority of his health, and here comes DJ. Vampire, actually, can he pick up it up? He's looking, wants to hit that Cupola, aims for a long time. He shoots, he misses, and now Ketsa coming from the church, and now Invil. It was all over the place. The aggression just too much for Never Fair to handle, as gun in the game is a very important aspect. It will demonstrating that almost perfectly by keeping even their low HPs alive. And Never Fair, I don't think they were ever down in HP until the very end there, but just guns are so important.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't matter how much HP you have, even if it's 1, the gun, you know, deals the same damage. And yeah, Invil doing a magnificent job of just keeping their low HP tanks alive, keeping them in the game, and then enabling to just bring their shots back in. Just, you know, the team's DPM combined just staying up there for Invil, and then the crossfires coming in. Yeah, we see the 50Bs here doing a lot on both sides, basically being enabled by their teams. But wow, for the Invil team, it's actually Simon Go from 3XR doing the top damage there.
Yeah, it gets. I mean, like their damage spread is pretty nice if you look at it. It goes from 1.7 to 3.6. Only David only doing one shot of damage. He's one that initially got focused. But then if you look on the other side, you can see Barkis with one shot, Tisek with one shot as well. Those are the big difference makers there, where Invul only has one player that has one shot of damage.
I mean, I think Barkis got traded against David, sort of. Like, both of them dealing one shot and then getting focused.
Tisek was the first guy on the corner that just got absolutely deleted instantly. Like, he just died before anything even happened. And it kind of snowballed after. It was close. Never Fair tried their best, but playing one gun down.
Yeah, it's hard.
Invul with the superior player skill as well.
Yep. And I believe if we would look at the pen rates, it would sort of be, the same story there. But yeah, basically it was super interesting to see once the 50Bs, like how they try to turn the tide of the battle, right? Because
it's like 50B comes in, clips, goes back out, everybody just kind of fights for a little bit, 50B comes back, and then it's a scary moment.
Definitely, because it felt like Invul was ahead, and then the Never Fair 50Bs came in, and then it was like, oh, Never Fair might be ahead, and then the Invul 50Bs started coming back in again. There was like, oh yeah, okay, Invul has it.
Yeah, indeed, and you could see slowly but surely Invul just like slightly edged himself ahead.
And yeah, that is crazy. That initial engagement right there.
And you can just see here immediately. You look at Tisek. He is the first guy. He takes 1, takes 2, takes 3, takes 4, takes 5, takes 6. He's dead. Like, he's immediately out. And then Barkis is the next one. He doesn't fare much better. They lose David in return, but Barkis still only does one shot of damage. And what Invul does well is realizing that Never Fair is just very split here. They're very all over the place, and they're just taking it one by one. They kill Barkis. Okay, great. Now, okay, we kill Hakir. Hakir is the next one. Hakir's trying to leave, but he gets blocked in by his own teammate Savage. And then, Never Fair has a lot of HP remaining on 2 tanks, but because they were so split from the fight, it doesn't matter because they are 5 against 2. And you can have 5 tanks with HP, but what does that change?
Yeah, nothing in the end here. But yeah, Invul also playing it down very nicely here, just forcing Never Fair in the end to obviously come and get those resets because, cap timer, even though they're winning anyway, down to 8 seconds, so Vampirs needs to make a move, and then there is just one guy behind the church just waiting to put shots for free. Also, I think it was wanted by Orzic to be that far on the north side of the cap, so he would basically take shots and not the one-shot chieftain behind the wreck or something. Like, I think he actually actively offered himself as a target for resets.
Yeah, very true. And, well, now that does lead us to the result of 2-0 for Invul. I wasn't wrong. I was merely predicting the future.
I mean, you were just mentally ahead of everyone here.
I was on a whole different planet, mate.
Incredible. But yeah, 2-0, and that obviously means in a best of 5, we are on a match point. Never Fair with their backs against the wall. Against, a very, very, up to this point, convincing Invul team. We are heading into Murovanka now, and Never Fair trying to, basically avoid defeat by bringing triple chieftain, 1 CS, double 907, and an EBR.
Yeah, so on the other hand, we have the double chieftain, the 4 907s, and the 1 EBR, which is a very heavy combat lineup. And you can see in the beginning already a little bit of a split here for Never Fair. EBR going towards the forest, with the CS going towards the church, but Invul is just sending 3 907s straight over there.
Yep, 3 907s being sent to the middle for Invul. The STB and the double chieftain getting diverted towards the 3 line. And yeah, the CS is gonna have maybe sort of an unpleasant surprise when he finds out that the EBR can also shoot him from the side. But no, the EBR actually trying to get away here as the counter spot is coming in. And now it's Never Fair. Seemingly with the chieftains, they want to take those E-line positions near the forest here. They're not really playing for cap.
Yeah, but Never and Sokar there are in deep trouble, dude. They have to do something at this point because they're getting flanked from behind, and I don't know if this is going to work out for Invul. Yeah, they might kill the CS, but what is this going to cost them? As Savage, Tisek, Vampire, even in Hakir from the side are just laying down. The pressure Never goes down already. Sokar is going to be the next one, and Invul here tried to make some sort of counterplay, and even David is pushing in now. All this for 1 CS, but the cost, is it too much to handle? Because they're going to lose not 1, they're not going to lose 2, but they might even lose 2, 3 tanks for this, as David is now trying to run away. But where is he going to go? As he bails around the church, but this is looking never fair everywhere.
Definitely the third 907 by Invil about to go down, and Never Fair so far only lost the CS, which managed to stay alive for a surprising long amount of time. And now the problem for the STB and the Chieftain here in those E-line positions is going to be that the returning tanks by Never Fair, they don't even really need to move much to put pressure on them. Yeah, but they do push out here onto the 907 by Never Fair. DJ Wheat in the back is having a field day farming those two tanks who just overpushed. Yeah, the STB gets picked up. Barkas in return dropping. Now it's Simon down to a possible one-shot here for DJ Wheat. But in the end, Never Fair just having the gun advantage here can just snowball it down due to getting those free pickups on the 907.
And now 3 tanks remaining for Invil and Never Fair. Keep their tournament dream alive here, as it's only 3 tanks standing in between them and bringing it 2-1, which is exactly what they needed. I mean, a loss would put them out. So good stuff here. Invil trying to go for a little bit of a counter tactic, I guess. But I don't know. I mean, like, they were looking to go for a counter tactic, but they didn't react. I mean, they were aware of Chieftains being there, and they kept Sokar and I think Never in the position there to counter the CS. But in return, I mean, they got countered themselves.
Yeah, immediately and super hard. I mean, the EBR did a nice job in the forest. It got the spots on the Chieftains, and then, you know, it even spotted the Chieftains while they were going onto that ridge where they would have free shots on the 907s. Then again, how do you get the 907s out of there? Do you just tell them to run away and not care about any damage they take?
I think you just automatically almost lose with the counterplay, but I guess retreating them is the only way forward, or pushing them earlier so you can at least kill the CS fast and maybe play with 2 behind the church or something.
Yeah, the CS managed to survive super long. But yeah, it is Never Fair here able to weather the storm to stay alive in the tournament, and we actually have a game on our hands as the score is 2-1, still in favor of Invil though. And yeah, I'm pretty glad for the Never Fair guys that at long last they managed to put up a point on the board. But I mean, with games like this, it's not about individual skill, right? It's just about immediate calls right at the start. Like, this is where we need to create the overmatch, and then
I mean, you can still outplay somebody by tactics in 7v7, but the fight itself is also very important.
yeah, I mean, all of the players we are seeing today are able to penetrate their shots to a very high degree. So
Unlike my co-caster, which
I was setting you
play
up
with
for that,
him.
and I knew it while I
Yeah.
was saying it.
yeah, unlike my co-caster. If you ever play with Kihan in advance, you're like, Kihan, why are you there? He's like, I don't know. Kihan, what are you doing? I don't know. You know, you're gonna hit something. Oh.
Sometimes you just gotta be unpredictable while doing stuff. You know?
That's why Kihan is the best TBR player.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know which keys he's pressing himself. So
Dude, if I don't know what I can do, what
You
I'm
do,
doing,
then
then
nobody else-
the enemy has no way
Exactly.
of predicting.
exactly.
But yeah, I believe we might have the replay at hand. So let's hop in here and see where it all went wrong for Invil. And yeah, like the EBR, did he actually get the info though on the Chieftains? I don't think they're lit right now. Yeah, they are actually.
Savage is spotted for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't see 2 of them. Maybe he missed the 907 as well. Maybe there's completely... I mean, I guess they were completely oblivious to the fact that there could be still more tanks there. Maybe they counted too much on Monster Spot, but this CS is just like living forever. One tank goes for CS, dies. Another one goes for the CS, dies. David goes for the CS, dies shortly after. I mean, even Monster came to shoot the CS.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at the lineups, basically you have an EBR for Invil, then 3 907s and 3 other combat tanks. So basically 50% of the combat tanks by Invil getting taken out with only 1 of the Never Fair combat tanks in return. And from this point on, Never Fair can just snowball it down. I mean, it would take a lot to throw that game here for Never Fair.
True, it would indeed take a lot. I mean, even the 907 there is paying the dividends behind that building. Barkas survives so long that Katsei goes down and Simon gets farmed in return. It's already over at this point, though.
Yeah,
To be fair,
I mean, the HP difference almost 4k here, and also the guns in game are just more for Never Fair here. And even if Simon survives there for a little bit longer, it's going to be his buddies who are going to get picked up. And then, yeah. I mean, I would say this game was more decided by, you know, initial tactics and calls than player skill or anything else. But nonetheless, even if you get a counterplay, then you still need to execute it. So well played to the Never Fair guys. And I believe for the next map, we're heading into one that Invil was looking very strong today. It's going to be Himmels.
Yes, and you wanted to see Himmelsdorf, you'll get Himmelsdorf, Kihan.
Mm-hmm. Very, very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice, indeed.
But yeah, obviously Invil is still going to be on match point. Nothing of this changes. The best that Neverfair could do is bring it back to a tiebreaker on Prokhorovka. Been there, done that. Personally,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
You wanna share more of that experience, or are you good?
I'm good, man.
Mhm.
I'm good. I mean, that's fine.
Okay.
It happens. Yeah,
Mhm.
it happens.
Mhm.
But anyways, I think Invil will probably have something else for Himmelsdorf now. I don't think they can play the same as they did before.
Yeah, I don't
It's
see them doing
counterable.
this the same thing again. Obviously, you can have like big balls, big brains, whatever. Try to do the same thing and catch the enemy off guard by doing just that, which they don't expect. But yeah, I think. Like, I know from the Invil team they've been preparing a lot for this, because obviously the prices are pretty nice as well. Like, gaming mouses for every one of the players, 200 euros per person. That's pretty good for a tournament like this.
You could use one of those gamer mouses, Key.
Is that so?
Maybe it helps. I don't know. I'm all out of options at this point. I'm just thinking out loud. I don't know what I gotta do to I don't know.
Maybe I need one of those eye trackers, and then just close my eyes for clicking.
Eye trackers. I think if you use an eye tracker that showed where you were aiming on stream, you're like it wouldn't even be on the screen. It'd be like somewhere else, like looking at the ceiling or something.
Yeah, because I'm already thinking ahead of what's happening.
Thinking ahead, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. How about you think about the present before you venture into the future?
It's sometimes so so basic to do that.
So basic. So you're saying you're better than us.
That's not what I said. You're
saying that the
words
rest of us are basic and you're just so mentally superior that you don't need to think about the present, but you're living in the future.
I mean, sometimes I like to think I'm a megamind, but then I get reminded there are other people with bigger brains than me out there.
That is true. Sometimes you are megamind in one game, right, Key, and then you end 13th overall.
Definitely. But all of this said and done, we are heading into possibly the last game of the tournament, and also in between those two teams here, Invil and Neverfair. It is a match point for Invil on Himmelsdorf, and they are trying to convert that one with E100, 2279, Triple Chieftain, and Monster yet again in the EBR.
Yeah, again, bring in the EBR, so they're sticking to their guns, they're sticking to what they know. Monster seems to be starting the same way as he did before, and I mean, Neverfair. You can't 100% think like they're gonna do the same thing, but you can have it in the back of your mind of how you're supposed to react to what happens if they do.
Definitely, yeah. And Neverfair, not sending anyone to the hill here, so they will have all of their 7 people available should Invil try to cap this again. And the EBR with some very, very nice information here, and also as a little bonus on top, he does get one shot into the 50B, so that's always nice for Monster. And yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see how Invil is approaching this, because I don't really see the Neverfair tanks going onto the cap.
Well, this time Invil's deciding that they do not want to push the cap. And they're deciding to hold back further, and they're waiting. They obviously have a potential here, Keem. Because of the EBR in a stalemate game, the EBR can actually rotate over the hill. And actually start getting flanking shots and pressure the Neverfair tanks from behind. Obviously, they're not going to be able to catch the EBR with the current setup they have. So he does it well. There's definitely potential in that play.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a 907, which sort of can counter the EBR in a way, but the 907 is in J1, so nowhere near the route that the EBR is going to take. Yeah, the EBR now, I don't know. Personally, I would drive on to hit the hill, but Monster has other plans. He's going down that 6 line at the moment, going into one of the windows, extending spots onto the Chieftain, across the courtyard, and actually Monster taking a pretty big hit, 511 by Vampires.
Yeah, and it's another peak you would like to see Monster make. It's a little greedy to go for a Chief. The Chief snaps and hits him. It's not unlikely for the Chief to hit those, so now there's a 50B rotating though for the side of Neverfair, and Monster cannot win a 1v1 against a 50B. He can try his very best, but it's not going to happen.
Definitely not. But yeah, one of the 50Bs, obviously from Never Fair now getting rotated towards the hill. If he catches a nice timing, he might catch Monster off guard here though. Monster down to a 2-shot due to taking that hit by Vampire earlier, 789 HP. Normally the 50B rolls those, but yeah, Monster very, very, very well played by him. He does get the info on the approaching 50B, and now he's faced with a choice to, you know, just run away, keep the hill for a little more, but at least he knows the window of time that he has left on the hill, that he can stay there without having support.
Well, I'm guessing Neverfair doesn't know the position of every single chieftain for Invel. If they do, they can just send the 50B on the hill. But he's running away, so it doesn't seem like they know the positions of every single tank.
Yeah, Orzesh here now getting sent forward in the T95 in the Chieftain. And yeah, if he doesn't get tracked on the cross, as he does once, but he's not double tracked yet, then he can probably make it into the hole down behind the houses. And that's going to be crucial then, because yes, he did pay a lot of HP for this. But then again, he's sort of safe here. He can maybe even start trading there, even though he is lower HP than Tizek. But yeah, Tizek, he just wants to interrupt the cap now. Orzesh, can he even stay fully safe there, though, against Chieftain HE?
No, I don't think he can. It's just going to be HE trades at this point and see who's going to come out ahead. He's obviously down a lot, so it's not going to be that simple for him to. I mean, he's out trading so far, so it works for him.
Definitely. Yeah, in T-Sex's place, I would just keep trading there until the enemy chieftain is dead. He does seem to have an ample amount of high explosives there in his tank. Pretty big connection here by Orzesh. But yeah, while we keep talking about those HE trades, it does seem like Never Fair is making a rotation through the 8 lane with the chieftain and the 50B.
A chieftain and a 50B. Does Ketsai get caught off guard here by the timing or not? He's in a decent position. If DJ peeks this, I think Ketsai will be alright. But look at Invel. They're trying to pressure the 3 line, and DJ here might actually get a nasty little clip on towards these 279s.
Definitely. The 50Bs here are clipping out. Also Sokar now getting caught sort of here with the E100. He does take a lot of damage, but then again the E100 does have a lot of HP to back that up. Monster is on the hill and he's spotted shooting down in the G line, I believe. Now he decides to go down. But yeah, Bak is getting a nice fire onto Sokar. That's gotta hurt here. Dropping down to under 700 HP, so he needs to be careful.
Yeah, but that E100 is big, sticks out a lot, and in the meantime, the issue is that Orchek is kind of getting flanked. Sokar now goes down towards a 1-shot. I think that's even DJ or Vampire shooting from the 8 line. Ketsai can't really go trade against the 50B, and a Chieftain that are still healthy. Bark is not pushing up. There has to be a move here coming out from Invalus again. The 3-line push with the 279s. Ketsai is going to have to accept that he's going to die over there. The 279s are pushing up, but Orchek goes down instantly, and it's looking from bad to worse here for Invalus. Now Simon and Never. They're starting to make their approach, but Savage and Barkis are going to be from behind already. Monster's not coming from the side as well. Let's see behind her with its big gun. Well, he's using a small one, but it still hurts nonetheless. Sokar now trying to do what he can, but he's down towards a 1-shot, and this is not looking good here for the boys of Invalus. Simon can't even angle up as Never is kind of blocking him. Monster comes from behind. E100 is hard to pen, but 50B with HE, he says thank you, baby. Very, very nice as Never now picks up Tarks. But now, if you look at the HP, look at the guns, and look at the positions, it's all Never Fair everywhere.
Yeah, definitely. Also, the guns that are available for Invel here are basically the EBR and 2 others. Sokar, he, if anyone basically as much as sneezes at him with his 9 HP here, yeah, he's going to go down towards Vampires. Actually, it's not the 907 picking him up, but yeah, Monster, he's admitting defeat in this game on Himmelsdorf, and Never Fair, they're on a very, very good way so far, because it was Invel being up 2-0, and now we're looking at an all-even 2-2 scoreline.
See the limitations there of the EBR as well, IMO. Like, he's trying his best to do whatever he can, but if you can't win the fight with your other tanks, he's just kind of a nuisance that can be dealt with in their 3-line play. Got countered straight from the 8 line. I mean, Sokar had a horrible time there. He did nice damage still, even with what he the hand he was dealt. I mean, Monster did 2k, but doesn't share HP, has low HP. That's why they're doing 900, and they had no answer for this 8-line play from Never Fair, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean,
because Vampire and DJ, I think, were just chilling.
Yeah. The problem is also with the EBR on the hill, it cannot really control the 8 line, right? It can shoot a
No,
lot of
it can-
other positions, but the 8 line is very, very safe from the hill. So basically, they denied one whole tank by simply where they were driving. Yeah, the tank doesn't contribute much to the HP pool and also not to the DPM, but yeah, if you simply have to stop worrying about 1/7 of the enemy team entirely, that's pretty good for your team, I would say.
Indeed, and Neverfair, they're solid gameplay. I mean, you wouldn't expect them to come back down from a 2-0 against Invil, but at the end of the day, they did it. They made it work, and now they're here in tiebreaker, where literally any team could walk away with the prize they want, and the other one could be left disappointed.
Definitely. The tiebreaker is going to happen on Prokhorovka, and we already saw a Neverfair today on Prokhorovka, where it wasn't entirely convincing against Rumble.
Indeed, it was not super convincing, but I feel like both these teams might just go fight against each other, to be honest. And then we'll see another one of those brawls, and maybe Invil will edge ahead again.
Who knows? But maybe it will be Neverfair edging ahead again. At this point, making predictions is pretty hard. I mean, it's easy to make predictions. It's hard to make well-educated ones because both of the teams might win here. I know you would love to support the boys from Invil, so I'm going with Neverfair for this one.
Just picking my allegiances here, but this is the 3-line play. This is just look how much they bleed from this. They just go down to more and more HP. Sokar is just getting farmed, and even then, the C100 is so tall. Barkus pushes behind him, and it's just like you can shoot him through that little gap there. Not where he is now, but further because the buildings are a little bit destroyed. So between all the broken parts, he actually gets shots. Even gets fire onto Sokar. I mean, just. I don't think Sokar really enjoyed this one.
No, not
Words
really.
were to be spoken on the TeamSpeak about this.
Definitely. It is.
What
It is
never
very.
fared it well, by the way.
Huh?
Sorry, what never fared it well there is Invil is the kind of team that is always going to try and make a move.
Mm.
Never fair, just waited. They're like, let Invil make their move.
Yep. Definitely, and they received it well. Like, Sokar, they're basically almost taken out of the equation here. Also, you see Orzesh going down in the Chieftain here right now. And then Invil was trying to create overmatches where they weren't any. You know, like the E100, he's taking a lot of shots, but also he can bounce a lot of shots in the process. They're basically just waiting here for the 50B to come off reload so they can push onto the 279s and win the game by this. I'm not sure why Invil keeps making those moves. Then at the same time, they were probably thinking they were behind at that point in time, so they needed to make a move to, make it even again.
I mean, not a real surprise that they would make a move, because Invil the kind of team that will always try and play aggressive at some point during a battle if it's not initial at a different period of time, and Neverfair waiting patiently, punishing accordingly, and actually having the positions to deal with everything Invil brought to them. And going from 2-0 up to 2-2 tiebreaker, it's not the momentum wise and mental wise. Usually you would give it to the team that just came back, because they came back from a 2-0 deficit, so they're pumped, they're hyped, they actually have a chance again. On the other hand, it'll probably a little annoyed by what has happened so far.
Probably more than a little annoyed, as they basically had two chances now to close it out on Muro and Himmelsdorf respectively, and both of them got snatched away by the Neverfair team, which leads us up to the tiebreaker of Prokhorovka. And yeah, Proko as a tiebreaker, I've seen other teams that I expected to win, be on that map, then lose it. I mean, Proko in 7v7 is can be very interesting if basically either both teams commit to that middle ridge directly, or if one decides to go flank and whatnot. Like, there are almost infinite possibilities, I feel like.
All these teams are going to have to choose the possibility that breaks for them, as Invil has 4 Chieftains, 2 CSs, and an EBR. And on the other hand, Key, what can Neverfair bring us?
Neverfair is bringing triple Chieftain, a CS, double 907, and also an EBR. So Neverfair here with a slightly more mobile setup due to having less heavy tanks. But then again, both of the mediums that Invil is bringing are CSs, so they can relocate very fast, obviously.
Yeah, indeed, and you can see Invil here is actually going fully over the rails with rail. You can see Never Fair playing mainly the middle plane, mainly 1-2, trying to adjust. Actually doing the same thing as they did again, what Rumble did almost in a way, except for obviously that they don't have the STB. But how does this work out here for Invil?
I
You
believe...
could put the camp pressure very fast as well.
Yeah, I mean, it might work out very well here for Invil, and Never Fair seems to be onto what's happening here at the moment. Double CS by Invil getting sent towards the hill, so that is the hill immediately under control, and that allows the CSs to just rain shells down onto people who want to reset here. And resets are going to be needed, as there is more than 3 tanks even in the cap. Invil just crossing over, trying to get those crossfire positions, trading initially, and yeah, I believe Invil might have the advantage here, despite being down in HP, simply because they have the positions on the top with the CSs.
There is a CS coming from the south over the side of Never Fair. That is important. That is very crucial here. The 907s are coming towards the north side of the ring. I can see Tarks there. Can he get the shots? Yes, he can. Catside drops low. 669 HP remaining here for him. Those Invil Chieftains here kind of getting stuck in a scenario where they don't want to be now. Setting to trade against these Chieftains, actually having the superior hold on, but the 907s coming in from the side now. Do keep in mind the cap. 27 seconds. You have Soker and Never laying down the punish from behind. DJ here. Can he get the shots from under that rails? Yes, David goes down towards the one shot. And now Invil is bleeding. Invil is suffering. David goes down towards the one shot. Tisik picks it up and it's looking good, but 15 seconds remaining. There's going to have to be a counter push here from the side of Invil. No, from the side of Never Fair if they want to make this work. Soker's not going to be joining the cap, and now this has to happen for Never Fair. They have reset now back to 18 seconds, but Invil is looking very, very down in this one.
Yeah, Invil looking almost down and out of the game, as Never Fair still comfortably sitting on 7 tanks. The HP lead 4k now, and if it's needed, then Vampire can just come in there at the last second to reset. And yeah, now the base capture is getting blocked, and it is down to 3 Invil tanks at 4k HP for them. Sokar getting swarmed here by the 907s from Never Fair. They are just gunning him down at this point. The 2 EBRs parting goodbye probably for a last time, as one of them is gonna die very soon. Monster here taking the shots, but yeah, Invil down to Never in the CS, and it is Never Fair with a very, very surprising comeback, but nonetheless, it was convincing in the end. And yeah, Never is gonna give himself up here towards the Never Fair team, and well played to the Polish team with the dragon as a logo, who are gonna be our winners for the 7v7 Tier 10 Your Team on Stream tournament. And whew, after being up 2-0, losing 3-2 as Invil, they're not going to be happy.
I mean, it wasn't even close in this round. Or a 7-0 scoreline at the end of the day there. Invil going for the all-in across the rails, which can maybe work from the south, because there's actually a hold-on shaped position where they can play from. But from the north, you saw how much damage they took crossing Ketsai. They're not even getting to do anything in this fight. And you can see Tarks there in the CS coming back towards the south immediately. The Chieftains playing at the rails. DJ even getting a nice position to shoot under the rails. And then you had the double 907 punishing any overpeak from Invil Chieftains on towards the middle. And I was just like, I mean, Never Fair had like 6 guns fighting the whole time, while in the meantime, you had those 2 CSs, and yeah, the CSs did a nice amount of damage, but they were never contributing to the fight. You had a Chieftain that was capping as well, you had the EBR that was capping, while like 3 or 4 Invil guys were playing against a 6 of the Never Fair team, which, you know, if they would win 3v6 in a brawl, I would be amazed, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. It just seemed like the brawling tanks by Never Fair, simply due to also having more guns available, were just creating the crossfire better through those rails, those really, really juicy shots. Also, I don't think that there really ever was the possibility of the cap going through, because in the north...
No, you could just drive on it.
First of all, that, and still in the north, in the bush line, there was the EBR by Never Fair, who could at any point in time just start to rush into it and just, you know... At worst, just ram someone. There you see Vampire. 7 seconds remaining. And yeah, then TJ, Bakis, and Hakir, they are all entering the cap here. But yeah, this is already where the game is lost and lost for Invil and over, because Never Fair has already managed to create those trades that were so good in their favor. And this is just a mop-up operation at the end of the round, basically. But yeah, well played to Never Fair here, who managed to come back. So, I mean, they're showing surprising sturdiness in the mental department, I guess, and a well-deserved winner for the tournament, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, they managed to pull it off, and convincing last round here with the 7-0 scoreline. So all things considered, they deserve it. They came back. They were looking not that great in the beginning, turned it around, brought it back to Inville, and then actually overcame it all in the finals in the tiebreaker itself.
But yeah. That was basically all the 3 tournaments today: the 2v2 on tier 6, the 3v3 on tier 8, and then the 7v7 on tier 10. That was all the tournaments we had available today. Obviously, thank you to all the sponsors that we had for also making this tournament possible. And thanks also to Xana and Daki for being here on camera to comment the games with us. I hope you had the opportunity to somehow sometimes get back at me for the stuff I say during the Clan Rivals casts.
I think I just like went even, and then I went beyond it.
Oh.
Above and beyond.
As long as you don't join Beyond in the game. But yeah, we're saying thank you for watching, and we're gonna head off. Have a nice evening, everyone. Yeah, see ya.